In 15 terrifying seconds, the San Francisco Bay Area is decimated by a massive earthquake. As fire threatens entire neighborhoods, and bridges, buildings, and freeways collapse, rescuers try to save those in danger.
I don't think any of us at the time were really considering what the risks were to us.
In the rubble, dozens of lives hang in the balance.
When everything goes bad, what do they call? They call the fire department.
For the victims to survive, emergency personnel must put their lives on the line to make critical rescues. California's San Andreas Fault is the most studied fault line in the world. In September 1989, scientists from the U.S. Geological Survey detected a series of minor earthquakes. The data led them to predict a devastating earthquake would strike sometime between that moment and the next 30 years. There was no way to predict the impending quake with more accuracy.
Yes. It's not looking good.
It was a threat people in the San Francisco Bay Area lived with every day, but rarely thought about. On Tuesday, October 17, 1989, most people in the region were thinking about the third game of the World Series. A sellout crowd of 54,000 baseball fans packed Candlestick Park to watch the San Francisco Giants take on their Cross Bay rivals, the Oakland Athletics. It was billed as the Battle of the Bay. Each city rooted for its home team. 23-year-old Treasure Island firefighter Tim Peterson was undivided in his loyalty.
I'm an A's fan. And yeah, I've always followed the A's. I have no interest in the San Francisco Giants.
Peterson was on his way back to the fire station after running an errand. Traffic on the Cypress Expressway and the Bay Bridge was unusually light.
There was no traffic that day. It was because of the ball game. I definitely wanted to get back to work to watch the game.
If all went well, Peterson might make it back for the opening pitch.
Mom, I don't want braces. Kids will tease me.
You're really gonna have a gorgeous smile.
In Oakland, Petra Baruman drove her 10-year-old daughter Kathy home from the orthodontist. 8-year-old Julio shared the back seat with his sister. Up front, his mother and a friend listened to the game as they headed home on the lower deck of the Cypress Expressway. In the Marina District, longtime San Francisco resident Sherra Cox had just moved into a new apartment. Although she was still unpacking, she'd already set up her most prized possession, her baby grand piano. Sherra loved playing waltzes. Few things could pull her away from her music after a long day at work. But that Tuesday was different. The World Series was beginning. And so was the Loma Prieta earthquake. Sherra braced herself under a doorframe. It was the safest place in the house. All around her, the building began to shake. The entire Bay Area was gripped by a massive earthquake. In a matter of seconds, freeways buckled, bridges collapsed, and buildings were shaken from their foundations. At Candlestick Park, the lives of 54,000 fans hung in the balance. Tim Peterson was on the Cypress Expressway when the quake struck.
It was like I'd hit something and I had 4 flat tires because the truck was just completely out of control. And that lasted for probably a second. And then it was complete black.
The devastation was unimaginable. In 15 seconds, the 7.1 earthquake destroyed 1.5 miles of the double-decker expressway. Thousands of tons of concrete slammed down onto the lower deck, crushing vehicles and the people in them. Julio and Kathy Baruman were trapped, along with her mother and her friend. The destruction was so fast and widespread that authorities had a hard time getting an accurate picture of the devastation.
911, San Francisco emergency.
I need to know, I just heard that something happened to the Bay Bridge.
I heard that too. I can't confirm it.
Do you know if there was anything serious? My dad was supposed to be coming home.
Honey, I'm not going to scare you. I don't know yet. All I heard is the upper deck collapsed. I don't know if it's true or not, okay?
Okay.
Authorities would soon confirm the quake had severed the main artery between Oakland and San Francisco, the Bay Bridge. 275,000 vehicles crossed the bridge each day. Now, a section of the upper deck had fallen onto the lower deck.
About 4 seconds into it, we turned around because we were going to run through the playground, and we saw this go, and it just quietly collapsed. It was so eerie.
The Marina District, Sherra Cox's neighborhood, was hit hardest by the quake. Because it was built on marshland, the marina's soil is prone to a phenomenon known as liquefaction. Vibrations from the quake literally turned the soil to liquid. The liquefied soil gave way, unable to support buildings. Many structures tumbled to the ground. Gas lines ruptured, and the fires began to spread. Sherra Cox's building had collapsed. The top 3 stories crashed down on top of her, pinning her under a door. Station 9 of the San Francisco Fire Department was besieged by calls. Early on, it was difficult to learn the scope of the destruction. Jerry Shannon called his wife and children to make sure they were okay. Then he went to work.
Most firemen took this job for one reason, and they want to do it. So when they call you, there's doors open, and off you go, and you do what you need to do.
Their radios were overloaded with traffic, making it difficult to receive reports or dispatches.
Let's go. Can you hear me okay?
Station 9 implemented a special contingency plan.
You go into the emergency mode where you circle your area to see and kind of radiate out from the firehouse to see what kind of damage is in your immediate area.
As the crew of Truck 9 searched for damage, they received a radio call diverting them across the city. The Marina District was in trouble. With power out in most of the city, traffic lights didn't work. Roads were clogged by stalled electric buses and panicked motorists. Crucial time was being lost. Lives were in danger. 25 minutes later, the crew of Engine 9 got their first glimpse of the marina. The picturesque neighborhood had become an inferno.
As we got over the top of Fillmore Street, you could see the mushroom cloud, a lot of building collapse, broken glass, wires down.
Most buildings in the district were heated with natural gas. When the buildings collapsed, the lines exploded. At Pacific Gas and Electric, service technicians were dispatched to shut down the gas mains. Crew foreman Jack Dietzen was one of the PG&E technicians who rushed to the marina. Stemming the flow of gas was critical to controlling the fire.
If gas accumulates inside a building, then the potential of an explosion is really increased. If it finds a flame like a pilot light that might be still left on, if that service or gas main is not turned off, it could explode.
As the fires raged, rescuers faced an additional threat.
There's always aftershocks in a major quake, and they expected aftershocks in this.
Each aftershock has the potential to cause new damage and further collapse. Many residents panicked and fled. Others stayed behind to help reinforce buildings in case survivors were trapped inside. Sherra Cox was still trapped in the rubble of her building. She heard someone pass by, looking for survivors.
Hello? Hello?
The weight of the debris on her chest made it difficult to shout. Densely packed rubble muffled her cries for help. The rescue worker moved on. Sherra Cox was just 30 feet away. She had to find some way to get their attention. She found a metal pipe in the wreckage. It was her only hope. To keep the noise from sounding random, she added a distinctly human touch. She banged out a waltz rhythm. Outside the building, the fires were spreading. If someone didn't hear her soon, Sherra would be burned alive. Across the bay in Oakland, Tim Peterson faced a similar fate. His truck had been crushed by tons of concrete from the upper deck of the Cypress Freeway. It was a miracle he was even alive.
And it was a bench seat, so there was no console area. When it hit, I just kind of fell over to the right, where the passenger would be.
He had survived the catastrophe, but barely. He was now pinned onto the dash of his truck. His broken ribs punctured one of his lungs. With no sign of a rescue crew, Tim Peterson resigned himself to dying.
I'd figured there were so many things wrong that, I was never going to survive through this thing.
Peterson's fate was closely intertwined with that of Julio and Kathy Baruman. As aftershocks rocked the damaged Cypress Freeway, they hoped someone would find them before it collapsed completely. On October 17, 1989, the San Francisco Bay Area was hit by a massive earthquake. Freeways and bridges had collapsed. Buildings were leveled. Every emergency worker in the area was dispatched. But it wasn't enough. They were overwhelmed by the growing catastrophe. All over the city, citizens pitched in to help. In the Marina District, fires raged. To a veteran firefighter like Jerry Shannon, it was a worst-case scenario.
In San Francisco, it's unique. Not just the capacity of the buildings, you know, the fuel load, they're all wood, they're right next door to each other. Multi-residential, 4- and 5-story wood buildings with no space in between. And a lot of them are older in the marina. They don't have sprinkler systems. And being fed by the gas, broken gas mains, this was a tinderbox.
The firefighters needed to get water on the blaze before it spread through the entire district.
They were pulling hose off and running down to the next block and the block after and hooking up, opening the hydrants, nothing. I mean, there was just no water to be had. All the mains were broken.
None of the hydrants worked. The fire crews would have to improvise.
How about the Palace of Fine Arts and Lagoon down
The museum was 4 blocks away. It had a small pond. The San Francisco Fire Department would bring water to the marina by any means necessary. Countless lives depended on it. As fire threatened to engulf the neighborhood, quake victims like Sherra Cox were still trapped in rubble. Across the damaged Bay Bridge in Oakland, there weren't enough emergency workers to handle the disaster. As in San Francisco, Oakland citizens pitched in to help fire and rescue teams. Volunteers dared to climb between the 2 decks of the collapsed Cypress Freeway to look for survivors. The unstable structure creaked and groaned under tons of steel and concrete. For the rescuers, it was a constant reminder their lives were on the line. In the twisted wreckage of flattened cars, death was everywhere.
Oh my God.
A rescuer found the bodies of 2 adult women crushed in the front seat of an SUV. In the back seat were 2 children. Kathy and Julio Berumen were alive. Both children were trapped and gravely injured.
I'll be back with help. Just stay right there, I promise you, okay?
The rescuer ran to get help.
Oh God.
In San Francisco, firefighters rigged portable pumps to siphon water from a pond. It was a slow and time-consuming process, but it was their only option.
They had a hose tender, which is loaded with portable hydrants, and large 5-inch line, supply lines, on their way out to the marina.
It was a start, but the lagoon would soon run dry. If they hoped to save the marina and find Sherra Cox and the other survivors in time, they'd need more water. Oakland firefighters responded to a citizen's report of 2 trapped children in the wreckage of the 880 freeway. The rescuers crawled through the unstable structure. At any moment, an aftershock could send tons of steel and concrete crashing down on top of them. Kathy and Julio were trapped in the wreckage of the family car. it would take hours of work to free them. A mile away, under the smoldering wreckage of the freeway, Tim Peterson was pinned inside his truck.
My legs were so crushed that I figured I'd never be able to use them again. I could feel there was a real problem with the legs.
Peterson couldn't hear if anyone was searching for him. He heard only the sounds coming from the demolished cars all around him.
The sounds afterwards were the horns blaring, the engines revving, and you could hear people screaming.
Further down the collapsed freeway, the Oakland Fire Department used a hydraulic tool known as the Jaws of Life to free the two children from the wreckage. They had to work quickly. 10-year-old Kathy and 8-year-old Julio Berumen were going into shock. After an hour and a half of work, they freed Kathy. She had sustained major head injuries. She would be transported to a nearby hospital where she would undergo 8 hours of surgery for a fractured skull, smashed cheekbones, and a broken jaw. Her brother Julio's situation was more dire. His legs were pinned under the seats. His right leg was crushed. Firemen couldn't remove him from the vehicle. They needed a doctor if they had any chance of saving him. The staff of Oakland's Children's Hospital watched news reports of the Cypress Freeway collapse. Dr. James Betts, director of trauma services for the hospital, prepared for a busy night.
So we readied ourselves to receive all of these patients, and over the course of the next hour, no one came. So we had no injured children, no injured adults, and yet we knew there were people who were trapped on this freeway.
Dr. Betts phoned Oakland police and offered his assistance. They sent a car to rush him to the Cypress Freeway. In the Marina District, the fires began consuming structures near Sherra Cox's collapsed apartment building. She never ceased tapping out a persistent waltz beat. The effort seemed to pay off. The man who heard the banging noise in the wreckage informed fire personnel.
Yeah, I think there's something trapped in this building right up here.
The smell of natural gas was overpowering.
Anybody hear me in there?
Jerry Shannon peered through the debris, looking and listening for any signs that someone could have survived the building's collapse. Then he heard something.
Is anybody in here? Anybody in here?
As he moved through the debris, Jerry Shannon couldn't be sure where the sound was coming from.
Anybody in here?
I'm here. Here.
A series of wooden beams prevented him from going any further.
Can you hear me? Hello?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and get a chainsaw. If you keep talking, I'll crawl to where your voice is.
He'd have to find a way to cut through the debris and beams if the rescue was to be successful. By cutting them, he'd risk collapsing the tunnel, which could take both of their lives.
I had no idea whether we were going to get her out. I mean, with all the stuff that had come down on her, I had no idea. whether it was going to be a successful rescue.
In addition to the risk of collapse, Jerry Shannon would have to face both fire and aftershocks if he was to save the woman's life. A massive earthquake measuring 7.1 on the Richter scale hit the San Francisco Bay Area. It leveled buildings and freeways. In Oakland, tons of concrete fell from the Cypress Expressway. Dozens of cars on the lower deck were crushed. An hour later, a volunteer crawled through the wreckage looking for survivors. He found firefighter Tim Peterson wedged in the crushed cab of his pickup truck. He was severely injured. The space was less than 3 feet high.
But if you can imagine, something's crushed like that, so the steering wheel is now conformed over your lap, and down by the pedals and all that, your ankles are just mangled in there. So there's no really moving that part. So if you really can't move your legs, it's kind of hard to move your torso much.
To give Peterson more room, the volunteer tried to lower the truck by slashing its tires. The tactic seemed to work. There was now a 2-inch gap between the concrete and the truck. But after a few moments, the gap closed.
The concrete was just settling to where it wanted to settle, and there was no stopping it.
The man who found Peterson summoned nearby Oakland firemen for help. Just being there, Oakland firefighter Victor Cuevas was putting his life at risk.
When we got up there, just the smell of gasoline and all the gas that was around us. And you're in a confined space, and you're thinking, well, if there's an ignition source somewhere nearby, all the fumes, the way they're laying around, you know, we're in a bit of trouble. Then a thought occurred, well, that's the least of our problem. If the earthquake, if we get another aftershock, and if the freeway decides to completely crumble, then we're all goners.
In San Francisco's marina, natural gas-fueled fires continued to burn. There was no end to the work for crew foreman Jack Dietzen and other service technicians.
The gas lines in the marina were underground, and you couldn't see the breaks. You could see the breaks in the sidewalk, but you couldn't see broken pipes. The sidewalks were buckled 3 feet in the air. The mains were cracked, and the services were broken, and that whole system had to be shut down, and that had to take some time.
Despite the effort to stem the flow of gas, fire continued to threaten the marina. And the fire department had little water to fight it. Firefighters were concerned about igniting gas that lingered in the rubble of Sherra Cox's apartment.
You could smell the gas. It was thick when we got down there, and they tell you don't even key your radio because any spark can set it off.
To reach Sherra Cox in time, firemen had to cut through the debris quickly. A chainsaw was the only tool for the job.
They didn't want us to take the chainsaw in there because they said if you hit a nail in the floor, it could ignite the gas.
Jerry Shannon began the risky operation of cutting through the beams that prevented him from reaching Sherra Cox.
I was cutting a little more than shoulder width sections out of the floor joists because the 3 floors that came down, the floor above Sherra's apartment had these floor joists, and they were blocking the way. And I was passing the pieces that I cut back to the guys behind me.
Even as he cut through the debris, Jerry Shannon couldn't be sure where Sherra Cox was in the rubble.
I followed her voice, and I was asking her, where were you when it collapsed? And she said, I was in the hallway. And I said, we're in relation, where's the hallway? And she was saying it's in the southwest corner, and I was just kind of crawling to where she was talking. And she hadn't seen the outside of the building. She didn't know it was 3 floors on top of her.
Between the 2 decks of the collapsed Cypress Freeway structure in Oakland, Dr. James Betts got his first glimpse at 8-year-old Julio Berumen. His condition was precarious and dire.
His right leg was trapped under the front seat. He had been sitting in the back seat, and at the time of the impact had been thrown forward, both of his legs going under each of the front seats. And when the upper deck fell, the cross beam of concrete supporting the upper deck came right down onto the front of the car, instantly killing the 2 adults in the front seat. So his right leg was crushed and trapped from his knee down. His left leg was pinned from his mid-hip down.
Several large fans were brought in to reduce the sweltering 95-degree temperatures in the structure. The fans also helped clear any potentially explosive gasoline fumes. Firefighters worked frantically to free Julio's left leg. With Julio's right leg crushed under tons of concrete, Dr. James Betts would have to perform a heartbreaking task.
I knew as soon as I saw him we would have to amputate his right leg at the level of the knee.
But Dr. Betts discovered access to Julio's leg was blocked by the body of his mother's friend in the front passenger seat.
We couldn't maneuver underneath the front seat to get to his leg in a way that would allow me to amputate his leg. We needed to divide her body in order to get to him.
To make matters worse, there were signs that the structure might not hold out.
Every several minutes there was an aftershock, so you could feel the whole structure shake. A number of authorities and people on the ground were telling our crew to leave that structure. But we had all decided that we felt as long as Julio was still alive, that we were all going to stay there until we extricated him.
Firefighters in the Marina District struggled to keep the entire neighborhood from going up in flames. Broken water mains meant water was scarce. The department's Phoenix fireboat was called in to tap another water source, the San Francisco Bay. The crew anchored at the Marina Harbor. Hoses were run a half-mile to the neighborhood. The Phoenix would pump millions of gallons of seawater to quell the flames that roared in the Marina District. As Sherra Cox lay trapped under 3 stories of rubble, the structure across the street from her burst into flames. Firefighter Jerry Shannon was cutting a tunnel through the debris. As he prepared to cut through the last beam, his chainsaw gave out.
I'll tell you what, I'm right on.
He'd have to leave her while he got another.
See your hand. When I reach under, I'm gonna patch this.
He gave her his flashlight to assure her he'd be back.
Take the light.
But Sherra Cox was terrified. She was still trapped, and the fires were closing in by the minute. Hours after an earthquake sent the top deck of the Cypress Freeway crashing down on the lower deck, 8-year-old Julio Berumen lay trapped in the crushed remains of an SUV. Dr. James Betts and Oakland firemen were faced with a gruesome task. To reach Julio's leg, they would have to cut the dead body in the front passenger seat in half. Aftershocks threatened to collapse the structure further. With the situation urgent, Dr. Betts needed a tool that could work faster than any surgical instrument.
It was a totally surreal, horrifying, frightening situation. That number one, we were doing this, and number two, I was worried that we were going to further injure the child who was still alive.
While the woman's body was being cleared from the vehicle, firemen successfully freed Julio's left leg. Now, Dr. Betts was able to reach Julio's right leg. He prepared to perform the amputation. Dr. Betts needed to work quickly if he was to save Julio.
We had started another intravenous line, had given him intravenous fluids, had given him some pain medication. At this point, his blood pressure was falling. I knew he had lost a significant amount of blood from the crush injury to his other leg. I was very, very concerned at that point. All sorts of complications can occur.
In another section of the Cypress Freeway, firemen were trying to free Tim Peterson from his truck. They needed the jaws of life, but in the aftermath of the quake, the tool was in high demand. Oakland firefighter Victor Cuevas would have to find another way to get inside.
Initially, you look at the situation and you figure out the tools that you need, and then they tell you that those tools aren't available. You know, you just can't sit there and do nothing until they make the tools available, because that may be, 2 hours, 3 hours, or it may never happen.
Firemen found an ordinary tire jack and saw in the wreckage. They used them in an attempt to force open the truck's door.
We figured we can pop the door and probably maneuver them out. And once we popped the door, we seen how the dashboard and the steering wheel was right on top of them.
Peterson had an inch or two of room to spare in the truck cab. Tremors and aftershocks were threatening to eliminate even this meager space. With the imminent threat of collapse, Tim Peterson was desperate to get out, not just for himself, but for the men risking their lives to save him. He suggested they amputate his legs.
We just calmed him down and reassured him that we were going to get him out in one piece. That was our main objective, to get him out in one piece.
A mile away, Dr. James Betts was amputating 8-year-old Julio Berumen's right leg. He used only local anesthesia, a shot of Novocaine into the boy's knee. Dr. Betts had to perform the operation while crouching. He could barely see what he was doing.
For all your practice in medicine, you make a decision, especially in surgery, and then you go ahead and follow through with that. For him, I was hesitating because I knew that he was in a very fragile, frail situation. I knew if I didn't quickly amputate his leg and get control of his blood vessels, he would die.
In San Francisco's Marina District, time was also running out for Jerry Shannon to save Sherra Cox. The building across the street was on fire, and ignited the debris of Sherra's building. Jerry had spent 3 hours cutting a narrow crawl space to reach her. He couldn't see what was happening outside, but sensed imminent danger.
Things got hotter and brighter. The ceiling actually dropped about 6 inches from the weight of the water. So I was just trying to go as fast as I could because we had no time.
30 feet into the rubble, Jerry Shannon made his first visual contact with Sherra Cox.
At that point, I could actually see her, and I leaned over the top, and we were face to face. And she asked me about the water. She said, well, they're going to drown me before you get me out of here.
The thousands of gallons of water being poured on the building to contain the fire was proving to be as big a threat to Sherra's life as the fire itself. Jerry Shannon gave her his jacket to shield her from the water. But the water level continued to rise. As the fire raged out of control, Jerry had to make a decision. Have the water shut off and risk fire, or keep the water flowing and risk drowning Sherra?
Cut the water!
Jerry, cut the water.
Cut the water.
He ordered the water shut off. The impact of his decision was almost immediate. Debris near the crawl space was catching fire. As the building threatened to burst into flames, firemen shouted into the crawl space, begging Jerry to get out while he still could.
She told me she could hear what they were saying outside. They're thinking they don't want 2 victims. And we're thinking we're not leaving without her.
Hours after a 7.1 earthquake hit the San Francisco Bay Area, fires were consuming 2 structures next to the collapsed building where Sherra Cox lay trapped under 3 stories of rubble. With the building about to be consumed by flames, fireman Jerry Shannon refused to give up. After nearly 3.5 hours, Jerry Shannon had at last reached Sherra Cox. But he couldn't budge the door on top of her. A heavy beam made it impossible to move.
There was a bunch of stuff on top that I said, I'm going to have to cut the door in half. So I took the chainsaw, and I started to cut the door. She said, hold it. This is me under the door. Put my hand under the door so I could feel the heat of the blade coming through. So as I cut through, I could feel the splinters coming down, and she had about 1 inch or 2 buffer between the door and her body. And her eyes were as big as silver dollars.
With the building's debris igniting, they had seconds to move her.
Hang with us. We'll get out of here.
Sherra Cox later endured surgery for a crushed pelvis and a broken hip.
They put her on the gurney, and they started moving towards the ambulance. Then all of a sudden she wasn't going in the ambulance. She had her hands braced against the door, and the paramedic came back and said, she's not going to get in the ambulance till she gets your name. So I went up and I told her my name, and she goes, you're my hero. At that point, they put her in the ambulance and closed the door. And they wheeled her away. Away she went, and we went back to work.
Oakland firefighters were running out of time as they fought to free Tim Peterson from his crushed pickup truck. Finally, they were able to push the dash back and widen the cab's crushed metal. After 5 hours of perilous work, they extricated Tim Peterson from the pickup.
We strapped him down to the backboard and moved him down via that platform that they had there at the structure, down to the ambulance where they immediately took him to the hospital.
Tim Peterson was in critical condition. He was treated for dozens of injuries, including a broken back. A mile away from the rescue of Tim Peterson, Dr. James Betts was trying to free 8-year-old Julio Berumen by amputating his crushed leg.
And I couldn't really see very clearly that whole area where his leg was trapped, but I was doing it, feeling it with my hands. And as I divided his leg, I couldn't get control of the major blood vessel that goes from your hip down to your leg, down to your foot. With any kind of instrument, I had to grab it with my fingers because I knew he would bleed to death. And as we pulled him back out of the car, I was able to clamp all these blood vessels off and wrap his leg up as best I could in a bandage.
Julio Berumen was rushed to the hospital where the amputation procedure was finished. In all, Julio would endure over 40 operations. He was later fitted with a prosthetic limb. His sister, Kathy, also experienced significant medical interventions, including having her jaw wired shut for nearly 2 months.
You're doing really well.
Sherra Cox continues to live in San Francisco, and she still keeps in touch with Jerry Shannon.
Today, he's one of the dearest, bestest, nicest, sweetest friends I have ever had. He's still my hero, and he always will be.
Tim Peterson made a full recovery and now works for the Oakland Fire Department with the men who saved him. When it was over, the Loma Prieta earthquake claimed 67 lives. Nearly 4,000 people were injured. The third game of the 1989 World Series was eventually played. Life in the Bay Area went on. But those who lived through the quake will never forget it.
I think for me, the frailty of human life here on this earth is something that stays with me always. To think that nature could reach up and grab mankind by the nape of the neck and shake everything around, not only destroying all of these structures that we built, highways and buildings that are to last forever. We realize that in 15 seconds we're totally destroyed, as well as taking human life, that we realize how frail our existence is. And for this period of time that we're here on this earth, I think you have to respect the time that you're here and live life to its fullest.
Today, San Francisco Bay Area residents live with the threat of an equally devastating earthquake striking at any moment. Two trains on a collision course threaten hundreds of unsuspecting commuters. In a terrifying instant, the passengers' lives hang in the balance.
We want to stop the bleeding, get them out, and get them to the hospital.
Joined in a life and death struggle, firefighters race to free victims trapped in the wreckage.
We've got now a real disaster, and we don't know how many patients we're going to get.
Hospitals prepare to treat the flood of injured and dying victims of this fateful journey. In this program, some of the names have been changed. In California, freight trains move millions of pounds of cargo from southern ports to the entire United States. On April 23, 2002, a train carrying thousands of tons of cargo headed out of Los Angeles. The day was warm and sunny. Glaring sunlight made it difficult to see. The engineer looked for a signal light that would tell him whether it was safe to pass. He thought the track was clear. The train barreled through the light at nearly 50 miles per hour. At this speed, it would take almost 3 miles to stop. At 7:29 a.m., a commuter train departed Riverside, California. It was on its daily run south, a trip of 53 miles. Like most commuter trains, it shares tracks with larger, heavier freight trains. A complex system of switches and signals keeps them apart. Each morning, this commuter train carries nearly 300 passengers from their homes in Riverside, California, to their jobs in Anaheim and points further south. It was a pleasant way to get to work. A smooth ride, no traffic, and the company of fellow commuters. Charlie Watts rode the train every day. He worked at a branch office of Bluebird Bus Company in Orange, California.
Going to work was just wonderful because you did have a group that you knew, and it was early morning, and it was a fresh start of the day, so it became a real social event and a real tight group that you got to know.
Part of Charlie's group was Lloydine Keith, who rode the train to Cal State Fullerton, where she was dean of students. While some passengers socialized, others used the commute to read and work. William Carter liked to sit on the upper level of the double-decker train. It was quieter, and there were tables to work on. He was preparing to teach a course at his church. For the passengers aboard the train, it was a typical morning commute. But several miles away, a 6,000-ton freight train was heading in their direction. Oblivious to the danger, Matthew Schwager tried to get a jump on the workday.
So I pulled out the computer and started to do some work, and I was just checking email, just doing some replies to the prior day's email. I was riding backwards on the train, backwards to the direction of travel.
Ruth Carlson and her friend Liz Benson were seated near Matthew. Ruth was 5 months pregnant with her first child. April 23rd was Liz's birthday.
there's a social aspect of it. There's quite a bit of small talk and chatting that goes on. You get to know the people that ride around you.
Cynthia Runnels also caught the train each morning.
It was a nice, wonderful, quiet day. Sat in my same spot I always sit in. Talked to all the same people, which I see every day in the same car. And everything seemed fine.
Conductor Peter Paulson counted a total of 240 passengers on board. As the train approached a switching station, engineer Mike Dudgeon slowed to 25 miles per hour. With 10 years of experience under his belt, he expertly controlled the engine and brakes from a small cab at the front of the first car. As the train approached the intersection of Orangethorpe and Ridgefield Road, the crossing gates began to close. Brian Shar, the music director at New River Friends Church, was stuck at the intersection. He passed the time by calling his wife. The two trains barreled into view. To Shar, it looked as if they were on the same track. Inside the cab of the commuter train, engineer Mike Dudgeon spotted the headlights of a freight train. It was heading straight for them. Dudgeon grabbed the emergency brake. For a retired Air Force veteran like Charlie Watts, the sound of the train's brakes signaled trouble.
I knew that he went to emergency procedure of releasing all the air, so I knew that wasn't normal.
The engineer of the freight train saw the approaching commuter train and pulled the brake lever. The brakes on the train grabbed at the wheels as the 6,000-ton train slid forward. Michael Dudgeon knew the freight train couldn't stop in time. It was going to hit them head on. He had to warn the passengers.
His face looked like he just saw death. But he didn't tell us exactly what was happening. He just said to get on the ground.
He ran through the first car, warning passengers to brace themselves for a collision. Slowly but surely, the commuter train came to a complete stop.
The train actually stopped, so I looked up and looked around to see what was happening, and I noticed that we were actually stopped on a road. What caught my attention is, off to my left-hand side, there was a white pickup truck, and that pickup truck started to back up away from the train.
In the first car, seconds ticked by. Nothing happened. Dudgeon thought the freight train had also managed to stop. The engineer and the conductor went up front to check it out. The freight train was still coming. Seconds later, the unthinkable happened. The impact was captured by a nearby security camera. The mile-long freight train slammed into the commuter train with the force of an explosion. The impact was so great, it shoved the lighter commuter train 337 feet down the tracks. Nearly all the passengers were knocked unconscious. Michael Dudgeon had been thrown against a partition. Peter Paulson never made it to the back of the train. He was thrown through the car and slammed his head on the back of a seat. As the passengers lay helplessly, the cars began to fill with smoke.
Lisa, 2 trains just collided with one another.
Witnesses to the crash frantically called 911.
Fire emergency. Okay, where are you at?
The Orange County Fire Communications Dispatch received the call.
Okay, calm down and tell me what's going on there. A train? And what did the train hit? Do you have help on the way? I need you to give me some more information. How many people are injured?
The first report was garbled, according to dispatcher John Dimitro.
Okay, thank you.
Sir,
Can you page the supervisors out of their meeting, please?
Where are you calling from?
One of the other dispatchers here in the command center received a 911 call that there had been an accident that had occurred of an automobile versus a train. The person was obviously excited, giving us the information very, very quickly.
The dispatcher alerted police and rescue personnel. Officer Kelly Kenahan of the Placentia Police Department was one of the first to respond.
There was a broadcast over the radio that there had been a train collision. I was automatically thinking that it was possibly either a train versus a bicycle or a train versus a vehicle.
John DeMonico, Battalion Chief of the Orange County Fire Authority, was called to the scene.
And I received a dispatch message, train versus vehicle. I turned on the red lights and the sirens and started heading to that location.
He was only minutes from the crash site. On board the commuter train, the passengers slowly regained consciousness.
Hold this to your head. We'll stop the bleeding.
Charlie Watts was bruised and bleeding. He couldn't believe his eyes.
Everything that could move moved, including people that were just thrown everywhere. Tremendous amount of head injuries, blood everywhere.
Officer Kenahan was unprepared for what he saw.
The Metrolink train was absolutely, off the tracks. That actually buckled, and there still appeared to be a lot of people inside.
Witnesses to the crash also rushed forward to help. The doors of the train were jammed. The cars were filling with smoke. The passengers were trapped and panicking.
Stay right there.
A volunteer grabbed anything he could find to force the doors open. Inside the train, Cynthia Runnels regained consciousness.
I didn't understand what happened. I didn't understand right away what happened. I heard people crying, screaming, blood all over. There was a lot of injured people.
The doors to the second car were also jammed. In the impact, a woman had fallen against them. It knocked her unconscious and forced her head through the opening. One bystander was familiar with the train's emergency exits. He smashed the release. Brian Shar helped carry the woman to safety. On board the train, Officer Kenahan tended to the injured. Dozens had suffered traumatic head injuries. He called for backup. Chief DeMonico arrived a few minutes later. The crash was like nothing he had ever seen before. Dozens of injured passengers had already struggled from the train. Many more were still inside.
I know I have a problem. I had people on the car that were probably in much more serious condition than the people I was able to see. I had no idea how many people were inside the cars. I know those cars hold over 100 people each. I didn't know if they were capacity.
The initial report had erroneously described a train versus vehicle collision. But this was a nightmare. Chief DeMonica would need all the help he could get.
I told dispatch that we had a train versus train collision, that I had about 40 to 50 people outside of the trains. I was declaring a mass casualty incident.
John Dimitru took the call.
We've augmented the assignment with additional medic units and ambulances. Additionally, the air ambulances have been placed on standby. Now we're looking at a real potential of serious injuries. We've got possible fatalities.
Within 2 minutes, Engine Company 34 was dispatched to the crash site. Jim Shook is a paramedic trained in mass casualty incidents.
We were advised by our dispatch that this was actually a train versus train. There's no seatbelts in a train car, and it's pretty evident that when you get in an accident that you fly forward or in the direction of where it's impacted. At that point, we discussed that if this was a train that had a lot of victims, that we were going to need to do triaging and set up medical communications.
On the upper level of the second car, smoke filled the compartment. The passengers were terrified. They thought fire had broken out on the lower level. They were now trapped on a burning train. On April 23, 2002, outside of Anaheim, California, a passenger train carrying nearly 300 commuters was hit head-on by a freight train. Fire and rescue crews rushed to the scene. As the train cars filled with smoke, passengers struggled to get out. A woman on the top level of the second car pushed out a window. Witnesses to the crash helped any way they could. Matthew Schwager had been working on his computer when the trains collided.
Then the violent shaking stopped, and the train was filled with smoke. There was a lot of screaming. People were screaming and crying, and that was the only thing I heard. People's panic. And the panic in the train was just absolutely intense. You could feel it. I stood up. I guess I realized I could stand up. I didn't even think about it. I stood up. I didn't feel anything. I saw the cuts. I saw that I was hurt and perceived that I'd been hurt, but I didn't feel anything. And just went immediately to this woman that was on the floor. She looked like she was in incredible pain. I thought maybe her legs are broken. I asked her, can you feel your feet? And touched her feet to see if she could feel herself. I just went into a kind of a response mode to try to help people that seemed to be in worse condition than I was.
Brian Shard ventured inside the train. He was worried. He had seen liquid draining from the cars. The interior smelled like something was burning.
Your first thought is, there's going to be an explosion or a fire or something. We need to get everybody away and get everybody out.
Ignoring the danger, he helped people one by one. A businessman had a badly injured leg. Sherra helped pull him from beneath a seat. Ruth Carlson was 5 months pregnant. She thought her water had broken, and she was too badly injured to move. Sherra stayed by her side.
It really struck a chord with me that I just immediately started praying that, oh God, I pray that she's okay and that her baby's okay. My wife is in her mid-30s, and this gal was in her mid-30s, and we just had a baby about 6 months before, and so I was really concerned for her.
In the third car, dazed passengers tried to understand what had happened to them. In post-9/11 America, many thought the train had been attacked by terrorists. They struggled to get off. Charlie Watts stayed inside to care for a woman with a bleeding head injury. She told him her name was Patricia. He watched helplessly as blood pooled on the floor beneath her.
She thought she was going to die, and then so did I, but I didn't want to tell her that. I thought there was internal injuries, and she was just so bleeding, and I said, you know, she could bleed to death before somebody gets to her.
Within minutes of getting the call, the fire and rescue squad from Orange County arrived on scene. Chief DeMonico dispatched paramedics with rescue equipment. It was their job to triage the victims and stabilize the injured.
It's very important to work quickly, especially in a situation where we could have trauma injuries and people could be bleeding. We want to get them out. We want to stop the bleeding, get them out, and get them to the hospital.
Orange County firefighters were the first rescuers to board the train. They took over for Officer Kenahan, securing the victim in a neck brace. Like most of the passengers, she had been knocked unconscious in the crash. They were concerned she had also sustained neck and spinal cord injuries. Paramedic Jim Shook was stunned by the devastation.
As we get up to the train car, I stepped in and I kind of surveyed the area. There were people that were injured laying down. There was a lot of blood and other body fluids that were on the floor as well as the seating. I announced to the passengers that were within the car that anybody who could stand up and hear my name, they needed to exit the car. What that does for us is it separates what we call the walking wounded from the patients that are more severely injured.
Paramedic Jim Shook triaged victims. He needed to assess their injuries quickly and move them to safety. Firefighters working outside the train had not yet sounded the all clear. If a container carrying hazardous or flammable substances had ruptured in the crash, they could all be killed. Shook examined a woman who had been thrown from her seat when the trains collided. Although she was in extreme pain, she did not display external injuries. Many of the cases were like this, and it made triage difficult.
You approach a patient and you ask them simple things like, what's your name? Can you tell me where you are? Can you squeeze my hands? That type of thing. And if they follow those simple commands, you move on to the next.
The victim was disoriented. Shook slipped a triage tag around her wrist, labeling her case immediate.
I need a backboard on this lady. She's an immediate, okay?
Shook moved on to Patricia. She was bleeding from a severe head wound.
We're going to try to get off the patients that are...
The paramedic was more concerned with what he couldn't see, internal injuries and bleeding. With so many victims, Shook only had a few seconds to assess each one. But his training had prepared him to deal with mass casualties.
Are you having trouble breathing at all?
You assess their respirations. Are they breathing? If they're breathing, then you assess how quickly they're breathing. If it's over 30, you tag them as immediate. If they're not breathing, you readjust their head position to try to open their airway, because the tongue usually blocks their airway. If they have spontaneous respirations with the movement of their head, then they're tagged as immediate at that point.
Patricia was in excruciating pain. She had suffered a head injury. Jim Shook tagged her immediate and moved on. Charlie Watts stayed with her until she could be moved to an ambulance. There were hundreds of wounded passengers, some with life-threatening injuries. Chief DeMonico needed more help.
I ordered additional equipment in addition to what I had upgraded to the first time, and asked for more engines and more ambulances.
The Orange County dispatcher called in every fire company in a several-mile radius.
So at this point now, we really went into full-blown emergency mode, really built up quickly a response. We don't have the ability to know what that train's going to do, so we want to just make sure we keep all the resources as much as possible going to these people to get them out, get them home, get them safe.
Arkham Battalion 2, Orange County Fire for information.
4-5 copy, Metro responding from Brea Station 2.
At the Fullerton Fire Station, Captain Mike Phil got the call.
He said this was a train versus a Metrolink. It looked like there was major damage and a large number of injuries, possibly serious. He was declaring it an MCI, mass casualty, and he wanted the nearest 5 medic engines right away and several ambulances right away.
Firefighters worked quickly to move the injured outside where they could be treated. In the first car, a young woman was suffering from lacerations and a neck injury. Paramedics stabilized her neck in a brace and carefully placed her on a backboard. She was tagged immediate. When Captain Mike Phil arrived, he was overwhelmed by the scope of the suffering.
It was real surreal, real quiet, and they were walking up to us, almost bouncing off of us, and they were, holding their face, and they had blood coming down, from cut, lacerations on their forehead, their cheekbones, their jaws, bloody noses, all over their, blouses, their suits, shirts and ties, and looking for help, wanting help. These were people that were in a state of fright, panic. You could see it in their eyes, you could see it in their face, you could see the emotions, you could see the tears.
Captain Phil and his team set up a triage area on a 50-foot stretch of dirt between the tracks and the road. It would also have to serve as a makeshift treatment area for the growing number of injured until they could be transported to the hospital. DeMonico had called in every resource he could think of. And still, it was not enough.
I had approximately 300 passengers on a train. I knew I needed some more ambulances. And I was very, very concerned that we had people that were trapped in there.
Without more resources to transport critically injured passengers, some of the victims would die. On April 23, 2002, the unthinkable happened. A freight train had collided with a packed commuter train in Orange County, California. With hundreds of injured on board, rescue personnel from all over the county responded to the scene. Orange County Fire Chief John DeMonico coordinated a massive rescue effort. And still, it was not enough. He was about to receive help from an unexpected source. In Brea, just 5 miles away, Hundreds of firefighters from around the region were participating in a mass casualty exercise. Red Cross coordinator Lisa Laris received the call that the drill had been canceled.
We realized it was a real scenario, so all resources were deployed to the incident. There were approximately 18 ambulances that were at the exercise already, as well as approximately 20 fire engines.
The drill coordinator was informed of a possible multi-casualty incident, or MCI. Less than 12 minutes after the crash, additional paramedics and firefighters were dispatched to the scene. More help was on the way. Now, Chief DeMonico's most pressing concern was making sure both train engines were secure and would not explode.
I had a freight train that was 1.25 miles long with unknown cargo. Was there any hazardous materials on there or not? And until you know what it is, that's the biggest fear, is just not knowing.
DeMonico's men would have to check thousands of tons of containers, searching for signs of hazardous material. The chief dispatched teams to deal with any fire suppression and check the engines for evidence of dangerous leaks or spills.
There's 40,000 volts that run through the locomotives. The freight train had 3 locomotives.
They checked all the hoses and connections on the freight train, looking for anything that might ignite.
Had a locomotive on the Metrolink train. They have a lot of diesel fuel. We don't know if we have any fire problems until we inspect those and make sure we don't have any fuel leaks.
Electricity and diesel fuel are a deadly combination. They checked the Metrolink train for fuel leaks and electrical shorts. 40,000 volts of electricity pulsing through the wrecked train would kill the passengers and the firefighters in an instant. There were many damaged train cars. Any one of them could contain a threat. About 100 yards from the crash site, firefighters found one of the crew members of the freight train. His legs had broken when he jumped from the train. From inside the train, firefighters reported many more victims.
I'm in car number 2, triage. We have 85 patients in here. 40 looks like they're immediate. We'll have about 35 delayed, and then the rest look like they're walking wounded.
There was no sign of fire, but the number of injured had climbed to over 100. They called for additional ambulances.
County Fire. We're going to need 4 additional ambulances, all code 3.
Companies from all over the county sent every ambulance in their fleet. Over 100 fully equipped rescue vehicles. Jim Shook made his way to the upper level of the first car. There he found William Carter lying under one of the seats. Carter was pale, and his respiration dangerously shallow.
I encountered a gentleman that was laying on the floor and underneath the benches. His head was tilted in a way that would make it difficult to breathe.
In the impact, Carter's body had slammed into the edge of a work table. The paramedic was afraid he had sustained life-threatening internal injuries. He cleared the victim's airway and inserted a tube to help him breathe.
Hey, Cliff, I got an immediate right here. He wasn't breathing. Why don't you get him out to the treatment area?
Shook tagged the patient. They needed to get him to the hospital fast. 1 hour earlier, William Carter had been preparing for a Bible class during his morning commute.
Hold still for me, okay?
Now, he was fighting for his life. His respiration was poor, and his pulse was fading. Paramedics struggled to stabilize him so they could move him to the treatment area. Outside the train, Captain Mike Phil got word that Carter was on his way out.
I could hear radio traffic saying that they were bringing off a gentleman that appeared to be in a full arrest, and he was coming to our treatment area, so I knew we were going to have our hands full shortly.
Jaime Pinedo had only been with the department a few weeks. It was the first time he had encountered a case this severe.
He looked like he was in full arrest. He had no color, he was pale. I started doing compressions.
The paramedics put him on a heart monitor. Pinedo continued compressions. The patient did not respond. They tried to start an IV, but they could not find a vein. His veins had collapsed.
I remember looking down at his face, and it was just a feeling of helplessness, because the person looked like he was dead. We're trying to revive him.
The cardiac monitor showed a rhythm, but not a pulse. William Carter was declared dead at the scene. The train collision had claimed its first victim. April 23, 2002. It was the worst train wreck in Southern California history. A freight train had collided with a commuter train, leaving hundreds of injured passengers. Witnesses to the crash were horrified. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Many rushed forward to help. Inside the train, Cynthia Runnels had been slammed into the seat in front of her. Her head was cut badly, and she was bleeding heavily.
I was scared, very scared.
A man who had witnessed the crash rushed to help her.
I remember looking up, this guy in the black tank top was taking his shirt off, and then he tied it around my head wound. Held my hands, told me I'm going to be fine. He said he was going to stay right there with me, which he did.
The stranger staunched her bleeding until paramedics arrived.
The paramedics said he did a really good job, and I think he may have saved my life. I don't know his name. I don't know exactly where he lived. I don't know anything about him. And I hope we meet up sometime so I could thank him.
Now rescue officials faced a new problem. They had over 100 passengers to move, and some of them were critically injured. Getting them to area hospitals was a monumental job. Bill Weston stepped in to coordinate ambulance traffic.
We got a lot of vehicles, police cars, fire trucks, ambulances on scene in a very short amount of time. So we had a large number of vehicles, up to 50 ambulances, arriving simultaneously, which created a traffic nightmare.
Weston realized that there was a very small area allocated to dozens of ambulances. If someone didn't direct them, they would get snarled in traffic and delay getting patients to the hospital.
What I had to do was step out of the vehicle and use our other supervisors and literally direct ambulances by hand, giving them hand signals and voice commands to back up, untangle themselves.
Once the ambulances were cleared, they now had access to the patients. Immediate cases went first. They were the most critical. Delayed cases followed at a rate of 1 every minute. Inside car 2, Matthew Schwager watched over Liz Benson.
She was thrown into that door feet first, and her legs were crumpled against that door. There was a lot of blood. And I speed dialed her husband and told him who I was. I'm a train rider. I ride with your wife on the train. There's been a wreck, and your wife is okay. I'm going to put her on the phone. I saw one of the paramedics coming on board. He had a gurney of some sort, a backboard I think it was. And we positioned her, put her onto the backboard and carried her out to the door of the train, and more paramedics were there already, so they took her from that point.
On the lower level of Car 2, Brian Shar, a witness to the crash, comforted Ruth Carlson. The young woman was 5 months pregnant. She was terrified she would lose her baby. When paramedics arrived, they checked her vital signs and examined her for injuries. She was shaken up and distraught, but her condition was not dangerous. With the help of paramedics, she was able to walk from the train. Anaheim Memorial received word to prepare for a mass influx of trauma casualties. Tim Korber was the director of emergency services.
The operator called a code disaster external. This indicates that there is a disaster external to the hospital and that they are preparing to send us patients.
Less than 2 miles from the hospital, an injured businessman went into cardiac arrest. Although they were only minutes from the ER, paramedics were afraid he had run out of time. A devastating train collision near Anaheim, California, left 100 people injured and stretched emergency services to the limit. At a makeshift treatment area, Ruth Carlson was placed on a backboard for transport. She was 5 months pregnant, and paramedics watched for signs of early labor. Ruth was one of many victims en route to the area hospitals. Paramedics had already mapped out the route and coordinated the flow of patients. Lloydine Keith, the dean of students at Cal State Fullerton, was rushed to a hospital in Anaheim. She was in pain and her breathing was labored. Paramedics started an IV line and put her on oxygen. St. Jude Medical Center braced for the onslaught. Their first patient was John Sampson, an older businessman. He had suffered massive internal injuries. By the time he arrived in the ER, he was in full cardiac arrest. Doctors worked quickly to try and revive him. He was given a shot to stimulate his heart and intubated to help him breathe.
Hold plate 2 points. Charged.
Clear.
Clear. Okay, hold back.
Nothing seemed to help. They were losing the patient.
100 milligrams lidocaine, IV.
After 30 minutes, John Sampson was pronounced dead.
Fixed and dilated.
The crash had claimed yet another life. Dr. Tim Korber is the head of emergency medicine at Anaheim Memorial Hospital.
We might get 50, 100, 150 patients in a very short period of time. The main challenge was making sure that the sicker patients, the more critically injured patients, were being moved to the front of the line.
Doctors were seeing a lot of head injuries. Even a minor head trauma can turn fatal without warning. Each patient was given X-rays and CAT scans. The large cut on Cynthia Runnels' head concerned doctors. When questioned, she could remember everything up until the crash, but nothing after that.
The nurses and the doctors asked if I remember what happened, if I can recall anything that led up to what happened, and which I did to the very minute, but after we actually got hit, I didn't understand what happened.
Doctors looked for any sign of permanent damage. They determined that Cynthia had sustained a severe concussion, but would recover. At Kaiser Permanente, Dr. Jan Schimke had a full day of surgery scheduled. But when she learned about the train crash, she rushed straight to the ER to help. Conductor Peter Paulson was still disoriented.
You want to try to find the things that are going to cause the patient to immediately expire. We always first are concerned that they're breathing and that they have a blood pressure, and after that, then we have a systematic approach of checking patients from the head down to their feet.
Schimke carefully assessed his injuries. The patient seemed confused.
The skill is being able to diagnose it very quickly, because if you don't, then the patient will die very rapidly. In order to diagnose it, it takes some clinical judgment. It's also based upon the mechanism of injury, meaning how the patient was injured. It's generally a blunt trauma.
Schimke wasn't taking any chances. She ordered a head CT to look for any signs of trauma.
We had to take many x-rays looking for broken bones and other collapsed lungs and other neck injuries, potential injuries that could cause paralysis. The issue with the blunt trauma is it's not like a gunshot wound. The bullet goes in, the bullet does some damage. The main decision is, do you need to operate or not? Blunt trauma, there can be a lot of hidden injuries that can ultimately kill a patient.
Testing confirmed what paramedics had suspected. Peter Paulson had a severe concussion, but he would survive. Ruth Carlson had been dispatched to another local hospital. She was 5 months pregnant. On the train, paramedics feared her water had broken. She had been seen by an OB/GYN who tested her for any signs of stress on her unborn child. Both she and her baby were going to be fine. Lloydine Keith arrived at a hospital in Anaheim. Her condition had stabilized in the ambulance. She too would survive. Family members flooded the hospitals looking for their loved ones. Patients with minor injuries were released. 5 weeks later, Lloydine Keith was back riding the train.
As soon as I was able to take the train, I started taking the train. I felt I needed to do that. I needed to, as they say, kind of get back on the horse that threw you. So I continued to ride there just to stare it in the face.
In an investigation conducted by the National Transportation Safety Board, it was found that the 6,000-ton freight train impacted the passenger train at 22 miles per hour. 2 men died in the hours following the catastrophe. A third passenger, an elderly woman, died nearly 2 months later. Well over 100 people were injured. If the train had been traveling just 5 miles an hour faster, all of the passengers would have been killed on impact. In an instant, 4 Florida construction workers are trapped in a collapsed trench. As the sandy, wet soil comes crashing down, their co-workers fight desperately to unearth them before they suffocate. When paramedics and rescue teams arrive, they find 3 of the men fighting for every breath.
Fear never entered my mind. There was victims in there, and I was going to help them out any way I could.
Trapped beneath tons of rock and soil, the terrified victims' friends and loved ones wait anxiously.
We've gone through 5 different plans, and you're thinking we're not going to get these guys out of here before they die.
Emergency personnel fight fatigue in the elements to keep the victims from being buried alive. The city of Margate, Florida, a growing suburb outside of Fort Lauderdale, was home to Elise and Floyd Bogan. Under Floyd's work-worn exterior, Elise saw a loving heart. He was all she had ever hoped for, and more. Life was good. Floyd worked in construction, sometimes helping crews lay pipe in trench excavations. He knew it was a dangerous job. There are nearly 700 trench collapse injuries in the United States every year. There are 60 deaths. 3/4 of those are construction workers. The rest are would-be rescuers. On November 7th, 1996, Floyd was working on a water and sewer trench, about 5 feet wide, 30 feet long, and over 12 feet deep. His crew that day was Cleo Brazuela, Don Price, and Oscar Escobar. Bogan needed to install the pipe in the trench quickly. Loose sand from the walls continued to refill the trench. The sandy, granular soil made excavating the area difficult for the backhoe operator. Even the vibrations from the backhoe weakened the surrounding soil. Because they were so close to sea level, groundwater seeped into the trench. Bogan inserted a pump to get rid of most of the water. But some water remained, making the trench even more unstable. Bogan was becoming concerned about the stability of the trench. A construction foreman arrived to review the excavation's progress with the backhoe operator. The trench walls collapsed. In a matter of seconds, trench workers were buried under hundreds of cubic yards of sand and soil. The force that hit them was equal to being run over by a pickup truck.
Where are the others at?
Only Don Price could be seen above the rubble. Risking their own lives, the backhoe operator and his co-worker quickly freed him. Though his ankle was broken, Price raced to get to stable ground. The workers continued to search for the 3 men who were still buried. Suffocation would take place in the next 3 minutes.
Margate 911, do you have an emergency?
The construction foreman called 911 from a nearby office. The dispatcher relayed the call to the nearest rescue unit.
Okay.
1 minute had gone by since the collapse. The men were still buried.
Are you there?
The backhoe operator uncovered the arm of one of the men from under the dirt. It was Floyd Bogan. He was barely conscious. The pressure on his chest was so great he couldn't expand his lungs to breathe. Yet, he was alive. As they worked to free Bogan, they discovered that he was trapped beneath the surface. The men continued to search desperately for the other 2 workers. They soon realized that it wasn't just sand and dirt that had fallen, but a huge van-sized coral boulder had rolled over on the men. Bogan's left leg was pinned beneath the massive rock. The Margate Fire Rescue Station responded to the urgent call.
Rescue 118, acknowledge. Stepping up to code 3.
After more digging, they found another worker. It was Cleo Brizuela. He was bleeding from the mouth, badly crushed, yet remarkably alive. He too was having trouble breathing. Though 2 of the men were now exposed, all 3 were still trapped under the massive boulder. The backhoe operator would attempt to use the force of the 8-ton machine to extract the injured men. But he quickly realized that the boulder was too large and wedged too tightly. He couldn't move it without risking further injury to the men. A second paramedic unit from the Margate Fire Department raced to the scene. The tremendous weight of the soil prevented Bogan and Brizuela from breathing. Although their heads were above ground, they were slowly suffocating. As rescue leader Rob Davis arrived, he saw that the trench walls still posed a considerable threat to any rescue attempt.
I had asked the other coworkers who were digging the patients out to please stop what you're doing. We'll take over from here. Please leave the trench at this time, which they did.
He didn't want to risk further casualties. The emergency medical team sensed the coworkers' panic.
I asked him, where are you hurt? What's going on? He says, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. And I kept asking. His main response was, please don't let me die. Please don't let me die. And I said, I'm here. Don't worry, calm down. Just listen, calm down, and we'll get you out of here. I'm not going anywhere.
Ty Vassell, a paramedic with the Margate Fire Department, saw that groundwater continued to seep, further destabilizing the trench.
Well, the soil at the time was wet and there was a lot of rock in the soil. The individuals, as we were unearthing them up to their waist so that they could breathe, we realized that they were deeply, deeply pinned down.
The rescue team checked the two trapped men as they looked for the third. Airway and breathing were their first concern.
Ty, we could use some oxygen.
Davis instructed Vassell to get oxygen from the rescue vehicle. If they stopped breathing, reviving them would be nearly impossible. It had now been 8 minutes since the collapse. If there was any chance of still saving Escobar, they'd have to find him quickly. One of the first concerns for Davis was to stabilize Bogan's breathing.
We did put him on oxygen just because he said he was tired, he was exhausted.
Paramedic Louis Villard needed to stabilize Brizuela. The blood from his mouth likely meant he had internal bleeding. Brizuela only spoke Spanish. Villard was fluent, and he was able to reassure him.
As I spoke to him, I guess in his face I saw a sigh of relief at the fact that he just could communicate with me. I tried to make him as at ease as possible. Psychologically, you have to help the individuals not lose hope, because then the outcome becomes worse. I reassured him that I would do everything in my power to get him out of there safe and sound. And that's all I could promise him.
Finally, they located Escobar. He was below Bogan, tangled in his feet.
As I looked to my left, just below him, there was a huge void. And you can look in there and you can see water and gravel, and that's where you saw the third victim.
Ty, we got a third victim. Signal set.
He was deceased. He was looking back at me, and it almost appeared like he was almost snapped in half. So it was a tough scene.
His co-worker's death was taking its toll on Floyd Bogan. But there were still urgent matters for the rescuers to attend to.
And I was concerned about that wall coming down on us. In fact, looking at that wall, I was specifically remembering a utility line, mainly probably about no more than 2.5, 3 inches. But that was really holding up that integrity of the wall. So, and that's not much support for that type of a wall.
Even with the 2 men still trapped and badly injured, they needed to focus on the deteriorating condition of the trench. They couldn't use shovels because the space around the men was tight. And when they dug with their hands, the loose sandy soil would refill the space they had just cleared. The rescue workers were at the mercy of the unstable trench.
As we were digging out, it was like you're digging muck, but we were in the water table, and for every scoop I took out, it's like 3 scoops would fall back in, and it was like I wasn't getting anywhere.
Without any shoring in the trench, the possibility of a second collapse was high. The rescue workers immediately set to work, determined that the trench would not consume the two men who were still clinging to life. In 1996, a construction trench collapsed in Margate, Florida. 2 men were trapped. A third had already died. The paramedics pieced together the limited supplies at hand to brace the walls against any further collapse. They even went so far as to use their own backboards.
We had to make sure the safety was number one on our priority. And then we could deal with digging them out. We didn't want to become casualties ourselves as we stood there and tried to save their lives.
Plywood, 2x4s, everything they could put their hands on was commandeered in order to buttress the unstable walls. But they couldn't get a stable support base.
I guess I was a little frightened at the fact that we might not be able to save these individuals because these walls could collapse at any time. And if this wall of soil falls on these individuals, I can't dig them out fast enough to save their lives.
Lieutenant Hector Corona of the Margate Fire Department saw how precarious the situation had become.
We determined that the backboards were going to be somewhat helpful, but we also determined once there was a boulder and once we kept seeing dirt trickling down, that the backboards were not going to do the job, and we definitely needed a technical rescue team out here immediately, and that's when I made the call for them to respond.
The Broward County Technical Rescue Team was called. Their involvement freed the Margate team to focus on medical treatment and urgent care. Lieutenant Mike Nugent led the Broward team's efforts.
Well, what we could give to this rescue effort was we carry equipment that the fire engines and the fire apparatus don't carry on a day-to-day basis.
1036, headquarters in court.
While the firemen braced the walls with boards and 2x4s, they continued to reassure the men trapped in the trench. Their emotional state was just as important as their physical well-being if they were to survive. Villar also reassured Brizuela, who was suffering from shortness of breath.
He did say something that was kind of bone-chilling when you have a person there that you're talking to, you're telling you're going to rescue, and the guy tells you, listen, I know I'm dead. Just let me go. Leave me alone. Pretty much let me die in peace. That's when you increase your efforts and you make sure that you let him know that you're doing everything and he's going to be fine, and that's what we did.
Davis examined the men and continued trying to free their legs. But he still couldn't keep sand from filling the hole. When he finally freed the leg, he discovered it was actually Escobar's. The deceased man was entangled with Bogan.
I'll tell you, we got a lot of water down here. A lot more water.
The pump could not stay ahead of the groundwater, which continued to fill the trench.
The water level started to rise, which was complicating the situation with the victims. Every effort that we made, water and mud would continue to fill up the holes. But we were afraid of them drowning.
The rescue team had to pump the water out of the trench. It was eroding the soil out from under them. With the makeshift shoring in place, they could now get some of the dirt out. The coral boulder was curved in such a way that it had hit the men's upper bodies, but hadn't completely crushed their chest cavities. Davis and the other paramedics worked to free Floyd Bogan. The cramped quarters made it slow going and exhausting. Bogan's pulse had dropped. Breathing remained difficult. Paramedic Ty Vassell wasn't sure what effect this was having on brain function. He called for assistance. The trauma surgeon on duty at a local hospital had heard about the accident, but hadn't realized how serious it was. Vassell filled him in. He described in detail what they were looking at. The surgeon wasn't sure if he could assist Bogan's deteriorating condition, but based on Vassell's diagnosis in the trench, he knew the situation was grim. The technical rescue teams arrived on the scene. They were trained to perform special operations like bridge rescues and trench collapses. The first order of business was to get new bracing in place while paramedics attended to the injured. Brizuela was fading. He told the paramedics that he wanted to sleep or die. Villar found that his heart rate was dropping. Vassell was alarmed. It could mean that Brizuela was going into decompensated shock, a condition where the body's heart rate decreases, compensating for low pressure in the tissues. Villar knew he had to keep him awake, or he might slip away for good.
Along with having a high heart rate, the patient was losing pressure, and we knew time was of the essence.
The technical rescue team realized the makeshift shoring done in haste by Margate was extremely unsafe.
Well, the problem with the shoring that was first put into the trench is it wasn't supported, it wasn't the right material to be used. If something had moved, it would have blown it right apart and never would have held up.
They would use the stronger 3/4 inch 16-layer plywood as shoring walls, supported with horizontal 2x12s. To prevent worker fatigue, they began to change out the paramedics.
They had asked me to leave the trench. I was soaking wet, I was tired, but again, my adrenaline, my enthusiasm, I was kind of bummed when I had to leave because I wanted to stay there, but again, they needed to get some fresh personnel in there. And I want to say probably within the next hour, I got called back to help with the shoring.
The Broward team continued to build the new support framework.
Well, the type of plywood that we used is very hard, very heavy. It has a resin coating on it to protect it from water and from the soil. On that plywood, we attach a 2x12. We put the panels in on both sides with the strong back, so those boards facing each other on the inside. Now we have a nailing surface that we can secure the strut to.
In addition to the wood structure, they used hydraulic bracing that would apply continuous outward pressure, even if the sand eroded away behind the boards. Robert Herschel led the technical rescue team from Fort Lauderdale.
There were two groups that were working on the shielding and shoring. The Broward County Technical Rescue Team and the City of Fort Lauderdale Technical Rescue Team were both working together to get that task accomplished. Generally, when you have an incident like that, your resources are going to even use up more than the two teams, so we usually call another team in. So they called Fort Lauderdale in along with Broward County to assist.
The technical rescue teams finally got the new bracing in place. They'd solved one problem. Now the real work would begin. They had to get the men out.
The location of these victims was up against the side of the trench, underneath a lip. So it wasn't possible to drop shoring, so we had to put shoring on either side of them. Both had received traumatic injuries from this coral hitting them. One victim was vomiting blood and whatever contents he had in his system. This individual was getting ready to give up.
To improve conditions, TRT members set up an air filtration system to get fresh air down into the trench. The surgeon was apprised of the trapped workers' conditions. Bogan was not sure he could hang on while they worked to release him. Because of the standing water, hypothermia was becoming a very real threat.
Hypothermia is a condition where your body's core temperature, if it is lowered enough, it could result in you going unconscious. That is one of our concerns. We don't want our patient to go into shock. We don't want him to become unconscious. We don't want his body core temperature to drop down where he would become hypothermic.
As it started to get dark, the rescue team set up generator-powered lights. The trapped men knew their prospects of getting out grew worse. Elise Bogan, informed of the trench collapse, rushed to the scene. She desperately feared for her husband's life. In an instant, 4 Florida construction workers are trapped in a collapsed trench.
Good, he's moving his head.
As rescuers raced to unearth the buried victims, they uncovered the arm of Floyd Bogan. A huge van-sized coral boulder had rolled over on the men.
Give me some oxygen, all right? Help you breathe. Help you breathe.
Despite being stabilized with oxygen, Bogan was still far from being free. Margate paramedic Ty Vassell knew time was working against them.
After an hour of entrapment, the possibility of death just increases greatly.
As night descended, their prospects of getting out grew worse. The medical and resuscitation divisions who had been standing by were alerted. They didn't want to waste precious seconds getting them to a trauma center once the men were released.
I could tell you from the rescuer's point of view, one of the hardest things on a long-term incident, when the incident goes for a long period of time, is fatigue of the rescuers. Most of our emergencies, last 15 or so minutes or less. And when the scope of the incident, when the timeline of the incident stretches into the 6-hour mark, fatigue starts to take place.
As her husband Floyd lay trapped and helpless, Elise Bogan could resort only to tears. The TRT members discussed their options to free the men. They told the frightened workers they'd work as fast as they could to free them. Bogan feared he might never see his wife again. The first task for the technical rescue teams was to place large 4x4 blocks under the boulder. Then they inserted a deflated airbag. This was an inflatable high-pressure bag that could possibly allow them to lift the boulder in tiny increments.
You ready, set, up on green?
They hooked up the bag to a hydraulic hose and filled it with air.
Not working.
But when it pressed against the rock, the force didn't move the boulder. Rather, it drove the boards into the soft sand. There wasn't anything solid to wedge the bag against. Overseeing the rescue efforts was Lieutenant Robert Herschel of the Fort Lauderdale Fire Department.
The airbag method didn't work because our cribbing was actually being mashed down into the mud instead of the boulder being lifted. It was just too big of a rock.
Mike Nugent, leader of the Broward Technical Rescue Team, had another idea. They would try a hydraulic lift. This device is capable of bringing huge pressure to bear on the rock. Once again, the soft soil underneath it gave way. These methods were proving useless. The rock simply wasn't going to budge.
How 34 paramedics go down here? That's what we're doing now. They're getting the paramedics. Okay.
With the media hovering at the scene, Chief Garrison Westbrook realized they were faced with an additional hindrance.
When the helicopters arrived, there's approximately 6 or 7 networks in this area. This is a fairly metropolitan area, and all of them had their helicopters at the scene. At one time, I believe we had 5 units up in the sky. Now, they were getting as close as possible for their cameras, and they were very loud. If you've ever heard a helicopter, you can imagine what 4 or 5 sound like. And at that point, after about 10 minutes' time, we couldn't even communicate on our radios because of the noise.
The rescuers were frustrated in their efforts.
How's he doing? Well, they're ready to get out here.
As the paramedics tended to the patients, conditions in the trench worsened.
Water was certainly a concern. They had been essentially submerged in water for hours. You know, their will to live was diminishing with every minute, so we had to try to get them out of there as best we could.
To prevent hypothermia and raise the patient's body temperatures, they wrapped the trapped men in protective plastic blankets. The technical rescue teams from Broward County and Fort Lauderdale regrouped to discuss how they were going to remove the men from under the rock.
Well, it was frustrating. We've gone through 3, 4, 5 different plans and nothing was working. So it was getting frustrating, it was getting late, it was getting dark, and you're thinking, we're not gonna get these guys out of here before they die. It's a very frustrating feeling.
Desperate for answers, they thought amputation might be their only option.
We asked the orthopedic surgeon on scene whether amputation would be an option. He ruled it out due to the immense amount of groundwater that was in the trench.
News that the rescue attempts had been unsuccessful was not what Elise Bogan had hoped to hear. As the rescue workers' frustrations grew, Floyd Bogan was not sure how much longer he would last. For 4 hours, rescue workers had tried to free 2 trapped men from a collapsed construction trench. Their efforts so far had been frustrated. Lieutenant Robert Herschel led the Fort Lauderdale Technical Rescue Team.
When I looked in there, I'm trying to think of a tool that we'd use to cut the metal bar the patient's leg was wrapped around. Knew we couldn't use an electric tool because it was underwater, and hydraulic cutters would be too dangerous because his leg was wrapped around it as well. So I'm trying to think of a tool that would be small enough to get in there. So a pneumatic air chisel was the tool of choice. We just came to my mind, hey, I need an air chisel in here. And they got an air chisel in there and started using it.
The TRT members decided that if they couldn't move the entire boulder, they'd move it piece by piece. They couldn't use a large jackhammer, as that would endanger the men. Instead, they would employ a small pneumatic air chisel. It was light enough to maneuver in the cramped quarters, but sturdy enough to pulverize the rock. The rescuers had to chip away the solid rock, which was right next to Cleo Brizuela. With only one chisel, they would have to wait to see if it worked before attempting to free Floyd Bogan. The rescuers did all they could to keep the trapped men awake and alert. They suspected Brizuela was bleeding internally. Without extra blood, he would pass out. If the rescuers could keep him talking, they knew that he was still conscious and his airway was free. They gave him 2 liters of whole blood as the rescue team used the air chisel to get him out. With his health failing and time running out, the rescuers worked to free him. It was slow going. They were able to chip away only small pieces of the boulder. Margate paramedic Ty Vassell alerted the local trauma center and called for a medevac helicopter to respond.
Well, there's a rule that if there's 15 minutes of entrapment, 10 to 15 minutes of entrapment, you consider a more rapid transport. So after the first 10 minutes, when it was clear that we weren't going to be able to unearth these people with shovels and with our bare hands, we knew that the aircraft response would be critical for this situation.
To extract Brizuela, the rescue workers lowered a Stokes basket into the trench. Then, they braced his neck to prevent any further injury. At last, Brizuela was free. The helicopter landed as close as it could, but it was still a quarter-mile away. In order to keep the patient stable, they loaded him into a waiting ambulance. Ty Vassell rode with him. As they began their drive toward the chopper, Brizuela began to choke. Vassell quickly realized that Brizuela's blood was draining into his lungs. He inserted an adjunct pipe, which passed through his mouth into his chest, allowing him to breathe properly. Since he had been erect in the trench, his internal bleeding hadn't collected in his lungs. But now that he was lying down, the blood had nowhere to drain.
Let's go to the landing zone. Let's get going. Let's move.
Brizuela was out of the trench, but not stable. As he was moved from the ambulance into the waiting helicopter, the pilot contacted air controllers requesting that all airspace be cleared. In the busy skies over the Fort Lauderdale-Miami metro area, this was essential to the rescuers' efforts. After 5 long hours in the trench, Brizuela was now only 10 minutes away from the medical treatment he needed. He was hypothermic and had internal injuries.
The helicopter took the first patient to the trauma center, and we asked for a rapid turnaround of the helicopter to come retrieve the second patient.
Cleo Brizuela was headed to the hospital. Floyd Bogan remained desperate and trapped. In Margate, Florida, in 1996, a trench had collapsed, killing one worker and trapping 2 others under a large boulder. After several thwarted attempts, the rescue workers were using a pneumatic air chisel to cut away at the boulder. But the rescuers soon discovered they would have to work upside down and underwater to get the last man free. One of the trapped workers had been extricated. The other, Floyd Bogan, remained pinned. But just as they were getting close to releasing him, the rescuers were faced with a new obstacle. They discovered that a steel pipe blocked their path. More of the rock would then have to be removed to pull his leg up and over. Steel intertwined with flesh. It made Bogan's extrication even more difficult, according to Lieutenant Robert Herschel of Fort Lauderdale's technical rescue team.
Well, the first thing we had to do was cut away the steel pipe that he was wrapped around, a chip at a time on the steel pipe, and then once I did that, we got a hose line in there and moved some more soil, and then used the air chisel not on the steel but on the rock itself.
Piece by piece, the rock began to give way. Bogan was near collapse. The Broward team was concerned the trapped man was close to passing out. They called for the paramedics. Fatigue was setting in, and they urged him not to give up. As Elise Bogan maintained a constant vigil, the paramedics informed her that everything possible was being done to save her husband's life. Lieutenant Robert Herschel coordinated the efforts.
Getting him out of the trench took a lot of work. Using an air chisel to chip away enough of the rock and a fire hose to blow away some of the material away from his leg. And it just took a brute force and just a lot of manipulation of his leg and trying to get enough material away from his extremity that we could get him out of there. And he complained, he screamed, but I felt his foot was loose and his leg, and it was just, just grab it and go. Just pull as hard as you can to get him out of there.
Finally, Bogan felt his leg slip loose. He was free.
It probably took an hour and a half once we got the air chisel in there to get him out. It wasn't a speedy process. It took some time. The rock is soft and the blade kept sinking into it, so you're just using it a chip at a time, just chipping away a little bit at a time. Again, you can't see where you're working, so you're just going by feel with your arms fully extended, and you're almost upside down in this hole, trying to work.
They still had to lift out Bogan. the paramedics brought in a half-back extrication harness. Between the pull on the harness and the men working in the trench, they were able to lift Bogan up and out from under the boulder. To stabilize him, they placed him on a backboard and secured it to a Stokes basket. He was covered in blood and suffering from excruciating pain.
You're free from there. Now you just got to get you up and out. Bring his head towards the wall. We're going to bring him straight up the wall. You guys keep his feet off the wall. Let's get it straight up. Keep lifting his head up. Lifting it up. Keep lifting it up.
After being trapped for hours, Floyd Bogan was finally freed from the trench.
All right, just bring him down. All right, get four corners. There you go.
He was suffering from a concussion, and he complained of extreme back and leg pain. He was hypothermic, and they needed to raise his body temperature as soon as possible. The combined efforts of the Margate Fire Rescue Department, along with the Broward County and Fort Lauderdale Technical Rescue Teams, over 70 people altogether, proved that even the most precarious situations can be overcome with ingenuity and tenacity. Two men owe their lives to their efforts.
Emotionally, I look back at it, it's a call that'll stay with me a lifetime. I saved a man's life, and that's why I got into the business, to run the calls and to make a difference and to save lives.
Floyd Bogan and Cleo Brizuela both recovered. They still suffer from permanent injuries from the accident. Don Price was treated at the hospital that day and released. The body of Oscar Escobar was exhumed later that night. A Lake Erie Island resort becomes the site of a deadly terrace collapse. Volunteers care for the injured.
Well, there's blood and guts all over, and you have to stay focused.
And try to free those trapped inside the fallen concrete structure. As emergency medical crews take to the air,
for a trauma patient, they have a golden hour where you need to get them to the trauma centers.
They realize that if they're to save lives, they are in a race against time. The village of Put-in Bay in Middle Bass Island lays 6 miles off Ohio's coast in Lake Erie. A 30-minute ride on the ferry. With only 40 year-round residents, remote Middle Bass Island becomes a hotspot each summer as thousands of visitors stream in. For most, their destination is the Lons Winery. The weathered limestone and brick building was built in 1866. Over the years, additions were made, including a lakefront terrace in 1964. Unfortunately, Ohio law does not require inspections of existing structures, regardless of age or wear. No one knew the dangerous condition of the terrace. A party on July 1st, 2000 was one of the last big events at the winery. The state of Ohio planned to purchase the property and turn it into a park. "25-year-old Beth Roach joined several friends on the terrace to celebrate the long weekend.
The weather was great. I remember it was a beautiful day. And I just remember the dance floor was busy. It was, we were just people watching and taking it all in and having a drink and just kind of going with the flow of things.
Ken and Joellen Reilly were enjoying the weekend with friends.
Our friends were up there with us, and a lot of people from our hometown were there. And we were really enjoying the situation. They had a band and a great company, the people, and enjoying ourselves. And didn't think that anything was going to happen to us that we didn't appreciate or didn't like that day.
Linda Shull was enjoying a romantic getaway with her fiancé, far away from her hectic career as a nurse.
Every year around July 4th was an annual event for a group of friends to go over to Middle Bass and go to the winery, listen to the band, have a good time. So it's been a lot of fun.
Unbeknownst to the partygoers, disaster lurked beneath their feet. A crack in the concrete terrace that widened as the afternoon wore on. From their perspective, the winery terrace appeared to be the best spot on the island.
I heard this loud rumble, like thunder, and then I saw the crack. And the crack was just coming right towards me. And it all happened so fast. I mean, it's like, your arms flew up over your head, everybody just kind of drops, and too fast to yell, too fast to jump, too fast to warn anybody, push anybody out of the way, jump out of the way. You just, one minute you're standing there talking, the next minute you're on the ground, in the midst of a lot of rubble, chaos, people, it happened that fast.
With no warning, the Lons Winery terrace had collapsed.
One of my most vivid memories, visuals, is a visual I still see from time to time. I'll never forget this, but, and I can't imagine what it was like for them, but the people that didn't fall, that were right on the edge, just the looks on their faces as they were looking down over everything, that was very poignant to me, because they were just horrified. And I can't imagine what they were seeing, because all I could see was just the small area around me, because I was on the ground, so I couldn't see the whole span.
It was impossible to know how many people were buried under the avalanche of rubble. Tables and chairs, twisted rebar and jagged hunks of concrete plunged along with them, 20 feet into an unused wine cellar. It was a scene that defied comprehension.
It seemed like everything was just in slow motion. And looking down, first of all, just the depth and how far those people were. They were hurt and they were crying. And then you could see men like pushing and moving the concrete, and there was a pot machine. And I mean, you could just see all this chaos and these people that were hurt. It was just stunning, just stunning.
Joellen and her husband Ken were both trapped beneath the rubble. When she regained consciousness, Joellen could barely breathe.
There was a big stone across a big slab over my leg, and I remember when I came to, I looked up and all I seen was the sky up above. And then I went to yell help, and nothing came out of my lungs at all. And it scared me really bad because I thought, how am I going to be found? And then I thought, I can't lay here and die. And so I tried to pull my leg out from underneath the concrete, and it wasn't going to come out real well. And then I looked down, and my friend was laying underneath the slab, and he didn't move or anything. And I thought, oh, I've got to get out of here. I'm going to die.
Dozens of injured victims were trapped. Slabs of unstable concrete loomed above them. The nearest hospital was at least 30 minutes by boat across Lake Erie.
Emergency?
The Ottawa County Sheriff's Office took the call.
Okay, how many people are hurt?
The dispatcher called the emergency medical service in the village of Put-in-Bay. Because of the July 4th holiday, they also staffed the paramedic station on Middle Bass Island. They could be at the site in minutes.
Collapse at Lons' Winery, Middle Bass Island. I'm going to tone out your squad and your fire department. Get them headed over that way.
If there were many people injured in the collapse, Chief Mark Wilhelm of the Put-in-Bay Volunteer Fire Department knew his staff would need help.
We didn't have enough people. We're basically on our own until we get outside help.
The rescue squad was only prepared for small holiday emergencies, but nothing of this magnitude. Phone lines all over the island were jammed with those seeking help.
911 emergency.
Many of the callers were hysterical. Reports were garbled and unclear. Still, the dispatcher knew she needed to get more help fast. She sent a helicopter paramedic team to the island.
Like we've had a terrace collapse at Middle Bass Island, Lons' Winery. We're going to need transport of EMS personnel.
Within minutes, the chopper was on its way. Ken Reilly regained consciousness and realized he was pinned between chunks of concrete, unable to move.
I couldn't move, my arms were pinned down, and there was a lot of weight on me. I couldn't breathe real well. And I had, which actually I think saved my life, is I had a 50-gallon drum, which they were using for trash, that was up on the deck, was laying over my body, and then I had a big slab of concrete on top of it. And it had me pinned down. And there's a lot of dust settling in my face because I couldn't wipe it away or anything. I couldn't see real well.
Put-in-Bay rescue workers arrived to find the victims buried in the rubble. They couldn't tell how many people had been injured or trapped in the collapse. The helicopter pilot arrived over the island and saw the extent of the collapse. He advised dispatch to send out a mass casualty alert.
We've got mass casualty injuries on Middle Bass Island. We've had a terrace collapse at Lonza's Winery. Do you have the mass casualty trailer there at your station?
As the dispatcher spread the alert, he landed a quarter-mile from the site. Julie Goins is a flight nurse for Life Flight.
We saw that there was a collapse at Middle Bass Island. All available crew report to Life Flight. I reported to the helipad where once I got there, the whole mood, you could tell that it was very serious.
From the hospital doors, it would take each helicopter 15 minutes to get to the island. The Coast Guard, on patrol in Lake Erie, was also dispatched to the scene. On board was Petty Officer and Medic Jennifer Zawistowski.
When we got that call, we knew we weren't coming back for a while. We were going to be out there and we were going to be doing our job and saving people as best as we can.
The Coast Guard took off at full speed. Even so, the 12-mile trip would take 20 minutes. They would arrive 6 minutes behind the helicopters. While rescue units launched from hospitals all over the area, rescue personnel from Put-in Bay evacuated the injured. Victims were moved from the disaster site to a makeshift triage area. Joellen Reilly was one of the first patients evacuated from the scene. Both her lungs were punctured and her ribs protruded from her chest. Joellen was afraid she was dying. She gave paramedics a message for her family.
I told her to tell, this part does bother me. I told her to tell both my sons that I loved them. That's probably the hardest, because I didn't know how bad I was. I didn't know if I was going to make it.
Joellen was immobilized on a backboard. She needed to be taken to a trauma center quickly. Police cordoned off the area. Only rescue personnel were allowed in. Gary Rubleski was a college football coach vacationing on the island. He was also trained in first aid.
We need some powerful people down there because there's no cranes, there's no chains, there's nothing except human strength to pull these people out before they die.
Until rescue teams arrived from the mainland, local crews would have to rely on brute strength and common sense. Many of the injured had broken bones, severe cuts and lacerations. They had to be moved carefully.
And you've only got so much time, and if you move the concrete the wrong way and that pressure comes off those veins and arteries, the person could go into shock within probably 15 to 30 seconds. They are panicking, they're crying.
Flight nurse Julie Goins knew that time was critical.
We don't want to waste any time. For a trauma patient, they have a golden hour where you need to get them to the trauma centers.
For the victims, this brief but precious span of time could determine who would live and who would die. As helicopter crews raced to the scene, and before disaster became a tragedy. On July 1st, 2000, a festive afternoon of wine and music turned into a nightmare. At the popular Lon's Winery on an island in Lake Erie, a crowded terrace had collapsed. With no warning, dozens of people fell over 20 feet into an unused cellar. A fleet of rescue helicopters was dispatched to the winery within minutes of the first distress call.
Contact Cleveland air traffic controllers for me and get some airspace.
The sheriff's department knew that the number of emergency flights could jeopardize routine air traffic. Flight controllers in Cleveland had to clear the flight path quickly. Dozens of commercial airliners were rerouted, and the life flight helicopters raced north across the Great Lake.
Can you give me a number?
Still, it was clear that a disaster of this magnitude could not be handled by the flights alone.
Hi, this is Sheriff's Office. We've got Catawba Fire en route with their mass casualty trailer. We've had a terrace collapse at Lonza's Winery. Can we get a ferry boat to transport that over there?
Ferries of all sizes were called into service to transport personnel and equipment. Chief Mark Wilhelm of the Put-in-Bay Volunteer Fire Department hurried to the dock and caught one of the first ferries to the island. As his 5-minute crossing began, the chief called for an update. It was worse than anyone had thought. Nearly 100 people had been injured, but the extent of their injuries was unknown. Many were still buried under tons of rubble.
We're going to need to stage approximately 20 to 25 squads somewhere down there in your parking lot area.
Critical patients like Joellen Reilly had to be evacuated quickly. Joellen indicated to Nurse Linda Shull that she couldn't breathe. Her ribs were broken, and both her lungs had been punctured.
This paramedic said, I need you to put your hands on her chest because she has flail chest, and he was trying to tape her down to a board to help immobilize her chest. So I had my hands on her, and she was yelling and yelling at me because it hurt. And I told her I was sorry, and I could feel her bones moving under my hands. It was very eerie. It was very hard. I told her my name's Linda. I said, I'm going to be here with you. What's your name? My name's Joellen. And she said, have you seen my husband, Ken?
In spite of her pain, all Joellen really cared about was her children and her husband, Ken. The couple had been separated in the collapse.
I didn't know if I'd see Ken. I had no idea. I didn't know where he was.
Joellen's chest had been crushed between huge concrete blocks. She was in excruciating pain. As paramedics struggled to stabilize her, she was desperate to know if her husband was safe or even alive. Linda Shull promised she would search for Ken and let him know Joellen was on her way to the hospital. As the next wave of helicopters arrived, patients were moved from the triage area.
All of the critical and serious patients were taken up to the landing area, and they were getting there by ambulance, some were getting there by pickup truck, some were getting there by a wagon.
Every second counted. Rescue crews moved critical patients to the landing zone any way they could. Joellen Reilly was one of the first victims evacuated. Paramedics would stabilize her on board.
Our goal is to get them out of the scene as rapidly as possible. This was where we had to triage through the sickest and determine that they were the ones that needed to go first.
As the life flight helicopter raced for the mainland, Joellen Reilly could only think of her husband.
When I was on the helicopter looking out the window, I realized, where's Ken? Is he in the same shape I am? Is he alive? I had no idea.
At the same time, Linda rushed back into the collapse as she had promised.
On three. 1.
She found Ken Reilly pinned under jagged slabs of concrete.
You got a medic out here?
I was in a lot of pain, but I wasn't worried about my pain because I could breathe fine and I knew that I was going to make it at least. And I was worried about my wife because I didn't know where she was. And
He learned his wife was on her way to the mainland.
there's about 4 guys that lifted me over onto a board, a backboard, I guess it was, and they actually carried me out. And then they set us in the yard outside the winery, and they were checking us over then for injuries, and if they could do anything at that particular time, they did.
As the number of severely injured grew, there were not enough helicopters available. Ken was taken to the dock for transport by ferry boat. The Coast Guard arrived on the scene just in time, according to Petty Officer Jennifer Zawistowski.
We got off the boat and it was just total chaos. I had a lady grab a hold of my shirt and said, my husband can't breathe, he's having a hard time breathing. So it was kind of grab our bags and go and just start doing our thing. We really didn't, once we got onto the island, we really didn't have time to think about anything. We just had to react.
The Coast Guard assessed the situation and helped set up the triage area, allowing other rescuers to remove victims trapped in the rubble. With so many lives hanging in the balance, removing victims was difficult and stressful, even for a trained professional like Gary Robleski.
I mean, this concrete was a heavy-duty weight, and you had to get like 5, 6, 7, 8 guys to pick up small pieces. When that pressure is relieved, the person could go right away into shock, because if their bones are crushed and their ribs are crushed into the lungs, and you take that pressure off, bango, okay? It's automatic shock. The person just fades right out. Those are the ones you have to rush out of there quickly.
Ferry boats had been dispatched to the island to drop off emergency equipment and transport patients back to the mainland. The first ferry boat approached the winery. As the captain turned his radio to Emergency Channel 16, he learned of the chaos awaiting him on the dock. Scores of walking wounded and the less severely injured waited to board the ship. Rescue vehicles moved out as less seriously injured victims were evacuated. The most serious cases were transported to the mainland by helicopter. Despite the chaos, and with dozens of rescue teams deployed, a system began to emerge.
When we were landing, it was amazing. There was just helicopters everywhere you could see, and they were lined up 5, 6 in a row at the landing strip. It was an assembly line. The helicopter would land, the crew would get out, we'd load 2 more in, we'd shut the doors, they'd be on their way, another one would just be completing their loading process. In the meantime, another one would be landing. They were coming in, they were leaving, there was another one coming in. It was nonstop. There was never a break in the action where you were sitting around waiting for a helicopter.
In the triage area, rescue personnel questioned the victims. Many were disoriented and confused. This made the job more difficult and cost valuable time. Some patients were unable to talk at all. The more seriously injured had to be strapped to backboards and immobilized before they could be moved. Beth Roach struggled to respond to questions, but the pain was too great.
Are you having a hard time breathing? I need you to open. It was pain that I'd never experienced before, and hopefully won't again. Pain that shooting pain. Just you know, if I try to put any pressure on my leg or foot at all, just shooting pain. And just if I tried to move it, that's why the biggest thing was trying to straighten it. If I tried to straighten it, I mean, let alone putting any weight on it. If I tried to straighten it, the pain would just shoot up through my side.
For paramedics, it was an indication that her pelvis had been crushed.
Pick her up on 3. 1, 2, 3.
They decided to put her on the next available flight out. Beth was moved to a waiting pickup truck. They had to hurry. She needed to be stabilized. But even the slightest movement was painful. The ride to the airstrip was torture. Every time the pickup went over a bump, she felt excruciating pain travel the length of her body.
I took a little truck ride to one helicopter. It was full. So then they took me to another helicopter and remarkably put me in the helicopter, and there was my friend. We were in the same helicopter. Rode in the same helicopter to the hospital, which was amazing to me because, you know, of all the people that were hurt, we ended up in the same helicopter.
The life flight helicopters raced back to the mainland. They had to get the patients to trauma centers before it was too late. On the afternoon of July 1st, 2000, an island resort in Ohio became the scene of a mass casualty incident. With no warning, the Lawns Winery terrace collapsed. Nearly 100 people were buried under an avalanche of concrete, tables, chairs, and twisted rebar. Medical helicopters transported the critically injured to the mainland. They were in a race against time. 4 area hospitals had been designated to receive trauma patients. They each had training programs and drilled for MCIs, or mass casualty incidents. Now, as the patients streamed in, they implemented MCI emergency procedures.
On a normal, stable patient, we wait till the blades shut down. We shut down both the engines. Takes about 2 to 3 minutes. Then we unload them with everything shut down. The day of the winery collapse, we unloaded everyone hot, which saves us a lot of time. When we arrive in the trauma room, you're met by probably 15 to 20 people for one patient.
The emergency room staff at St. Vincent Mercy Medical Center in Toledo, Ohio, had prepared for the worst. Still, it was impossible to predict the scope of the injuries, according to Dr. Scott Zgrabik.
I think part of being in the ER that all the ER doctors adapt to is that you have that fear every day, that there's going to be something that's going to come in at that moment that you're not going to be able to figure out quickly enough, or that you're not going to have the facilities for.
The first patient to arrive in the emergency room went into cardiac arrest.
You have a radio pulse.
Patient has heart tones.
Breath
Still
sounds.
has breath sounds bilaterally.
Continue with it. ATL abdomen.
In less than 3 minutes, the trauma team revived him.
Left face is unstable.
Pelvis is stable.
He has an obvious malocclusion.
Chest. 4 millimeters.
Yeah,
How much you want to cross for? How much you
4
want to cross for?
Chest wall is stable.
4 units.
There's no crepitus over his chest wall. Chest
Someone drop small bridge over his left elbow.
The patient was going to survive. Minutes later, their next case arrived.
With every new patient that comes in the door, you're reprioritizing your entire ER. So if you had your priorities set up with your first 10 patients, as soon as that 11th hits the door, you have to reorganize everything again.
The next patient to arrive at St. Vincent Mercy Medical Center was Joellen Reilly. Concrete blocks had crushed her chest. Her ribs had been broken, puncturing her lungs. The ER staff held out hope that Joellen Reilly would survive. They x-rayed the patient's body and inserted tubes into her chest, allowing trapped air to escape from her lungs.
It was terrible. It was bad. I woke up and I was crying, and I had tubes everywhere all over me, but that was probably the worst.
At the site, volunteers and rescue workers evacuated the injured. They were extracted from tons of concrete and twisted metal and moved to triage areas and local hospitals as quickly as possible. Among the thousands gathered at the winery that day were many off-duty medical professionals. Their quick response in the minutes after the collapse and their assistance in prepping the trauma patients for their flights saved countless victims' lives. Ferryboats, summoned by radio, took pressure off air crews by transporting less seriously injured patients.
This is the Victory Rev. We're headed into the mainland dock. We've got injured person.
Scores of other victims arrived on the mainland by boat. They were placed into waiting ambulances and rushed to emergency rooms and makeshift trauma centers throughout the region. The fact that the victims had spent the day at a winery made diagnoses difficult.
When you have an intoxicated patient, they're an impaired patient. You can't take things at face value, because with the alcohol, it numbs your senses and your own judgment. And so what happens is, instead of being one patient, one exam, it's one patient, 2 or 3 exams. So instead of just doing 50 exams, you're doing 150 exams throughout the ER, just to keep on circling around and make sure that you didn't miss something or a distracting injury.
Magruder Hospital in Port Clinton, Ohio, is a 35-bed facility. 46 victims of the winery collapse flooded in slightly less than 2 hours.
Yeah, we got several patients. Hold on one second. We got several patients coming now.
Yeah, Magruder was this, I kind of imagine it like a MASH unit, like you see on TV. People running around, injured people's laying here, there, wherever, in the hallways. Some were limping around, some were on beds, couldn't be moved.
Can't feel it.
About a dozen doctors and 50 other staff rushed to the hospital to tend to the victims. At times, they wondered how many more patients would arrive.
Can we go, Mom?
I thought I would stop seeing patients after a while, but they just kept coming.
Ken Reilly was one of those sent to Magruder. X-rays revealed that one of his hands had nearly been torn off.
Let me listen to you again.
My wrist, as long as I didn't look at it, it was fine, because it didn't look too good. It was turned back completely around, and they reset it at Magruder right away, and they put 5 pins in it.
Beth Roach was on a medical helicopter back on the mainland. Her vital signs were monitored closely on the flight. She was in critical condition. At Metro Health in Cleveland, ER doctors determined that she had sustained broken vertebrae and a shattered pelvis.
I heard them say they were going to send me into surgery, and that scared me because I was like, I've never been in surgery, you know, and I really was wanting my parents there, you know, before anything like that happened.
The damage to Beth's pelvis was extensive. Surgery couldn't wait. For doctors treating the injured, time itself had become an enemy. Scores of the seriously injured awaited transport to area hospitals. Rescue personnel on the scene hoped they could get them help in time. The constant roar of medical helicopters over Lake Erie was an unmistakable sign that something had gone very wrong on tiny Middle Bass Island. Patrons of the Lawns Winery drank and danced on the terrace. Just before 5 p.m., the unthinkable happened. The terrace collapsed beneath their feet. 100 people plunged 20 feet into a wine cellar. Emergency crews and volunteers worked non-stop, transporting victims to area trauma centers. They loaded victim after victim into air transports, working as quickly as possible. They had to make every second count.
We'll do a lot of interventions in the helicopter. We won't waste a lot of time on the ground doing things that we can do while we're en route to the hospital.
Cleveland Center, this is Life Flight 1. We are inbound with 2 patients. Stand by for blood typing and vital signs.
On board the rescue helicopters, paramedics worked non-stop to stabilize the patients. They started IVs to hydrate the victims and prevent shock. They matched blood types and radioed the results to waiting hospitals so blood supplies would be on hand when they arrived. After 90 minutes, the situation was under control. The most critically injured were placed on backboards and then quickly moved from the collapse site. Gary Robleski, a college football coach, assisted in the rescue. His first aid training and strength were valuable assets. But his compassion made this grim task more difficult.
You've got to get the most severe out of there. And there's some people that, you know, they're calling for you. You can get me out of here. You know, I don't want to die. I said, you have to wait. We have to get the most severe out. You know, you're talking. When a person's talking to you, okay, basically they're okay. Okay, you got to get the ones that are out, that you see the head injuries, that the pressure's on the concrete and stuff, that they're not making a sound. Those are the people that you see the limbs sticking out of the concrete pieces and the tables on top of them. You got to get those personnel out as fast as you can. And it's hard choice to not to help a person while they're trapped.
The rescuers' goal was to get the most severely injured out first. Victims with less severe injuries would have to wait.
So then we come back to you. I said, I'll be back. I'll be right back. I promise you. But they're sitting there and they're trying to reach for you, okay? And you can't be there to help them. And that's a very, very tough decision in anybody's life. It's critical.
Backboards were only used for those unable to walk on their own. Once the concrete slabs were lifted, anyone that could move under their own power was expected to do so, even if they needed additional help.
And that's when you have to really go with the flow. And you've got to separate your feelings and emotions and just get the job done.
Some of the remaining victims, people buried under the rubble, were unconscious. They appeared to be seriously injured. Coast Guard paramedics, including Petty Officer Jennifer Zawistowski, continued to assess each of the patient's injuries.
Once things started calming down, we regrouped and just kind of went through everybody else again and made sure everybody that needed to be off the island was off.
How are those backboards doing?
Supplies ran short. Emergency crews were forced to improvise everything from neck braces to bandages.
We ran out of everything. We used every kit from every boat that we had. We went through all the bandages, everything we went through. We had absolutely no more medical supplies here.
They even ran out of backboards. Rescue personnel pulled doors off the winery and taped patients to them for transport. About a dozen injured winery patrons were still being cared for in the triage area. But despite their efforts, the day was not a complete success. For flight nurse Julie Goins, it was bittersweet.
Losing one patient out of nearly 100 is still just as difficult as if it were one patient out of 5. It was very tough to lose that one man. After seeing the wreckage, I couldn't believe that we didn't lose more than one patient.
As afternoon fell on July 1st, 2000, the winery collapse had claimed its first victim. Emergency personnel from across northern Ohio were dispatched to the scene of a mass casualty incident. 100 people had been injured when the terrace of a winery collapsed. At the site, Chief Mark Wilhelm of the Put-in-Bay Fire Department brought in a dog to search for any hidden victims.
I checked all that area there. The only thing we gotta watch is things falling off.
None were found. Miraculously, only one man died in the collapse. Rescue efforts on the island were wrapping up.
When we were at the landing strip and we just had a few patients left, everybody kind of started to feel a big sense of relief. I think that's when it started to hit us, the magnitude of the incident.
But at hospitals on the mainland, the work had just begun. Nearly 100 people had been injured in the collapse, some of them seriously. Many were in intensive care units and had undergone surgery. Using trucks, ferry boats, and helicopters, 25 rescue teams had moved over 80 injured people to 4 area hospitals, all in 90 minutes. It was a textbook example of a successful rescue operation in a mass casualty incident. In the midst of the chaos, volunteers like Gary Robleski stayed at the scene until the end.
I stayed there till the last lady. I saw her and I was trying to comfort her just by talking to her and everything. We waited till the dust was coming and with the blades and everything. And when she flew away, that's when I just sat down on the grass and I said, I need a break.
At St. Vincent's Hospital, Joellen Reilly was still in danger. She needed surgery to repair a dislocated hip. Her punctured lungs would have to heal slowly on their own. She was kept under constant monitoring.
Certainly, we realized that she was somebody who was sick enough that might not make it. And a lot of times, initially, you don't even have a good idea of the extent of their injuries. On the other hand, the fact that she was awake and alert and able to move all of her extremities is reassuring to us.
At Magruder Hospital, a second examination of Ken Reilly's x-rays revealed his back was broken. He would need further surgery.
If you have somebody that has an unstable spine, such as Ken, and he gets up and starts walking around, or it collapses further and pushes into the nerve roots, then you have paraplegia or nerve damage, and that would be worse than the disaster itself.
But Ken was only interested in finding his wife. In response to his persistent concern for Joellen, the nursing staff had tracked her down at St. Vincent's. Despite the risk, Ken insisted on being transferred by ambulance to St. Vincent's so he could be with his wife.
My nurse asked me if I wanted to go up and see my wife. Of course, yeah, I haven't seen her for so long, and I wanted to see how she was doing. And it was good therapy for both of us to be able to see each other. They wheeled my bed up to her room, and neither one of us could hardly move, but eye contact was said a lot that day.
They reunited us then, and that was the first time I'd seen him. And they backed the beds up. We were feet to feet, and we both just did a high five to each other, and it was pretty emotional.
Today, Joellen and Ken continue to deal with their injuries. Once avid exercise buffs, they sometimes find it difficult to get up in the morning. Still, they are grateful to be alive and to have each other.
You need to know what people have done for you, and without some of the people, you owe everything to them, you know, to be alive. I'm very grateful to all of them, because if not, I probably wouldn't be here.
There was so much help that came right after the accident. It was just almost like they were standing there waiting for it to happen. A lot of good help that came fast, which saved a lot of lives.
The training and quality of the emergency medical services and hospital trauma care has helped Joellen and Ken rebuild their lives. A year later, Beth Roach helped arrange a gathering for survivors of the winery collapse to thank the medical and emergency workers for their dedication.
I know it's their job, but you're still very grateful for the help that they gave you. I mean, I've said it a few times, and I want to get that across, that how much I really appreciated what they did and how they stepped up, how things went down over there. I really don't think they could have done a better job.
The victims were not the only ones affected by the incident. The winery's former owner is still dealing with lawsuits that could mount into the millions of dollars. Engineers later determined that the deadly collapse of the concrete terrace at the winery was caused by a structural problem. The residents of the remote island are still trying to put the tragic events behind them. In the largest grain elevator in America, a spark causes dust to ignite and explode with terrifying intensity. Workers are severely burned and trapped inside the collapsed structure. When firefighters get the call, they know they are in for a fight.
My reaction was disbelief. I couldn't believe that there was that much destruction on that elevator.
The government declares it a national emergency. Family members pray for their loved ones, and medical personnel prepare for the worst.
Everything that we're going to need for that patient, we have ready.
Rescuers know that they must succeed, especially when seconds count. June 1998, almost harvest time in Kansas. Over the next 3 weeks, an entire season's wheat would be harvested and trucked to grain elevators for storage. Rising from the plains, the grain elevators are the largest man-made structures in the prairie states. There are 900 in Kansas alone. About 4 miles southwest of Wichita is one of the world's largest, a vast complex of 246 silos. They hold 20 million bushels, enough wheat to bake bread for every person in America for 6 weeks. Farm work is one of the most hazardous industries in America. Every year, almost 200,000 agriculture workers suffer disabling injuries. They are more likely to die on the job than workers in any other profession. But like many grain men, 37-year-old Scott Mosteller loved the work. He and his close friends Johnny Sutton and Lanny Owen operated the elevator's nerve center. In the span of a few weeks, they would orchestrate the movement of more grain than many nations produce in a year. Inside, miles of conveyor belts and machinery process hundreds of thousands of bushels each hour. Machinery that must be maintained meticulously. With the upcoming harvest, workers were summoned to prepare machinery for what promised to be a bumper crop. Elaine Caldwell, an accountant, arrived with her husband Paul, who had been called back to work. 65-year-old Howard Going, who had retired the previous August, couldn't pass up a chance to work another harvest. Elaine Caldwell kept track of workers added to the payroll. Beneath the silos, wheat is constantly moving. This underground network of conveyor belts stretches nearly a mile. Conveyor belts pass over roller bearings. If even one of the 12,000 bearings in the complex seized up, it could overheat and cause a spark. One spark can be deadly. Grain dust, mixed in proper proportions with oxygen, can be as explosive as dynamite, 8 times more volatile than gasoline. Dangers were all around. A single spark can ignite the grain dust, causing a catastrophic explosion. In grain elevators, danger is ever present. Workers can be crushed by trucks or by freight trains. Massive, constantly moving machinery can sever limbs or crush hands. Even to get to their posts, some workers must ascend a vertical conveyor belt that rises 200 feet. Johnny Sutton, Scott Mosteller, and Lanny Owen work near the top of the head house, a 197-foot tall concrete tower that rises between the silos. Howard Going worked below, in tunnels 20 feet underground. Workers reach many areas of the elevators by a series of catwalks. One wrong step, and it's a 200-foot plunge to their deaths. The non-air-conditioned tunnels swelter at over 100 degrees on hot spring and summer days. But the biggest fear was fire. Workers checked and greased thousands of bearings to make sure none overheated and ignited highly explosive grain dust. But they missed one. At about 9:20 that morning, Howard Going heard a sound that made his heart stop. A bearing in an adjoining tunnel had seized and overheated, igniting grain dust. The initial blast set off a deadly chain reaction. The explosion shook up more grain dust, which ignited, setting off even larger explosions. Scott Mosteller heard it clang.
Hey, you guys, that didn't sound real good.
Worried, he looked down. He leapt to the floor, covering his face as a 2,000-degree fireball rocketed through the headhouse tower, blowing out the walls. A trucker picking up a load of grain heard the first muffled blasts. Moments later, the structure blew apart, destroying his truck and nearly blinding him. The explosion was so loud, it could be heard for 15 miles. Sedgwick County dispatcher Vanessa Downey was on duty that morning.
It was pretty quiet that day, just your normal car stops, abandoned vehicles, and then all of a sudden, boom. This guy called and says, oh my God, it's big. When he really couldn't say what had happened, all he knew is that the grain elevator had exploded. He said, you just can't imagine what it's like.
Sedgwick County Fire Chief Gary Kermode took the call from dispatch, but alarmed citizens flooded the lines.
We'd received about 110 phone calls within the first half hour, and then it kept continuing, and then it came in as a grain elevator explosion with people missing and or trapped.
6 fire stations and 2 rescue teams responded. Nothing prepared them for the devastation they saw. Lieutenant John Troyer, one of the first to the scene, recalls.
When the elevator first came into view, it was an amazing sight. You could tell there was large sections that were blown away. There was smoke rising. I couldn't believe that there was that much destruction on that elevator. And I turned to my lieutenant and I said, we're going to be here a very, very long time.
Inside the destroyed structure, workers dug themselves from the smoldering rubble. Elaine Caldwell suffered bruises, lacerations, and burns, but worried most about her husband at the top of the silo. She made her way out, stunned by what she saw. Other workers staggered, burned, and bloody. Rooms that she had walked through moments before were unrecognizable, filled with smoke, flames, chunks of concrete, and twisted metal. When firefighters arrived, the area looked like a war zone.
We saw people running. We saw people kind of walking around in shock. We were concerned concrete and rebar that was hanging off the silos might collapse. We had 40 to 60 mile an hour winds, and so we still had a 3 to 4 foot movement of that, what we call the head house, where we think the explosion occurred, and that was moving about 3 to 4 feet too. So we had several considerations there to protect our rescue workers, number one, and get the people in the perimeter outside of that.
Fires continued to burn. Huge sections of the structure were in ruins, and some silos bulged out, the concrete riddled with massive cracks. The explosions had traveled the length of the complex, blasting out both ends. Grain continued to burst into flames, and debris continued to fall. After evaluating the risk, Chief Kermode coordinated rescue operations. Firefighters learned that several men were trapped in tunnels 20 feet below the ground.
Rescue, we divided into several areas. One was what we call the walking wounded, people that were injured, and we did a quick triage of those. And we sorted out the patients and determined which ones needed emergency help, less injured, those type of things. We sorted them out by category.
In the head house, Johnny Sutton was badly burned. He radioed his position.
We're in the head house.
A co-worker who escaped with minor injuries heard the transmission.
We're gonna try to get out of the head house.
Sutton helped dig out Lanny Owen.
Come on, we're gonna make it. Yeah. Come on.
The walls around them shook and swayed. "18-inch slabs of concrete were pulverized. Scott Mosteller was blown to the back wall of the obliterated scale office. Mosteller was surprised that he was still alive.
A lot of times the top part of the head house is just gone completely, or it collapses. So I honestly, from the time it exploded, thought that was it. I felt pain over my whole body, and I was just trying to, since I'd never gone through anything like that before, I was afraid I was gonna pass out or go into shock.
Mosteller couldn't find his friends. To get out, he had to cross over mangled catwalks and collapsing sections of the concrete floor. When he reached a rooftop, he could hear sirens coming from miles around. Sutton helped Owen reach a spot where they wouldn't be crushed by falling girders or concrete. Elaine Caldwell pleaded for firefighters to find her husband on top of the massive complex. At the south end, Paul Caldwell lay injured and alone. Firefighters had to figure out how to rescue stranded workers from burning towers that looked close to collapse. Monday, June 8th, 1998, Wichita, Kansas. Firefighters responded to an explosion at one of the world's largest grain elevators. Grain dust ignited like dynamite, blasting through the structure. A series of massive fireballs destroyed much of the complex. Workers remain stranded on the still-burning towers. Others were trapped in tunnels 20 feet below the ground. People for miles around heard the blast. Dispatchers were flooded with calls. Among the first relatives to hear about the blast was Tom Mosteller, whose son Scott was stranded near the top of the concrete tower.
This is Tom, go ahead. The explosion had blown his hard hat off and his walkie-talkie off, but he had his cell phone inside his coveralls, his personal cell phone, and he didn't call until he got out to the top of one of the silos, and it was about 17 minutes after the explosion, so I said, I'll call you right back. I said, I've got to get a few things in motion, and I'll head that way.
Scott told his father that he was badly burned, but that rescue workers had arrived. By mid-morning, firefighters from Nebraska and Oklahoma arrived to help fight the blaze and rescue the trapped workers. Roads were blocked by panicked relatives trying to get to the scene. Sedgwick County deputies stopped them at a roadblock and did their best to keep them informed. But they kept coming. Authorities needed a place where family members and loved ones could gather to await news. Rescue workers directed them to a nearby elementary school that many of the workers' children attended. Grief-stricken family members gathered around the television, horrified by the images. Rescue personnel updated them each hour. The news was grim. Firefighters quickly found the bodies of 2 men killed by the blast. One victim's clothes had been almost completely blown off. EMT Bill Ochterlony helped treat the injured workers.
When we put together a triage area, we look at number of criticals and number of non-criticals. We try to divide those out into 2 separate groups. With the critical patients, we want to move those right away.
The burns had to be treated immediately. EMTs poured saline solution over sterile sheets to prevent potentially lethal dehydration. Rescue workers soon learned that 19 men were at the elevator at the time of the blast. Sections of the massive structure were destroyed or dangerously close to collapse. Fires continued to burn, and piles of wheat spontaneously burst into flames. Tom Mosteller managed to get through to the site and told firefighters he had spoken to his son by phone. His son, he told them, was badly burned, stranded near the top of the head house. Elaine Caldwell, an accountant injured in the blast, implored firefighters to search for her husband Paul, who had been working on the top of the silos. Trapped near the top of the head house tower, Johnny Sutton reached firefighters on his 2-way radio. Sutton told rescuers that he and Lanny Owen were injured on a rooftop near the scale office. Both were badly burned. Sutton also heard someone calling from the floor above. Firefighters now knew that at least 4 survivors were trapped in the concrete tower that rose between the silos. None of the departments in Kansas, Nebraska, or Oklahoma had ladders long enough to reach the top of the structure. Medical rescue organizations and even media outlets offered choppers, but Chief Kermode knew they wouldn't help.
Normally, helicopters are not always the best to use on a site. They have to be designed for it. They have to have a hoist. A lot of the media helicopters, they offered those helicopters to us. They offered us the Life Watch and Eagle Med helicopters to us. The problem is they're not designed to rescue people off buildings.
Desperate, rescue workers sought help from the Army Medical Unit at Fort Riley, Kansas. The unit, designed to set up mobile wartime hospitals, dispatched a rescue helicopter. At the burn center at Via Christi St. Francis Hospital, nurses and doctors monitored the rescue efforts, knowing victims would soon arrive. They prepared for the worst. Burn nurse Rhonda Young.
I knew from watching what was on TV that there were some significantly burned patients coming in. We have a very systematic approach. We start with what we call the ABCs. A is for airway, B is for breathing, C is for circulation. And you treat every patient the same way. The reason being is that you don't want to miss anything.
When the victims arrived, they suffered not only traumatic injuries caused by the violent explosion, but also life-threatening burns. The fireball scorched exposed skin instantaneously. Survivors were covered with gashes and bruises from flying debris. At 11:30, a combat rescue helicopter from Fort Riley's 82nd Medical Company arrived to help get the stranded workers. Paul Caldwell, alone at the far end of the complex, waved desperately to attract their attention. Crew members scanned the quarter-mile-long complex looking for survivors. Finally, they spotted him. Gusting winds made this rescue especially treacherous. Even under normal conditions, helicopter rescues required tremendous skill and coordination. If the pilot didn't maintain a steady altitude and position, the medic could slam into the structure with enough force to kill him. The hurricane-like prop wash could also transform chunks of concrete and metal into deadly projectiles. Elaine Caldwell watched, praying they could reach her injured husband. When she saw him rise, she was overjoyed. Paul Caldwell was critically injured. But he was alive. But other badly injured men remained stranded on the rooftops. The Fort Riley soldiers spotted Johnny Sutton and Lanny Owen. But as the helicopter descended, prop wash caused concrete walls to sway and crack. Hope of a quick rescue was dashed. Fearing they would be crushed, Johnny Sutton waved them off. EMT Bill Ochterlony recalls.
Probably the most difficult part was the 4 men that were in the scale room at the top of the head house. We had radio contact with them, and they, over time, progressively got weaker.
Firefighters had to find a way to reach the injured men before time ran out. A deadly explosion at one of the world's largest grain elevators left desperate workers trapped on top of the burning structure. None of the fire stations in Kansas, Nebraska, or Oklahoma had equipment that could reach the top. A helicopter rescue was waved off when prop wash nearly knocked down concrete walls that would have crushed the injured men. But tenacious firefighters found another way. They commandeered a 175-foot crane that had been moving equipment at a nearby power plant. With stranded workers fading fast, firefighters feared they might arrive too late. Sedgwick County Fire Lieutenant John Troyer.
We had to move rail cars to get the crane in place, and then we needed to set up the crane, which of course had very large outriggers. and then to get the crews in place and brief them on what we needed done, and to get them to the top took a long period of time.
Rescuers faced another nightmare in the smoldering bowels of the grain elevator. 4 men were trapped in tunnels 20 feet below ground. Rescuers needed to get them out. The tunnels were hot, well over 100 degrees, pitch black, and so choked with smoke and grain dust that breathing filters clogged in minutes. At any moment, grain dust could ignite, killing anyone inside. A dog from Kansas Search and Rescue was enlisted to help find the men in the massive complex. Built to withstand the pressure of millions of tons of concrete above, the tunnels now creaked and groaned as if they might give way, crushing everyone inside. Even a minor collapse would trap rescuers. The canine search got off to an ominous start. Trained search dogs communicate to their handlers with distinctive barks. This bark indicated that the dog detected human remains, not a survivor. Somewhere nearby, entombed beneath the smoldering rubble, lay another victim. In the head house, survivors worried that rescuers might not reach them soon enough. During the blast, Scott Mosteller had covered his face with his hands. His hands were so badly burned that the skin was charred. But they didn't feel hot. They felt ice cold. Tom Mosteller, who stayed in touch by cell phone, thought his son was showing classic symptoms of shock, a prime killer of burn victims.
He just said that he was very cold and he wanted to go to sleep. And I said, no, Scott, you can't go to sleep because we're going to need to communicate with you. We need to find out where you're at and what information you've got about the other fellows and this type of thing. And I said, so just don't go to sleep. I said, I'll just keep calling you though.
At the base of the elevator, rescuers methodically cleared debris. And anchored the huge outriggers that would keep the crane from tipping over. Finally, they were ready. The crane hoisted the men more than 130 feet, the crane arm rocking in the gusting wind. The gargantuan concrete headhouse tower was almost destroyed. Sedgwick County Fire Lieutenant John Troyer.
The scene in there was amazing. 18-inch concrete with 1-inch reinforced rebar every 6 inches, and it was completely blown away. There was huge holes in the floors of the head house of the elevator, and the amount of destruction was just amazing. I mean, there was virtually nothing left. Huge cracks in the concrete floors, and making our way through there was dangerous.
Johnny Sutton feared he and Lanny Owen wouldn't last much longer. Lanny was in bad shape. When the explosion hit, he was looking down. His face took the full force of the 2,000-degree fireball. But moving even 20 feet put the lives of rescuers in jeopardy. Nothing was stable. Winds made the structure rock. At any moment, it could go down. By the time they reached Sutton and Owen, the men were weak and in agonizing pain.
Every part of exposed skin was burned to the 3rd degree. Of course, they probably had inhalation burns too, which is very, very serious and dangerous. We tried to get them out as quick as we could and also be safe.
Wind gusts had picked up. If they took one wrong step, They would plunge more than 100 feet into fires still burning below. They clutched Johnny Sutton and Lanny Owen, moving methodically back to the crane. Rescuers hoped they had reached them in time. Tom Mosteller kept his son updated, filling him in on details of the rescue. But Scott's hands were shivering, and he was growing increasingly sleepy. The father assured his son help was on the way. He had to hang on. But the crane bucket was still at the silo tops, several floors below Scott. Rescuers had to scale part of the destroyed headhouse tower to reach him. Scott Mosteller feared that if he drifted off, he would never wake up.
I was afraid I was going to pass out or go into shock, so I just tried to stay awake. I looked down to see if my Jeep had been hit with any concrete, just anything like that to take my mind off of it.
From the command post below, Tom Mosteller and firefighters spotted rescuers emerging on the rooftop where Scott sat. To get Scott Mosteller back to the level of the crane's basket, firefighters had to use ropes and belaying gear designed to rescue mountain climbers. Scott Mosteller's burns were excruciating. The climbing ropes tore into burned skin. A medevac chopper was immediately dispatched. Like Johnny Sutton and Lanny Owen, Scott Mosteller was taken immediately to a waiting medevac chopper. All three men had lost massive amounts of fluids through their charred skin. They needed immediate medical attention. At Via Christi St. Francis Hospital, doctors and nurses knew it would be a long, hard struggle to keep these men alive. On June 8, 1998, doctors at the burn center at Via Christi St. Francis Hospital prepared to save the lives of badly burned workers plucked from the top of a grain elevator near Wichita, Kansas. The workers had been stranded for hours while rescuers struggled to reach them. Their horrific burns were encrusted with soot and debris, increasing the likelihood of lethal infections. With burns this serious, treatment should begin immediately. Their fight for survival had only begun. Burn nurse Rhonda Young was part of the treatment team.
The natural response physiologically to a burn injury is massive swelling. If they have facial burns, they're going to swell even more in the facial area. So that alone can compromise your airway. So you need to preserve that airway. That's an initial concern. That's a life-threatening concern. If you don't have an airway, you don't have a patient.
Dehydration can also be deadly. Fluid loss through burns can deplete the blood, depriving the brain and vital organs of oxygen. Lanny Owen, Johnny Sutton, and Scott Mosteller were all listed in critical condition. Even as they were treated, they asked about the men trapped in tunnels 20 feet below ground. The explosions left the tunnels clogged with wheat, mangled chunks of metal, and shards of concrete. The wheat itself posed a grave danger. It can engulf a man like quicksand. It also produces nitrogen dioxide, or silo gas, that can kill in minutes. Fires continued to smolder throughout the complex. Rescuers knew that another grain dust explosion could kill them all. But they remained hopeful after several rescuers reported hearing someone banging on a pipe. As the search intensified, Sedgwick County officials desperately needed help. That evening, the site was declared a national emergency. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Administration, dispatched a search and rescue team from Lincoln, Nebraska. The team included rescue specialists, physicians, structural engineers, dog team handlers, and more paramedics. Time was critical. If the workers had found air pockets in the mounds of wheat, they would have a limited supply of oxygen. Throughout the night, searchers combed the tunnels for any sign of life. FEMA brought truckloads of state-of-the-art search and rescue gear, including infrared cameras and super-sensitive listening devices. Using a slender pole-mounted camera, they searched beyond narrow crevices and mounds of wheat. Operators manipulated the camera with a joystick, watching on a small TV monitor. They found air pockets, but no signs of survivors. The tunnels were massive, dark, and smoky. Debris made more than 3/4 of them inaccessible. To conduct a thorough search, rescuers had to get the grain out. Structural engineers devised a way to keep grain from funneling down from damaged silos.
Come on, guys. Let's keep it going.
To stop the flow of wheat, they pushed sheets of plywood against the ceiling, blocking the silo's mangled release doors. 6-inch timbers held the plywood in place, like vertical beams in a mine shaft. They managed to clear hundreds of yards and reach parts of the tunnels that hadn't been searched. By daybreak, they had brought in massive vacuum trucks to suck out the grain. But hope began to fade when rescuers uncovered the remains of one of the workers. Later, they found 2 more bodies. The violent explosion had killed the workers instantly. They were too badly mutilated to identify. Relatives waited agonizing days for DNA test results, praying for their fathers, sons, brothers, and husbands. One by one, they were given the bad news. Only one man remained missing, 65-year-old Howard Going, who had worked at the elevator for 42 years. As they searched for him, Chief Kermode began to worry that they might lose one of their own.
There's always some danger in there, and that's what we look at when we weigh the benefit and risk ratio. If there's more benefit than the risk, then we'll go ahead and do that rescue.
The amount of damage discovered in the recently cleared tunnels made it unlikely that anyone could have survived the blast. While Howard Going's family waited for news, rescue officials debated whether to abandon rescue efforts altogether. Days after an explosion tore through one of the world's largest grain elevators, exhausted firefighters continued to fight the blaze and to search for survivors. At Via Christi St. Francis Hospital, doctors were in the midst of their own rescue operation, struggling to save the lives of critically burned men rescued from the top of the grain elevator. Burn nurse Rhonda Young witnessed the events firsthand.
When it's a mass casualty event, the trauma room is the big focus.
Even as doctors struggled to keep the men from dying of shock or dehydration, they evaluated the extent of the burns. Dr. Gary Jost, director of the Regional Burn Center, treated Scott Mosteller.
We were concerned about the extensive nature of burns to his hands, whether he would actually lose digits or how much damage would be long-term to tendons and joints. We elected to take him to surgery and graft the areas we thought were obvious third degree to the back of his hands.
The medical team administered massive doses of antibiotics to stave off life-threatening infections. They could only wait and hope that the skin grafts worked. At the grain elevator, investigators began to trace the path of the explosion. Although the elevator was filled with rubble, the investigators could reconstruct the blast by examining scorch patterns, warped metal frames, and tracing the trajectory of concrete that hung from rebar or was blasted into open fields. The rescue was growing increasingly hazardous. Because of 100-degree temperatures and heavy clothing, firefighters could only work an hour at a time. Falling debris and tunnel collapses put search teams in constant jeopardy. The investigators' preliminary findings confirmed rescuers' worst fears and forced them to make a decision they had hoped to put off. The first explosion occurred in one of the tunnels, where a seized bearing overheated, igniting grain dust. Within moments, a fireball blasted through the south tunnels, blowing out the ends. The explosion shot up the headhouse tower with astonishing force. Small explosions ignited more dust and transformed the metal doors and conveyor belts into shrapnel. A steel door from the bottom floor was tightly wrapped around a girder more than 100 feet high. The explosions traveled across the top of the structure, shaking dust, then igniting it, transforming silos into 130-foot-tall concrete rifle barrels. Howard Going never had a chance. Formal rescue efforts were aborted. His son, Robert Goyne, knew the firefighters would have continued rescue efforts if they had any remaining hope of finding his father.
You could just tell by looking at them, their actions, that was the hardest thing that they had to decide on, was to make it a search and recovery instead of a search and rescue operation.
The fire continued to burn as victims' families began to bury their husbands, sons, and fathers. One woman lost her brother and her husband. But the fire hadn't claimed its final victim. On Friday, June 19th, 11 days after the explosion, Lanny Owen died from his injuries. He left behind 2 children. Several weeks after the accident, recovery workers located the body of Howard Goyne. It took months for survivors to recover and rebuild their lives. Because of his burns, Scott Mosteller was unable to return to his job at the elevator. He did return to work, however, at the hospital that saved his life. Firefighters had to remain at the elevator for over a month, extinguishing grain that continued to burn. Few firefighters had ever worked such a massive catastrophe.
It was rated 6 out of 10 of the worst explosions in the world due to size of the structure, the economy, the cost factors. And when you sit back and look at it today, it was one heck of a challenge for any department, whether you're in New York City or with your Sedgwick County Fire District number 1.
Each year, firefighters hold a memorial service for the victims. A service that also commemorates their heroic efforts to rescue those who survived. A winter storm turns a Vermont road into an icy death trap. 2 teenage boys try to make their way home. The road is slick, the tires slide. Seconds later, disaster. As the car fills with freezing water, the boys realize they are trapped. Now, rescuers must fight bitter cold and impossible odds to attempt a rescue.
I'd been on other cardiac calls that don't have good outcomes. To be honest with you, I didn't have a whole lot of hope.
With each passing second, emergency personnel are in a life and death struggle to save victims that are submerged. It was November 22nd, 1999, a few days before Thanksgiving. An early snowstorm blanketed Newfane, Vermont. The National Weather Service had issued a travel advisory for the area. It warned of a treacherous driving condition known as black ice, a thin layer of frozen water that takes on the color of the underlying surface. What looks like a normal roadway is actually a dangerous sheet of ice. Many travelers had only one thought on their mind that evening. Get home. Even as the snow stopped falling, it would be hours before many of the two-lane country roads would be cleared and salted around Newfane, a small town where everyone knew everyone. George Place and his classmate Caleb Record left basketball practice at the high school around 7 p.m. Caleb was a starter on the varsity team and ranked 8th in his class. He and George had been friends for 2 years. The weather had turned cold, and the boys weren't wearing coats. They only lived 7 miles away. Caleb's mother worried as she waited for him to arrive home. The roads were often unpredictable this time of year, especially for an inexperienced driver.
The weather was kind of nasty. Caleb, he had not driven in a lot of snow, and I was concerned that why they even had practice because the roads were kind of slippery.
Caleb took Route 30 and then turned onto the river road to take George home. It was a windy, one-lane dirt road. The conditions on the river road were much worse than Route 30. And there were a series of sharp, dangerous curves.
All right. Yeah, I can't see anything. That's all right. No, all right. Yeah, calm down.
Caleb quickly discovered that the car was not responding like it normally did. The river road was much more difficult to navigate than he had imagined. When he pressed on the brakes, the car hit a patch of black ice and kept going straight. The car would not stop. The terrified boys braced themselves as they hit a snowbank. The car's window shattered and the roof flattened. They landed upside down on the river's bottom. Water poured in. The panicked boys were trapped, submerged in near freezing water. Within seconds, their arms and hands went numb from the cold. They couldn't even unlatch their seatbelts. To make matters worse, the car continued to shift in the river's current. Within a minute, the boy's core body temperature began to drop. Blood pressure and pulse decreased sharply, leaving them confused and disoriented. Finally, George managed to unlatch his seatbelt. Caleb was still trapped. They had been under freezing water, holding their breath for almost 2 minutes. George knew that if he didn't get air into his lungs in a matter of seconds, he would pass out. He did the only thing he could. He clawed his way out of the car. The water's near freezing temperature robbed his body of heat 30 times faster than cold air. He swam ashore, ignoring the excruciating pain shooting through his legs and arms. Hypothermic shock was setting in. His reflexes were failing. If he did not get immediate help, within 15 to 45 minutes, George would be dead. Still, he found the strength to call for his friend. But Caleb was still trapped in the car. As the car sank deeper into the river, George knew he had to do something.
Caleb! Caleb! Caleb!
If he went back into the river, he would certainly die. He had to get help for Caleb and himself if they were to survive. The embankment was steep. Broken glass and metal shards from the car's descent cut his hands and knees. Confused and frightened, he stopped to see if his friend had gotten free. There was no sign of Caleb. George's body temperature continued to drop. Exposed to the elements, wearing the soaked t-shirt and shorts from basketball practice, he was shaking uncontrollably. The pain in his arms and legs was unrelenting. But he knew he had to go on. Inside the car, Caleb had stopped struggling. He had been underwater for nearly 4 minutes. When George reached the top of the embankment, he knew there would be little chance anyone would drive down the river road in time to help Caleb. He made his way to Route 30. His limbs were so cold, he could barely move. Time was running out. George finally reached Route 30, but there were no cars on the road. Then, in the distance, headlights appeared.
Hey!
He used every ounce of energy he had left to wave them down, screaming, crying to help his friend. The first car didn't stop. George stood in the middle of the road and waved frantically. The second car stopped. Hillary Chamberlain saw that the boy was in serious trouble. He was soaking wet and shivering so violently he could barely speak. All he could say was, "Car in river, car in river."
What happened? I don't know. We went over, and you just gotta go. He's in the river. Okay.
Rodney Chase and Jerry Paradis were in the first car. They turned around and headed back to the boy. Rodney couldn't understand what George was trying to say.
He kept saying there was a car in the river, but the river is 300 or 400 yards from Route 30. Finally, I kind of yelled at him and I said, you know, you got to tell me where the river is, what the problem is. And then he said, well, that we had to go down the side road.
George finally told them that he had managed to escape. But Caleb was still in the car, submerged under the water. Hillary helped George into her car. It was clear he was freezing. She knew they had to get help. Jerry and Rodney started down the dirt road. They looked for any signs of an accident. As they came to a sharp bend in the road, they saw tire tracks that led down the embankment to the river. Rodney pulled a flashlight from the car. Jerry scanned the river below.
We saw a car in the water, upside down, tires sticking out. It was pretty dark. You couldn't see much other than what your flashlight hit. The car itself wasn't that far offshore, maybe 4 or 5 foot deep, right off the edge. I mean, you didn't have to go out far before it was, up to your chest.
Rodney and Jerry climbed down the embankment. If there was a passenger in that car, they had to get him out. Debbie Record was getting more anxious. The school was only 7 miles away, and Caleb was overdue.
Hello, Kate? Have you seen Caleb? I knew he had gone to practice. I knew what time practice had gotten out, and he hadn't gotten home as quickly as I thought he should have.
As Hillary raced to the sheriff's office, George slipped into shock. His body temperature continued to fall. Caleb had been submerged nearly 15 minutes. His body was cold. He was unconscious, or worse.
I was pretty scared because I knew it was a steep bank, and I wasn't sure what we'd see once we got to the edge of the bank. Wasn't sure I wanted to see what we were going to see, but I knew it wasn't going to be good. The bank was really steep, and it was basically clear of like trees and stuff like that, but it was pretty rough, and it was, like I said, real steep, so we pretty much had to go down however we could get down there. It was rough going. So I get down there, I'm like, are we gonna risk our lives to go in this ice cold water and there's not anybody in the car? Was he actually by himself? Or do we take a chance and there might be somebody in there?
It was a critical decision they had to make in an instant. If Caleb had any chance at life, the two men had to act now. It was November 22nd in Newfane, Vermont. Caleb Record and his friend George Place had just left basketball practice and taken a back road home. On an icy road, Caleb lost control of the car. It tumbled over a 100-foot embankment and landed upside down in the icy river. George Place managed to make it out of the submerged car. He struggled up the embankment and went to get help. He flagged down Rodney Chase and Jerry Paradis. The two men now had to decide whether to plunge into the icy water themselves
wasn't so much scared about him going in the water. I was more scared whether or not he was going to find somebody in the car or not. I really didn't want him to find anybody in the car. I was hoping it was empty.
Rodney plunged into the freezing water.
The worst part was actually getting in the water. That's why I think if I'd been alone, I might not have done it.
The water temperature was so cold, it took his breath away. Rodney began to wonder if he had made a mistake.
When I first got in the water, it was very shocking. It had been quite cold that day, and the water was real cold. I had second thoughts about going in the water because I thought if I got in too deep that I was going to become a victim instead of a rescuer.
Hillary Chamberlain turned up the heat as far as it would go. She was concerned that George would succumb to hypothermia. He was shaking uncontrollably. The roads were slick, but she drove as fast as she could. Rodney finally reached the car and tried to open the door underwater. It wouldn't open. The door was locked.
We were communicating back and forth. I was asking him, what do you got? I mean, can you find anything? Is there anybody there?
Rodney reached through a broken window and unlocked the door. But now it was stuck on the river bottom. Using all his strength, Rodney pulled it free. He reached into the car and felt a cold human hand. Someone was trapped inside. Rodney tried pulling, but the body wouldn't budge.
He said, I think I've got something. And I'm up on the bank. I'm like, no way. No, you don't have nothing. Please tell me you're wrong.
When I did find somebody, I believe he was wedged between the seat and the door.
No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't get the body free of the car.
At that point, I moved a little closer to where they were at. And I looked down with the flashlight, and sure enough, I saw a belt and jeans, and I knew he had somebody.
Somebody's in here. They're stuck.
Yes.
I actually thought I was going to have to stick my head under the water to try to find somebody, which I didn't want to do because I was afraid I'd get trapped in the car.
Hillary finally made it to the sheriff's department with George Place, who was suffering from hypothermia.
I'm gonna be right back. Can you help me? Please help me. There was an accident and there was...
Hillary told the dispatcher about the accident. She quickly called Newbrook Fire and Rescue.
Need fire and rescue, overturned vehicle, possible victim inside.
The firefighters manned their emergency vehicles. Within 2 minutes, they were on their way to the scene. The dispatcher helped Hillary bring George into the sheriff's office. The teenager was pale and delirious. In the river, Rodney continued to try and pull Caleb's body from the submerged car, but the seatbelt was restraining him.
I was pretty shocked. At that point, I got really scared. I wasn't sure what we were going to do at that point.
I can't get him out. You got a seatbelt on.
He called to Jerry, telling him to bring his pocket knife. Jerry took the knife and started cutting the seatbelt.
I think the adrenaline had taken over, and I wasn't afraid for myself or because there was a dead person in this car.
George could hardly move.
I'm gonna go get him some blankets.
It's so cold. All right, you're okay.
Hillary rushed to cover him with blankets.
I don't know what to do.
I'm gonna get him an ambulance.
The dispatcher called for an ambulance.
Rescue unit immediately.
The ER staff at Brattleboro Memorial Hospital had heard over their police scanner that a car was upside down in the West River with a body trapped inside. They immediately sent the hospital's rescue squad to pick up George at the sheriff's office. Diane Vergara, an ER nurse, alerted the staff.
The fact that it was a snowy or a wintry night, we were just more attentive knowing that it was a car into the water, so we just were waiting.
Jerry used his pocket knife to cut through Caleb's seatbelt. They pulled the boy from the car.
It's hard to even move, let alone, try to carry a person out. So, I mean, I'd only been in the water just a couple of minutes, and I had a hard time getting back up on the rock.
Together, they carried him to the riverbank.
And I would have had a hard time getting him back up on shore by myself, but my cousin kind of grabbed my hand and he pulled me and I pulled this body out of the car.
Caleb was not breathing. He appeared dead.
My first impression that we just pulled a dead guy out of the water. I mean, he was blue, cold, lifeless, kind of stiff. I mean, it wasn't pretty.
High school student Caleb Record lost control of his car on an icy Vermont road. It plunged over an embankment and into a freezing river. George Place, sitting in the passenger seat, managed to get free. He climbed up the steep embankment in a desperate attempt to get help for his friend. On the road, George flagged down Rodney Chase and Jerry Paradis. The two men pulled Caleb from the car, but the boy wasn't breathing.
Couldn't really see him good, which is probably a good thing, because I just remembered the person was really cold and pale.
Jerry knew CPR and immediately began chest compressions.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He just started doing chest compressions, and I figured, well, if he's going to do chest compressions, somebody's got to do rescue breathing. So I used a CPR kit and started doing rescue breathing.
Caleb barely responded.
When I was doing the rescue breathing, I could hear rattling sound as I was giving him breaths. And the breaths that was coming back out, I'll never forget, there was a really bad smell to it. I heard later that the rattling sound was probably acorns that had gotten into his lungs from the water.
Despite Caleb's limited response, the two men continued administering CPR.
When it comes to doing the CPR on the guy, too, I mean, there's always a chance, especially with the water that cold, that something could happen,
At the sheriff's office, George Place was loaded into an ambulance. His body temperature had plunged to 94.5.
I just wanted to be warm again, and I couldn't. And I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know anything at that point.
Debbie Record was frantic. She couldn't find her son.
I was just trying to piece it all together. I was trying to, Caleb was a good driver. So I was just trying to think what could have happened. Did he hit a tree? The roads were bad.
Have you seen him? Okay. Thank you.
Just a lot of things were going through my mind.
About 15 minutes after Jerry and Rodney pulled Caleb out of the water, the Newbrook Rescue Squad arrived at the scene.
I was beginning to wonder because I wasn't sure how long we'd been down there, and I wasn't sure how far away help was because I'm not really from that particular area.
Firefighter Mike Fontaine took over for Jerry. He continued chest compressions on Caleb.
I was pretty scared. I didn't know what we were going to do at that point. I mean, I figured I'd seen my first dead person.
I don't like funerals, and I don't usually go to a lot of funerals, but he looked like any dead person I've ever seen.
Fire and rescue trucks arrived.
I was doing the CPR because that's what I was trained to do. I just thought that I was, doing CPR, going through the motions on a dead person.
The rescue workers brought a backboard and an oxygen tank from the truck. In order to evacuate Caleb, they would have to run ropes down the dangerous, icy slope.
It's a steep bank, and we had to put several ropes down over and several people down over the bank and have like a chain line to bring them up over, and it was very tough.
That's the way everybody came down, but it was incredible that nobody got injured going down over this bank where it was, because it was just straight down.
The rescue workers came to the aid of Fontaine and Rodney.
1004. 1000 Paul. Get the mask on. No, got it. He's on. Mask is on.
The medics continued CPR on Caleb.
I looked at the car and I recognized it. And I said to one of the other guys who was there, "Is that Caleb's car?" He says, "Yeah, it is."
They sent a backboard and more personnel down the embankment. Caleb's neck was secured with a C-collar.
I would have never guessed if somebody said that was, didn't tell me that was Caleb, I wouldn't have guessed it. That's how odd it is.
1003. Stop CPR for a minute. Ready to roll. I got to show the strap. Watch the strap. Okay, guys. Right on my count, guys.
They quickly loaded Caleb on the backboard, secured him, and wrapped him in thermal blankets.
Not till after I was standing back on the rocks there that I realized who I was actually doing CPR on.
Rescue workers tied themselves to ropes and helped move the backboard. Slowly but surely, Fontaine and other rescuers pulled themselves and Caleb up the treacherous embankment.
To be honest with you, I didn't have a whole lot of hope. But it was one of my first experiences where a young cardiac victim, and I had heard of the submersion in cold water effects, how it does slow the metabolism down, and how people do have, hope when they've been chilled, rapidly.
So the guys that were going up, one hand on the backboard and one hand on the rope to pull himself up through.
Step.
The rescuers finally reached the top of the embankment, where Caleb was loaded into an ambulance. Paramedic Elena Mayo assessed his condition.
The questions that I asked, the things that I want to know: how long was he unconscious? Has he woken up at all? Did he ever have a pulse? Did he ever move? Was there any response to anything they've done so far? And the answers were all negative. He didn't have any movement, he didn't have any pulse, he didn't have any respirations. There was no reaction to anything they'd done.
Paramedics did everything they could to revive Caleb. They intubated him so they could administer oxygen directly to his lungs.
Knowing how long he was underwater and knowing the physiology behind it, you only have 4 to 6 minutes, 8 maybe, if you're lucky. He was under there 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Then he had to get brought out. Then he had to be brought up to the road. Then he had to be put in the ambulance. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. And I didn't have a whole lot of faith that he was going to be able to, even if he did survive, that he was going to be able to come back well.
Caleb's body temperature was only 82.5. They had to somehow raise it. They continued to hyperventilate him and gave him a shot of epinephrine. Caleb still had no pulse. On an icy November night, 16-year-old Caleb Record lost control of his car and tumbled down a 100-foot embankment. It landed upside down in the river. 2 men pulled Caleb from the wreck. Now rescue workers were taking the boy to Brattleboro Hospital.
No vital signs. Nothing. The defib tells you whether or not there's a shockable rhythm. If it says no shock, there's nothing there. And there was nothing there. So I just kept calling his name and telling him, come on, come back to us.
Now, after several minutes of CPR, they had a slight heart rhythm.
Now the defibrillator says shock indicated. Whoa, which is really cool. And then the machine starts to whistle. And a higher and higher pitch as it's building up a charge. And then it says push to shock. You reach over, push the button, and then it gives the jolt. And then Caleb's heart started again. And that was...
He has a pulse.
The paramedic had to tell us, all right, now calm down. We're not done yet. And we knew, we'd made progress, but that Caleb still wasn't clear.
Come on.
All right, Caleb.
George Place arrived at the hospital.
Paramedics put me in a big silver lining. It's like some kind of solar blanket. I guess it reflects the heat off you, so it keeps the heat in. And they wrapped me in that, and I immediately, I was in there a couple of minutes. I started getting warmer really fast.
The hyperthermia blanket had caused his temperature to rise from 95.4 to 98.1. The doctor checked for internal injuries, broken bones, and spinal cord injuries. Other than a slight cut on his knee, George was not harmed. Then Caleb arrived at the hospital.
Arriving at the hospital, we just all jumped out of the rig, got the stretcher out as quickly as possible. At that point, they had their team ready to take over.
He's been in the water for 20 minutes. The ambulance driver's been 20 minutes.
We gave him a shot of epinephrine as soon as we got him into the ambulance.
1, 2, 3. He was totally unresponsive. What we want to do is we want to get them warm. We want to get a core temperature. We want to get them warm.
Caleb's pupils were dilated. His left arm was blue and blotchy. He still had no blood pressure. His temperature was 92. They needed to raise it.
He was cyanotic, which is what happens when you're submerged in cold water.
A police officer arrived and asked George about the accident.
Yeah, they're working on him right now.
Okay. George tried to fill in the details, but he heard the commotion in the adjacent room and couldn't get his mind off of Caleb.
I'm laying in this bed and Caleb's in the next room, and for all I know, he's dying there, and I had no idea, and I felt helpless. I couldn't do anything.
Sadie, why don't you call Steve?
Debbie Record, Caleb's mom, still wondered where her son was. Debbie asked her daughter Sadie to call some of Caleb's friends to see if he had dropped by.
Basketball practice yet, and
She'd no sooner said this when a car pulled up in front of the house. It was firefighter Wayne Wynot.
Wayne told me that there'd been an accident and we needed to go to Brattleboro Hospital. He said, grab your things. And I said, well, the girls can stay here. And he said, oh, no, you bring the girls with you. And he said, and I'll drive your car. And I said, no, I can drive myself. And he said, oh, no, you can't. He wouldn't even really tell me anything. I mean, he didn't say Caleb had drowned.
All right, let's get his nasal tube in.
Doctors inserted a tube into Caleb's nose.
Okay, let's get on board, Tulane.
He had a lot of water in his lungs.
The tube allowed the respiratory therapist to suck water from his lungs. They pumped out over 600 cc's, nearly half a liter of river water.
They told me that he had water in his lungs. His temperature was real low, and he barely had a pulse, and he wasn't doing good.
Caleb was given 2 amps of sodium bicarbonate to lower his acidity level. Dopamine was administered to raise his blood pressure. They finally got a slight reading. Caleb's heart and breathing were stabilizing, but they would need more tests to determine damage to other organs. They had done all they could at this small county hospital. Even though he thought Caleb's condition was bleak, the doctor knew he would need more advanced facilities if he had any chance of a recovery. He called Dartmouth Medical Center. Once Caleb was fully stabilized, they would transfer him to the university's trauma department.
I was thinking the worst. I was thinking that he was dead and laying in the next room to me.
Debbie and her husband Greg saw some of the paramedics who had been on the scene. They told her about how the car had flipped off the road and into the river.
I didn't really know at that point, but then people started coming to the hospital and coming in our room, and then I found out that he had drowned.
They tried to encourage her, saying he didn't appear to have any external injuries. But sadly, they weren't successful at resuscitating him. Caleb was now breathing with the help of life support. Tragically, his brain function was gone. The Record's family doctor arrived. He had known Caleb since he was born. The 2 doctors realized they would have to share the terrible news about Caleb's condition with the boy's family. Caleb was probably not going to make it. In Newfane, Vermont, Caleb Record and his friend George Place slid off an icy road and down an embankment. They landed upside down in the river. George had gotten free, but Caleb was submerged for nearly 20 minutes. Now the attending emergency physician and the Record's family doctor had to tell them the terrible news. Caleb was brain dead. They needed to consider turning off life support and donating his organs.
The doctor that was on call that night came in and just said, things are not good, but I'll keep you up to date.
I think this would be a good
They
time
told Debbie and Greg that they could see their son.
to come back and see you. And say what you need to say to him.
He said there was, his pupils were dilated, they were getting no response, definitely there was brain damage, and that we should go in and say our goodbyes.
The Records couldn't believe what had happened to their son. Debbie tried to see if Caleb was still there. She spoke loudly to see if he could hear her.
Did feel like it was the last time. The doctor came in 2 or 3 times and just, it wasn't good. You know, he kept saying, he's brain dead, he's brain dead.
Caleb squeezed Debbie's hand.
Oh, he just squeezed my hand.
Every time she spoke loudly to him, he responded by squeezing her hand.
I said, he just squeezed my hand. And I said, watch this. And if I spoke, he would squeeze. And that's when I said, we can't give up now.
The University Medical Center in Hanover, New Hampshire could offer the kind of advanced life-saving equipment he would need.
It gave me a feeling of hope. I just said, he can't be brain dead if he can squeeze on command by me.
Caleb arrived at Dartmouth Medical Center. He survived the trip, but he was still in critical condition.
Temperature up 10 points to 90. I gave him a shot of epinephrine about 40 minutes ago.
Any transfer is risky, especially with the condition that he was in. Anything can change. We had no idea how long he was in the water, so you know, there's so many unpredictables. Anybody that's unresponsive and being in the situation that Caleb was in, you know, I would never say that they're stable enough to transfer, but you never know what's going to happen along route. Anything can happen at any given time.
Debbie and Greg arrived at Dartmouth around 12:30 a.m. Caleb was stabilized and they could see him.
I don't know what I was thinking at that point. I wasn't, I was thinking that it was going to be bad.
That whole night, of course, you can imagine there wasn't a lot of sleeping went on, but it was just pretty much, you know, a little crying, a lot of just holding each other and just trying to get through that night and see what the morning brought.
Dr. Levin apprised the Records of Caleb's condition.
During recovery from that kind of injury, the brain swells. And because the brain is in an enclosed, rigid space, our skull, there's not much room for swelling. And the pressure itself then makes the brain start to crowd in on itself and can be damaging to the brain.
All through the night, the doctor and his staff continued to monitor Caleb. When morning came, Caleb was still alive. Slowly, he began to improve. 2 days after the accident, The specialists believed Caleb could breathe on his own. He turned off the ventilator. Caleb began to breathe.
Well, it was pretty amazing. Kind of gave me goosebumps.
Good job, Caleb.
Then, just a few days after the accident, Caleb woke up. He even started walking.
I just tell people point blank, I witnessed a miracle. I am firsthand saw it and see it every day. And that's the only explanation I've ever been given, and it's the one that I believe in. It was a miracle.
To think there he was only a few days ago, and now he can walk and talk, and I think I got deep down inside, I'm a pusher, and I wasn't going to give up on him at that point.
Caleb went into rehab and made remarkable improvement. In June, he graduated from high school. Today, Caleb is attending junior college and works part-time. He has something to say to those who rescued him.
I just like to thank everyone, but obviously I can't because so many people helped. And I'd just like to say thank you again.
For Caleb's dad, there is still one person who deserves more credit.
As far as we're concerned, he's a hero. If George hadn't done what he'd done, my son would not have lived. To us, he's a hero.
For George Place, life is its own reward.
Life is really good. I'm thankful that I'm here to live another day, and I'm thankful that Caleb's here to live another day.
And for the people of Newfane, Vermont, life has never been more precious. For over an hour, storm chasers follow a terrifying killer as it decimates the Oklahoma countryside.
This is a big tornado, and it's headed right in the direction of Oklahoma City.
Moving to the northeast, over 1 million people lay in its path.
The threat was imminent, and it was a threat like they had probably not experienced.
As it levels entire neighborhoods, rescuers must try to save those in danger.
I knew people were dying. I didn't know how many, but I knew people were dying.
When nature unleashes its terrifying fury, underground is the only safe place to survive at F5. Every year, massive thunderstorms strike Oklahoma from March to July. Thunderstorms that can be a final warning of something much more dangerous to come. Tornadoes. During the afternoon of May 3, 1999, at the National Weather Service Forecast Office outside Oklahoma City, meteorologist David Andra was concerned because satellite imagery and Doppler radar showed a massive thunderstorm brewing.
We saw radar signatures that we know are associated with supercell thunderstorms, and those are the types of storms that produce the long-lived, long-track tornadoes.
He realized he had just enough time to issue a tornado warning.
Tornado warning is in effect until 7 p.m. for Oklahoma County. The storm is moving in from the southwest and should be arriving within the next 15 minutes.
On such a warm spring day, few Oklahoma City residents were worried about the possibility of a tornado. Yet the threat of a serious storm led the 4 p.m. news reports.
Good afternoon, glad you're here. I'm Kelly Ogle.
I'm Robin Marsh, glad you're with us this Monday, and we do begin with some potentially dangerous weather across Oklahoma today.
Here we go again. Gary's in the forecast center with the very latest. Gary?
Thank you, guys. Conditions are pretty favorable for some explosive thunderstorm development. In fact, some of that's going on right now. There's going to be a threat of severe thunderstorms, large hail, and the possibility of some tornadoes with these storms this evening.
In the Greenbrier Lake neighborhood south of Oklahoma City, Cecilia Vaughn and her mother Bobby, a school teacher, had just gotten home from work. Bobby was concentrating on grading a stack of test papers, while Cecilia was busy sending email. The TV was tuned to the news, but Bobby and Cecilia paid little attention. It was just background noise. Gary England is the best known of Oklahoma's weather forecasters. He's been Channel 9's meteorologist for 25 years.
Val's trying to talk to you.
Okay, Val, talk to me.
Even with the latest Doppler radar technology, he couldn't be certain that a tornado had touched down. England relied on storm tracker Val Castor to be his eyes and ears.
There's not a radar in existence that can tell you if a tornado's on the ground, but what you have to have is somebody out there that you can call or talk to on the radio and say, for example, Val Castor's one of ours. You can say, what do you see? It's absolutely critical.
Just after 5 p.m., Val saw his first funnel cloud near the tiny town of Cyril, 78 miles southwest of Oklahoma City.
We were out there before the first storms even developed. And we watched the very first storm go up that day. We watched it get stronger, become severe, and then put down a couple of bigger tornadoes after that.
Val's job was to give accurate, timely updates back to Gary at the Weather Center so the public could be warned. Over 1 million people lay directly in the path of the advancing bad weather. Most were still unaware of the rapidly growing danger.
Relax, keep the TV on, we'll keep you advised. Now let's take a look at Viper, and we'll take a time lapse at it. Main storm right now, just now developing very quickly, and it's moving.
In southwest Oklahoma City, John and Dixie Szymanski were planning on a quiet evening home together. The television was tuned to Channel 9's Gary England, but neither John nor Dixie were worried by what was being reported.
I didn't know very much about tornadoes, being from New York. When I first moved here, I'd noticed the warnings and the watches on TV, and I'd paid attention to them when I got nervous the first couple times when I saw them. But then I grew accustomed to them, and I guess I became complacent and didn't pay much attention to them after that.
Zone 10, Snyder, update. What do you got, Val?
Okay, it looks like to me, Gary, this thing is rapidly getting organized. The rotation has gotten much stronger. We're probably 3/4 of a mile behind it right now. Gary, we have a tornado on the ground, a brief touchdown. It's 2 miles west of Chickasha, moving to the northeast.
Just after 5:30 p.m., the weather grew suddenly much more dangerous. A large tornado had touched down near the town of Chickasha, 45 miles southwest of the metropolitan area. It was now a violent F2 category tornado, almost 500 yards wide. People were unprepared as the tornado roared into the small downtown. The F-scale, or Fujita scale, is used by meteorologists to rate the intensity of a tornado by examining the damage it causes to man-made structures. An F2 is considered a significant tornado with wind speeds up to 157 miles per hour. It was storm tracker Val Castor's first sight of the monster tornado that would soon terrorize Oklahoma City.
After we saw the third tornado that this storm produced, that was a stronger tornado. We knew then that this storm was probably going to get big.
But as quickly as it began, the tornado dissipated. This was not a good sign. Meteorologist Gary England.
The movement of the parent storm, the main thunderstorm, was generally northeast. Each time it cycled, it would strengthen, and then it would weaken. Every time it would strengthen again, the tornado would come down larger.
Val was transmitting photos of the approaching storm back to Channel 9. Using a global positioning system, he was able to give detailed locations of the storm's path. These photos were then broadcast live to viewers across Oklahoma.
So Val, let us know if this thing starts to come down again, because we're going to come back here.
After the tornado dissipated, a new wall cloud formed. That wall cloud was much, much bigger, had extremely strong rotation. At that point, we knew that was going to be a big tornado.
Air Force Reserve medical technician Scott Branscombe was trying to ignore the weather warnings and enjoy a quiet dinner with his family.
My mother and my sister were actually a little bit more concerned about the storm than me and my father were. But I wasn't too concerned. It's Oklahoma, it's May, we have tornadoes all the time, and just one of those things you get used to when you live in Oklahoma.
Within minutes, another tornado was spawned. Dirt and debris were sucked up inside as it slowly formed a trail of destruction.
Wow, that is absolutely awesome. This thing is throwing up debris all over the place.
If the tornado continued its present course, it would make a direct hit on Oklahoma City.
Like I say, this thing is just tearing things up. It's, like I say, the funnel is real small. I'd say the funnel might not be any wider than 100 yards.
What I can tell you folks here in central Oklahoma, just take your tornado precautions.
Even as Gary England pleaded with viewers to take cover, Bobby and Cecilia Vaughn continued to ignore the danger. Val had to zigzag through country roads to keep up with the tornado. As he drew closer and closer, he realized its deadly potential.
Yeah, we're getting active and working our way up to now probably go down. It's huge. I'll tell you what, it's at least an F3 at this point.
It was now a violent F3 tornado with wind speeds up to 200 miles per hour. As the pictures were relayed live to the entire city, Channel 9 weatherman Gary England issued dramatic warnings to residents of southwest Oklahoma City.
Just talk to me about it. Once again, I will go through tornado precautions for you folks down there. Below ground is best. If you do not have below ground shelter, go to the center part of your house. Oh, Mother, it's May.
Because no one could be certain exactly where the monster tornado would turn next, people were still reluctant to take any precautions.
Okay, so wait, but I can see a little bit of a clear spot working into it right now.
11-year-old Tim Bailey and his parents were heading south to their home after a day of shopping in Oklahoma City. They were unaware of the advancing storms. Meteorologist David Andra issued an emergency tornado statement in one more attempt to get people's attention.
Well, the tornado emergency statement we sent in an effort to heighten the public's awareness that this was an extremely dangerous situation. We wanted to make sure that everyone knew that the threat was imminent, and it was a threat like they had probably not experienced.
Medical personnel immediately prepared for the onslaught, according to Dr. Dale Askins.
We had excellent news reporting. We could see the size of the tornado around the Chickasha area moving towards Oklahoma City. So we knew it was coming. And preparing for that with the large number of casualties was our immediate concern.
Pillows, clothes, coats, anything you can find, and cover up. Stay away from the windows. This tornado is deadly. You need to be below ground to survive in most cases. It is moving.
Persistent warnings from the meteorologist finally stirred Bobby's interests. She now realized there was a tornado less than 3 miles from their home. Bobby told Cecilia that they must get into the bathroom.
They are deadly. About need to be below ground level to survive. With kids, children that are home, a lot of pillows, a lot of blankets. They get in the bathroom, get in between the stool and wall, pack them.
In the neighborhood of southwest Oklahoma City, the growing urgency of the weather warnings and panic calls from relatives had finally stirred John and Dixie Szymanski into action.
We realized the severity of the tornado when one of the local newscasters stated that if you weren't underground, you probably would not survive the tornado.
Val Castor continued north, following the storm that was now only a few miles from residential areas. Police blocked the roads from civilian traffic, and Gary England realized it was now an F5.
I had to say something to get everyone's attention because they've heard thousands of warnings, so I knew I had to say something to get their attention. That was get below ground. This is an extremely intense tornado. And I remember thinking then, a lot of people are going to die.
Oklahoma City braced itself for the full impact of the twister. On the late afternoon of May 3rd, 1999, a series of supercell thunderstorms spawned over a dozen tornadoes southwest of Oklahoma City. But storm tracker Val Castor realized he was not seeing a tornado that could be ignored.
Jed, let me talk to Gary again.
He relayed his concerns about the twister's size and speed directly to Channel 9 meteorologist Gary England, who was broadcasting a minute-by-minute account of the tornado's deadly approach toward the city.
Gary could tell by the tone of my voice and what I was telling him that this was not an ordinary tornado, that this was a large and very devastating tornado. Hey, this thing is not letting up. This is a big tornado, and it's headed right in the direction of Oklahoma City.
As it continued northeast, the tornado moved away from small towns and rural areas. It was now heading directly toward Oklahoma City, where over 1 million people lived. Gary England was very concerned.
Looking at the tornado itself, the video of the tornado, talking to the meteorologists in the field, looking at it on radar, is obviously this was an extremely intense tornado. Didn't know the wind speed for sure, but it was 200 plus easy, and that meant it was probably going to blow away almost everything it encountered. Once I realized this particular tornado was different, I knew I was going to have to use a different type of warning. So what I said basically was, you're going to have to be below ground level to survive. I said, most houses are not going to survive this. So below ground shelter is best.
Unfortunately for many Oklahoma City residents, finding shelter underground was impossible. Although they were initially slow to react, school teacher Bobby Vaughn and her daughter Cecilia had taken cover in their bathroom. Pillows were all they had time to grab and became their only protection against the impending storm. In the neighborhood of southwest Oklahoma City, John and Dixie Szymanski had taken shelter in their closet. For 5 long minutes, they waited, clinging to each other. The announcements on the television plotted the tornado's grim march toward their new home.
Dixie and I were talking about how much we loved each other just before it hit. We were praying.
In the span of 20 miles, as the tornado moved from the rural community of Chickasha to the more developed subdivision of Bridge Creek, it had grown to be almost a mile wide. It had also evolved into the most lethal classification on the tornado scale, an F5 with 300-mile-per-hour winds.
The tornado appeared to reach its maximum intensity about 318 miles an hour. Usually a hook echo on radar indicates a tornado is filled with precipitation. The hook echo was filled full of houses and debris and cars in the air. It was a horrific experience because I knew people were dying. I didn't know how many, but I knew people were dying.
As tornado sirens began going off around them, Scott Branscombe and his family realized their home lay directly in the tornado's path. With no basement, they knew the next best thing was to take shelter in an interior room or a bathtub. To cover them from falling debris, Scott and his father dragged a mattress into the bathtub.
But it was just get everybody, into the bathroom, get everybody safe, and just get ready for what may or may not happen.
11-year-old Tim Bailey and his parents were driving home when they saw the tornado out of their window. They jumped out of their car and ran up to an overpass beneath the interstate, thinking it was a safe place to take cover from the storm. The tornado had been zigzagging as it moved into the city, complicating accurate prediction.
Gary.
Yes.
We're back within about half to 3/4 of a mile of it now. It's directly north of us.
Yes.
I think it's on the interstate right now.
Tim Bailey crawled into the overpass for shelter. His mother protected him with her own body. She held on as long as she could while the tornado blew right over them. As emergency vehicles responded, it was difficult to determine the full extent of the damage the tornado had left behind in its wake. Scott Branscombe and his family now feared the worst. With the sound of the storm now a deafening roar, Bobby and Cecilia Vaughn could do nothing but wrap their pillows tighter around their heads. At 6:40 p.m., the big twister hit the neighborhood of Moore. A swirling cloud of razor-sharp debris, it shredded everything in its path. As it crossed the interstate highway, the mile-wide tornado made a direct hit on John Szymanski's new home.
Right as it hit, we felt a strong sensation of wind and air at our feet. At that point, I knew we were probably going to be in some trouble, just due to the fact that we're in an interior room. There was no ventilation in the closet coming from the floorboards. At that point, we realized that the house was coming apart and it was disintegrating around us.
As the massive tornado finally hit, the Szymanskis' home exploded, and his young wife's hand was torn from his grip. On May 3rd, 1999, an F5 tornado with 300-mile-an-hour winds slammed into the suburbs surrounding Oklahoma City. It destroyed everything in its path. For storm chaser Val Castor, a mile-wide tornado was a frightening sight.
We were probably about a half a mile away from the tornado, and I looked out the windshield and looked straight up, and there was a large piece of debris. I don't know what it was. Could have been a car, could have been a roof of a house, but it was straight above us, about a half a mile up in the air.
It crossed the interstate, leaving a trail of death and debris in its wake. No one had seen anything like it before. Meteorologist David Andrew was among them.
This was the first time that I can recall that I genuinely had some personal fear or fear for my family or friends that they were in the path of a long-track, violent tornado.
Rescue personnel were beginning to realize how violent and dangerous it was.
I mean, we got hurt. We got 2 hurt, we got 1 missing.
Tim Bailey was dazed. His father was injured. His mother was missing. She had held on to him as long as she could, but when the tornado threatened to consume them both, she let go to save her son. EMT Jeremy Walker was one of the first on the scene.
The boy appeared to be in shock about everything that had just happened, and he continued to be that way pretty much the whole ride to the hospital.
As the tornado moved past the interstate into the heavily populated metro area of Oklahoma City, over 1 million people lay in its path. Air Force Reserve medical technician Scott Branscombe and his family had taken cover in the bathroom. For many Oklahoma City residents, an interior room was their only protection. With the tornado almost upon them, Scott couldn't resist one final look outside. Now, barely 500 yards away, came a coal-black wall of swirling debris. The noise was deafening.
I went outside and turned back and saw this black twisting wall, just this black mass, and it was just unbelievable. I couldn't find the words to explain what it exactly looked like. It was just a big black wall of noise.
But his parents' home lay in the possible path of the tornado. As they took shelter in their bathroom, they could hear the thundering sound of the twister approaching their home.
Something like a freight train or a jet engine revving up just in our backyard. It was amazing. I saw it, and I just didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if it was going to hit us, go around us. And I can remember everyone just being really, just kind of almost nauseous. You have absolutely no control over anything that's about to happen to you. And that's kind of a sickening feeling when you can hear it and you just don't really know what to feel.
The approaching roar swallowed up the cries of Bobby and Cecilia Vaughn. The mother and daughter were now witnessing the storm's full fury. News helicopters continued to report as explosions and power flashes erupted throughout the city.
Jack, get us back on the air.
Even Channel 9 went off the air.
It's huge.
Images were coming in so quickly that Gary England and his weather team found it difficult to keep up.
It was a horrific day. I've been in this business 30 years, and I'd never seen anything like that. I always knew someday an F5 would come through the metro, but I had no idea it would be that big and that vicious.
The F5 continued its trek, leaving southwest Oklahoma City devastated. Of 50 brand new houses in the Szymanski's neighborhood, not one survived. John Szymanski was blasted 50 feet from his house. Now, he was desperately hunting for his missing wife. Storm tracker Val Castor was stunned by the devastation.
The damage was just incredible. I have never seen damage that bad before. There was well-built brick homes completely leveled, swept clean off their foundations. Cars were so mangled that you couldn't even recognize them. They didn't even look like a car. There was axles laying out in the road. There was bricks and parts of houses and boards and 2x4s, just all kinds of debris just strewn all across the countryside.
Cecilia Vaughn had survived the tornado unharmed, but her home had been completely destroyed. The only thing still standing in its original position was the bathtub she rode out the storm in. She quickly realized that her mother, Bobby, was nowhere in sight.
Dixie!
I was praying that she was alive. When we were laying in the closet, I was trying to hold on to her. When the house got, blown away from around us, I wasn't able to hold on to her any longer.
I could hear boards breaking and glass crashing, and right after that it got very quiet, and when I lifted my head up, everything was just gone.
In the 911 dispatch center, Frank Gresh tried to coordinate rescue personnel to the hardest hit areas.
People were calling on their cellular phones and didn't know where they were calling from because there were no more landmarks, there were no street signs, there were no houses, there were no house numbers. There was nothing there to help them identify where they were calling from and where we needed to send ambulances to get people the help that they needed.
As the tornado continued moving northeast, leveling the surrounding areas, emergency response crews moved into action. Knowing there were people who needed immediate medical treatment, off-duty paramedic Steve Sawyer ran throughout his neighborhood, trying to help in any way possible. He had run less than half a block from his home when he heard a woman screaming. She was standing in the remains of her home and pointing toward a mattress covered by bricks and wood. The woman told him that her little girl was trapped underneath.
You could hear her crying underneath. She was scared. And that whenever we deal with kids, crying is a good thing. Crying means that they're breathing, their heart's beating. When they stop crying, that's when you got to worry about, okay, what happened? What's changed?
Sawyer checked for any injuries and handed the girl back to her still terrified mother. The tornado had passed within a couple of hundred feet of the Branscombs' untouched home. Scott knew there was an apartment complex nearby where there could be many more injured.
Dixie!
Across the region, desperate citizens searched for missing family members. John Szymanski finally located his wife, Dixie. When the tornado hit, its brute force blasted her from his grip, throwing her 70 feet into the neighbor's yard.
Help!
He didn't know if she was dead or alive.
As I got closer to her and I got some of the debris off the top of her, she wasn't responding to any of the questions I had for her. When I was yelling her name, she wasn't responding at all to me.
Cecilia Vaughn continued to search for her mother. She found her buried under the remains of the bathroom walls. As Cecilia tried to get her free, Bobby lost consciousness. Within minutes after John discovered Dixie, a police car came through the neighborhood. The officer told him an ambulance was headed toward them. He helped John move Dixie out of the debris and onto the curb. Cecilia Vaughn's cries for help were finally answered by paramedic Steve Sawyer. She had survived the tornado, but her mother, Bobby, was buried under the rubble, unconscious. Sawyer could see that she was severely injured and close to death. He knew he had to get her to the hospital, and soon.
She was scared to death. To see her mom like that, it's a heartbreaking experience. To have a loved one, and all of a sudden, 5 minutes ago, you're sitting, talking, laughing, and then 5 minutes later, they're close to death.
Even if Steve Sawyer managed to keep Bobby Vaughn alive, he still had to get her to the hospital, which was 7 miles away. But emergency services were overwhelmed. Roads were blocked by debris, and thousands of people lay buried, waiting for help to arrive. On May 3rd, 1999, an F5 tornado ripped through the heart of Oklahoma City, destroying whole communities. Storm tracker Val Castor had driven over 80 miles pursuing the tornado and issuing reports to News 9's Gary England.
More debris, yeah. Oh, big pile.
As the tornado finally began to move away from the city, Castor realized the severity of the devastation around him.
I knew that I had to do my job and relay warnings, relay information back to Gary about the tornado. You've got friends and relatives that live all over Oklahoma City and more. So, yeah, I'm trying to do my job, but at the same time, I'm worrying about my friends and relatives, worrying how it's going to affect them.
In his own battered neighborhood of Greenbrier Lake in southwest Oklahoma City, Steve Sawyer was attempting to rescue Bobby Vaughn. She was very badly injured, her lungs filled with blood and fluid. Passing firefighters assisted him in removing the rubble from around Bobby and strapping her onto a backboard. Unfortunately, they couldn't help him transport her to the hospital. Sawyer was on his own.
I figured ambulances were coming. I figured there'd be more help coming. I didn't know the extent of the damage. I figured it was just our neighborhood.
Steve Sawyer was now in a race against time. He knew he wouldn't be able to help Bobby much longer. Miraculously, passing motorist Gary Miller stopped and offered them a ride to the hospital. Miller had been on his way to teach at a local college when the tornado struck. Now the professor helped Steve and Cecilia load Bobby onto his Jeep. With Sawyer kneeling over Bobby in the back, they took off. A stunned Gary England watched in disbelief as the tornado's rampage ended as suddenly as it had begun. The main storm dissipated shortly after crossing over the heart of Oklahoma City, but the terrible damage had already been done.
It looked like a war had been fought. There were areas where there was just a foundation left. There were cars that were the size of a small desk. Even as you looked at it, it was hard to say, my gosh, this happened, this moved through. How could anything do this?
Scott Branscombe had reached one of the worst-hit areas of Oklahoma City. The big tornado scored a direct hit on an apartment complex in Moore.
It was just completely leveled. There was boards and chairs and cars, and you just close. It was unbelievable. I had never seen anything like that before in my life.
Branscombe drove half a mile from his home looking for survivors. 10 minutes into the search, he heard someone screaming. Scott reached down into the rubble and discovered an elderly woman lying on her back.
Okay, good. Okay. Hey, somebody!
He called out for assistance.
There's a lady inside here. What are you getting her out?
As Scott and the rescuers moved the debris off the woman, they discovered that the walls had collapsed right on top of her. But she was partially protected by her walker.
When she had fallen down, that walker had fallen on top of her, forming a brace, keeping all of that stuff and that huge wall and all that debris from basically crushing her to death.
Finally, Scott Branscombe was able to lift the walker away. He placed a C-collar around her neck to keep it from moving.
She told me that she had been through 2 world wars, a depression, and 13 or so presidents, and she said, you just go ahead and pull me on out here. She said, I've been through worse.
He and the rescuers then laid her upon a piece of plywood and carried her to a staging area that had been set up in the middle of the street.
We could hear the sirens, obviously from all directions, because there's so many damaged areas, but we knew that they were on their way. They were going to be here as fast as they could, because people had cell phones and people had radios. So we knew they were on their way. We knew help was definitely coming.
Across southern Oklahoma City, thousands of citizens and emergency rescue workers were now combing through the debris and rubble, searching for family and friends. John Szymanski had managed to get an ambulance for his injured wife. Dixie was unconscious, clinging to life by the frailest of threads.
Just as the ambulance pulled up to treat Dixie, they advised me that they were going to treat the most serious patients first that they found in the addition. They began speaking with each other and they decided they were going to transport Dixie first. So I realized it was probably pretty bad at that time.
In the back of the ambulance, John Szymanski assisted paramedics as they tried to stabilize Dixie. She was unconscious. Her neck was broken. Blood seeped from her crushed face. John Szymanski feared the end might now be very close for his young wife. At Hillcrest Health Center, 100 injured survivors arrived in the first hour by any means possible. Dr. Dale Askins, head of emergency services.
We started receiving victims prior to the tornado hitting Oklahoma City because they were transporting them out of the communities south of us. So we were immediately aware we had a real disaster on our hands with the number of victims that started coming.
When she arrived, Dixie Szymanski was among those with the highest priority for immediate medical attention. John could do nothing more for his wife now, but wait for the doctors to tell him her fate. The supercells that created the F5 tornado continued to form dozens of new ones as the storm moved off to the northeast.
Find the basement in the building.
As night fell, the damage transformed the landscape of Oklahoma City into a surreal scene. Burning gas lines and houses illuminated the night sky. The Jeep with Bobby Vaughn wound its way to the hospital through piles of debris. Steve Sawyer was trying to keep Bobby alive. He knew his limited equipment would sustain her for only so long. He asked Cecilia for help.
I told her to assist her ventilations, and I also told her to talk to her. The last sense to go is your hearing. I knew that her mom was in there. We still had a good strong pulse at that time, but the respirations were dying.
With the sounds of chaos all around them, they navigated the nearly impassable roads, hoping they could get to the hospital in time. On May 3rd, 1999, a terrifying F5 tornado plowed into Oklahoma City. It was the most destructive tornado outbreak in U.S. history. Paramedic Steve Sawyer had rescued Bobby Vaughn from her home. Her condition was critical. Her daughter Cecilia hoped Professor Miller could get them there in time. Now, as they neared Hillcrest Hospital, it appeared their efforts were in vain. Bobby had stopped breathing.
As we got there, Steve jumped out of the back of the Jeep and started giving all the statistics on her that he could give, and they rushed her into the emergency room. But I knew she had quit breathing when they took her in.
The blast from the tornado had crushed Bobby under the walls of her home, knocking her unconscious. Her collarbone, nose, and several ribs were broken. Blood and fluid filled her lungs. She had stopped breathing.
She never regained consciousness, and I kept trying to get her to respond and telling her to hang in there, but she never did respond.
As the emergency room filled to capacity, Dr. Dale Askins had to deal with a growing list of physical as well as emotional medical conditions.
All these patients were psychologically traumatized as well as suffering their physical injuries. People were agitated, anxious, frightened, covered with mud. Virtually everybody was bleeding from multiple lacerations, punctures, that type of injury.
After an exhausting 4-hour search trying to locate survivors, Air Force Reserve medical technician Scott Branscombe got the word to return to Tinker Air Force Base. The enormous military facility narrowly escaped disaster as the tornado swerved at the last moment. In the tornado's aftermath, the military opened their arms to the local community, sending search and rescue teams into the tornado-damaged areas and providing food and shelter for survivors. Scott was assigned the duty of assisting many of the tornado victims. Thousands had lost their homes. Cecilia Vaughn got news that her mother would live. She'd gotten to the hospital just in time.
Even while she was in intensive care, every time she would wake up, she would ask where she was and what had happened, and we would retell the story of the tornado, and that she had a broken shoulder and broken ribs, and she just didn't have any recall of anything that had happened.
John Szymanski finally got to see his injured wife. Dixie barely recognized him, and she couldn't talk. Her broken neck was in a brace for 6 months. Doctors began a grueling marathon of 13 surgeries in an attempt to repair her shattered face.
I believe they had 160 stitches in her head, and that's the first time I got a chance to see, and she was still covered in dirt and in blood.
4 days after the tornado, paramedic Steve Sawyer returned to work. But not before he paid a surprise visit to Bobby Vaughn.
It was a happy time, a real emotional happy time, because here we have someone that could have been left for dead, could have not been with their family today. And being able to be part of it was a good feeling, to know that, I was able to help somebody.
In the aftermath of the May 1999 tornado outbreak, the federal government declared Oklahoma City and the surrounding towns a disaster area. Entire neighborhoods had been leveled. An estimated 10,000 residents were now homeless. 1 million cubic yards of debris littered a 27-mile corridor of destruction. Between 30 and 40,000 vehicles had been damaged or destroyed. Almost 800 people were injured. There were 44 fatalities. Incredibly, the death toll from the nation's most destructive tornado outbreak might have been worse. Meteorologist Gary England knows that people without protection from such damaging storms might not be so lucky again.
It might be in 1 year, it might be in 10 years, it might be in 50 years. It is going to happen again, and people will need somewhere to go. So people that don't have the plan, don't have the safe room, don't have the place to go, are at risk.
Both Dixie and John have healed from their injuries. In December of 1999, they moved into a new home. 1 year later, Dixie gave birth to a baby girl, Maya. To protect them all, they have added a special feature, a storm cellar. Dixie knows life is a gift.
And we're just lucky to be here and enjoy it as while we're here, because you never know when your time is.
The people of Oklahoma City have once again learned that lesson. It is a lesson for all of us. A Sunday afternoon turns terrifying for two young brothers when a frozen pond collapses beneath them. As they struggle for their lives, rescuers race to the scene.
Time is very important in a situation like this. I knew we had to get him quickly.
But with each minute in the frigid water, emergency personnel fear for their survival.
I wasn't coming out until we found him.
Fighting hypothermia, doctors attempt to revive the boys.
These kids looked dead, they felt dead, and they were cold and stiff.
To save two innocent lives, rescuers find themselves walking on thin ice. December 10th, 1995. In Warwick, Rhode Island, temperatures had fallen into the low 20s for 3 straight days, transforming the landscape. At a neighborhood pond, snow covered a deceptively thin sheet of ice. It would take 3 more days at 20 degrees until the pond would be safe to walk on. Before then, it would present a danger too many parents have had to face. The second leading cause of death for children under 15, drowning. And dozens of children live nearby. The pond was 2 blocks from the home of 9-year-old Tommy Martini and his younger brother Christopher. They planned to spend the rest of the Sunday afternoon outdoors with their friend Eddie Cadonian. Tracy Martini warned her son, Christopher, not to go near the pond. She knew from her experience the ice was still too thin.
That'll be fun.
Christopher promised to stay away from the pond. His brother promised to look after him. Their play soon turned into a snowball fight. Christopher took off running. His path led him to the pond. It seemed solid enough, but water does not freeze at a uniform rate. Frequently, ice is thinnest at the center of a pond. When nothing happened, Christopher grew bolder. Christopher dared them to come out. With each jump, he weakened the ice beneath him. He refused their pleas to get off the pond. Eddie ran to tell his mother. Suddenly, the ice cracked open, plunging Christopher into the frigid water. The cold was so intense, it took his breath away. Eddie ran home as Tommy tried to get to his brother. Christopher struggled to climb out, but he was unable to grasp the edge. The ice kept breaking off. Eddie told his mother that Christopher had fallen through the ice. She called 911. In the 34-degree water, Christopher's small body cooled rapidly. Just when he needed them most, his muscles became stiff and his reflexes sluggish. Tommy was 7 pounds heavier than his brother. He was aware the ice may not hold him. But it was a chance he had to take. Christopher needed his help. Warwick Fire Station 8 was less than a mile and a half away. At 3:05 that afternoon, a call came in that someone had fallen through the ice. Firefighter Michael Moen was on the first rescue truck out of the station.
As soon as the call came in, my heart was racing. Most of the calls we go on are car accidents, a lot of medical runs, fires. Very rarely do we get an ice rescue.
He hoped his training in ice rescues would make a difference that day. Eddie's mom gave Tracy Martini the bad news. Christopher had been in the icy pond for less than 2 minutes, yet he could barely keep his head above water. His heart and respiratory rates continued to slow. Tommy reached out, stretching his hand as far as he could across the gap that separated him from his brother. It wasn't enough. The ice broke. Tommy tried to keep Christopher afloat. But as his body reacted to the cold, he found it difficult to stay above the water himself. Neighbors responded to the boys' frantic cries. They too had no way of reaching them without falling through the ice. Gradually, Tommy's and Christopher's cries grew weaker. The intense cold of the water was taking its toll. The two young boys had less than 5 minutes before they were unconscious. In the back of the truck, Moen put on a rubber exposure suit. It would shield him from the cold and keep him buoyant in the water. Calls from panicked neighbors continued to pour in.
Time is very important in a situation like this. I knew we had to get him quickly. We turned the corner to the street. There were people on the shore waving their arms. The adrenaline just started flowing.
At 3:15, Moen and his team arrived at the pond. Rescuers quickly learned from neighbors that 2 boys had fallen in. Paramedic Anthony Mello.
It was not until the first units arrived on the scene that we knew exactly how serious it was. We realized there may be another child submerged.
As firefighter Moen moved towards the hole, he was uncertain what happened to the 2 brothers.
And I had to get on to my hands and knees and kind of crawl out there to kind of disperse my weight across the ice so I wouldn't fall through. I can see 2 gloves that were grabbing onto the ice as if they were holding on. And I thought, there's the victim. The ice just broke up. I fell through and I saw that the gloves weren't attached to anybody. They were attached to the ice and that was it.
Moen realized that both boys were submerged under the ice. This posed a problem because the exposure suit had limited capabilities.
The suits are designed for going out and getting somebody who's floating on the water, but not under the water.
In order to get below the surface, Moen propelled himself out of the water, and then, using his arms, he tried to force himself down.
It was a murky pond. It was probably like a 1 to 2 foot visibility tops. I was pushing down the water and just trying to feel for something.
But the exposure suit was too buoyant. He needed to go deeper. He had to figure out how, and fast. On board the ambulance, Lieutenant Richard Bellavance prepared to treat what he knew would be severe hypothermia, a body temperature below 95 degrees Fahrenheit.
On the way to the run, I'd set the heat up to a high temperature, prepare blankets, IV fluids, putting them in front of a heat vent to warm them up a little bit, because hypothermia is going to be the biggest problem.
Somewhere in the dark depths beyond Moen's reach, the boys were drowning in the frigid water. They had been submerged for almost 15 minutes.
The water just starts funneling down your suit, and you lose your buoyancy, which helped. It helped you go down deeper into the water where you can almost touch bottom. I was in a panic situation where I knew we had to get him quickly.
Using all his strength, Moen surged up and dove down into the water. For the brief moment he touched bottom, he kicked around, hoping his feet would touch the boys. His buoyant suit then pulled him to the surface, where he repeated the process again and again. After 10 minutes, he was exhausted.
I had no clue how long I was in the water. I mean, the time was frozen. I would have stayed out there until someone yanked me out of the water. Someone was gonna have to physically get me and take me out of the water because I wasn't coming out until we found him.
Rescuers knew the danger Moen faced every second he was in the water. Paramedic Rick Bellavance.
When you're dealing with the ice rescue, you're putting the rescuers in the same environment as the victims, and anything goes wrong with their equipment, they become a victim as opposed to a rescuer.
At the pond's edge, neighbors were helpless to assist rescuers. They could only watch and wait. With every passing second, Tracy Martini's fear for her sons grew. She knew that unless rescuers found them soon, there was little chance they would be found alive. In Warwick, Rhode Island, a sudden drop in the temperature created a dangerous situation on a neighborhood pond. Two brothers had fallen through the deceptively thin ice. After a few minutes in the freezing water, they could struggle no more. The fire department responded, but found that the boys had sunk to the bottom. As neighbors gathered to watch and wait, the rescuers struggled to reach the children. Unable to dive due to the buoyancy of his exposure suit, firefighter Michael Moen kept probing the depths with his feet. The boy's mother waited anxiously for any news. Her sons had been underwater for close to 20 minutes. To help with the rescue, firefighter Michael Clark put on an exposure suit. He knew Moen was going to need some help.
I jackknifed down and I kicked something which felt like a tire tube, and I said, it's gotta be him. I worked him up to my arms. I got a good grasp on him.
I got him!
When I found the victim, he just was lifeless.
Moen had found 9-year-old Tommy.
As soon as I said, I've got him, there was 20 guys on the line, and they're pulling me in. The rope snapped. And now I'm in the water with this victim and no means of getting in the shore.
When the line broke, Clark knew he had to do something.
It was just devastating to see that happen, because now I'm looking at not two victims, but two people out there that are helpless. I know Mike was okay because he had the suit on, but Tommy definitely needed serious medical attention.
With his lifeline securely attached, Clark scrambled across the ice and grabbed Tommy. The instant he was safely in Clark's arms, the rescue team hauled them both in.
Until you actually have a lifeless 9-year-old boy in your arms, not breathing, no pulse, I can't explain what that feels like.
Tommy wasn't breathing. Deathly pale, he showed no response. His pupils were fixed, and he had no pulse. With Christopher still in the water, the crisis took on proportions much greater than anyone first realized. Paramedic Charles Donnellan.
They realized the intensity of what we had. I think they started calling for more apparatus, more rescues. We just needed more manpower because we had to get a lot of guys out there on the ice.
Even as Moen was joined by 2 other rescuers, the hole in the ice was widening, making it more difficult to tell where the boys had fallen in.
Anything?
7-year-old Christopher had been in the water for 25 minutes. Donnellan knew they needed to warm up Tommy quickly.
First thing you want to do is stop the cold. You want to increase heat. Our truck was quite warm at the time because we had cranked the heat up. So immediately we're starting to warm the body up.
Donnellan inserted an endotracheal tube and began to ventilate Tommy's lungs by pumping the pond water out. The 9-year-old's veins were small and the cold had left them constricted, but Rick Bellavance managed to start an IV. The paramedics detected some heart activity, but felt no pulse in his extremities. Tommy was alive, but barely. Eddie Cadonian ran for help when Christopher fell through the ice. Now, he could only hope for the best.
I didn't know what to do. It was terrifying. I don't think I've ever been so scared.
Bellavance called Hasbro Children's Hospital 5 miles away in Providence. He wanted to inject epinephrine into Tommy's IV line in an effort to re-establish a pulse.
Come on, Tommy. What's your ETA?
Dr. Slim Sooner, chief resident in emergency medicine, gave his consent for the drugs.
All right, we'll see you in 15 minutes. The trauma room will be ready. All right, everybody, gather around.
He then readied his staff to receive the young victim.
I've been involved in these type of resuscitations, but only in adult patients. At that time, I hadn't seen many children who were hypothermic. And when there are multiple kids involved, we knew this was going to take a lot of resources.
The paramedics were forcing air into Tommy's lungs. Into a saline IV, they injected medications to stimulate his heart. But the cardiac monitor continued to show arrhythmic activity. The muscles of Tommy's heart were being stimulated, but his heart was not beating. Paramedic Charles Donnellan.
Kids, they affect every guy on the job. There's no doubt about that. And if you have your own child that age,
With one son on the way to the hospital and another still missing, Tracy Martini was inconsolable. They had looked everywhere, and still there was no sign of Christopher. To Michael Moen, who had been searching the longest, it seemed like a controlled panic.
It felt like I was in the water for 2 hours and we couldn't find him. I know it wasn't 2 hours, but when you're looking around and you just have no clue. We had no clue where to look for him.
When the rescuers peered down into the water, all they could see was darkness. The only sense they had left was their sense of touch. Christopher could be just a few inches from their grasp, but they had no way of knowing it. More rescue teams arrived in exposure suits, ready to lend a hand. As the ice continued to break off and the hole continued to widen, rescuers turned a traditionally one-man rescue operation into a team effort. To avoid confusion, Moen divided the hole into a grid and restricted each rescuer to their own area.
When we were all out in the water, we were talking, well, why don't we try a search pattern across the area? Go back across that grid in the area where we thought we could find him. We're just like yelling to each other, giving hand signals, try this, do that. You know, it was organized chaos.
The rescuers were frustrated. Nothing seemed to be working. Christopher had been submerged under the ice for over 25 minutes, and they still had no way of reaching him. A frozen pond became a lethal trap for two young boys. They were brothers, one risking his life to save the other. Rescuers from the Warwick, Rhode Island Fire Department had pulled one boy from the frigid waters, but he showed no signs of life. The emergency team had to get Tommy Martini breathing again, get his heart started, and begin warming his body. Despite the grim outlook, paramedic Richard Bellavance kept trying to revive the 9-year-old.
I don't recall any time when we actually gave up hope thinking that he's not going to make it. We just had it in our mind that we were going to continue our treatment and bring this patient to a hospital emergency room where the doctors would do their best to continue treatment and hopefully some miracle would happen and he'd be revived.
Tommy's brother Christopher remained lost somewhere at the bottom of the pond. The rescuers were hampered by their exposure suits, which kept them floating on the surface. They had to find some way of probing deeper. A fire truck arrived with a possible solution. A rescue pole with a loop on the end. The pole would allow Michael Moen to reach the bottom of the pond. He hoped to snag Christopher's arm or leg in the loop and pull him to the surface. But first, he had to find him. At Hasbro Children's Hospital, attending physician Dr. Mark Shapiro quickly assessed Tommy's condition.
His cardiac monitor showed some cardiac activity at a slow rate, but there was no pulse. So basically, he had no circulation when he arrived.
We're going to need the bear hugger. If we can get a bear hugger in here, we're going to need to get a core temperature on Tommy.
Tommy's temperature was 87, more than 11 degrees below normal. To get Tommy's circulation going, the team covered him with a special blanket inflated with heated air.
Okay, let's hold CPR for a second. Let's take a look at what his rhythm is.
The cardiac monitor showed Tommy's heart wasn't contracting. Dr. Linda Snelling, chief of pediatrics, was troubled by his condition.
If a child arrives with a heartbeat, their outcome is likely to be relatively good. Not guaranteed, but if a child arrives without a heartbeat, the chances that they're going to leave the hospital alive are small, and the chances that if they do live, they're going to lead a normal life are minuscule.
I don't have a pulse. Yeah, it definitely looks like PEA. Go ahead and restart CPR. Let's go ahead and give him 0.01 per kilo of epi.
In an effort to start a rhythm, the team injected Tommy with drugs to stimulate his heart.
Any parents with him or family members with him? No. Okay.
They continued giving him warm oxygen and warm IV fluids to heat his body from the inside out. As rescuers continued to search for Christopher, they had one hope for his survival: the mammalian diving reflex. This automatic body response slows the heart down and keeps blood flowing to the body's most vital organs, the lungs and brain. The reflex is strongest in young children.
The cold water is beneficial because it slows down the metabolic processes. It slows down the requirement for oxygen on the part of the brain. It slows down a lot of the organs, and that slows down the damage that can be done by lack of oxygen.
Firefighter Michael Moen swept the area, pushing the rescue pole deeper and wider, hoping it would reach far enough to hook Christopher. But Moen was tiring. He had been searching for over 20 minutes.
All right, let's take another look. Still no pulse. Looks like we might have some fine VF here.
Tommy's heart had still not started to beat. He required even more medications.
Typically, most of the drugs and electrical therapy we use to restore the heart to a normal beat would not function because the patient is so cold. So you have to be extremely careful with these children to do everything gently and to not irritate their hearts.
That looks like it might be VF. Let's prepare to shock him.
Finally, Tommy's body had rewarmed enough to try starting his heart using a defibrillator.
Everybody clear, please. Look back. Clear. Everybody clear. Okay. Defibrillator.
It didn't work.
Let's recheck here. Still don't have anything. Okay, let's resume CPR. Keep bagging him. 0.01 per kilo.
With all his strength, Moen swept the pole along the bottom. He hit something. Not sure what it was, he moved closer. The young boy had been under the water for almost 30 minutes. Moen immediately began to perform CPR on the lifeless boy. Tracy Martini watched as her youngest son was taken out of the water and pulled to shore. Christopher showed no signs of life. The paramedics wanted to continue CPR, but Anthony Mello knew they had to warm the body as quickly as possible.
At this point, we're just trying to get him to the truck. We know what we have to do. We can't stop to do it right there. We need to get him in the truck. He was extremely blue and lifeless. He was like a rag doll. At that point, we initiated basic life support. We started CPR. We started ventilating, doing chest compressions. We did our best to get his clothes off as quickly as possible. We cut every stitch of clothing off of him, and we grabbed our towels and dried him off to try to prevent any further cooling of the body. We were able to quickly put an IV in, which was a major feat, taken into account this child is extremely cold and their veins have just closed off.
Christopher was clinically dead. He was still not breathing, and he had no pulse.
I was controlling meds, IV, and EKG. The child remained flatlined the entire way to the hospital.
As they approached the hospital, Mello saw on the monitor what he thought might be heartbeats.
They were very few and very infrequent, and I actually thought they were from the bumps in the road.
Mello sensed Christopher's heart was trying to beat on its own, but the bumpy road was interfering with the monitor.
Once we stopped, we could see it. We realized that he had a heartbeat, you know. It was not enough to sustain life.
It was an encouraging sign, but for the team struggling to revive the two brothers, it was only the beginning. Rescuers from the Warwick, Rhode Island Fire Department had pulled two brothers from a frozen pond. Neither of the boys showed any signs of life, but the emergency team refused to give up. At Hasbro Children's Hospital in Providence, doctors inserted a catheter into Tommy Martini's bladder, flushing his body with warm saline solution in an effort to raise his body temperature. As they kept trying to restart the boy's heart, the ER staff prepared for the arrival of Tommy's 7-year-old brother, Christopher. Dr. Slim Sooner, chief resident in emergency medicine.
Now we have two patients who appear to be dead, who are being resuscitated in this room. It's hectic. There are multiple nurses, physicians, and there are teams working on each patient.
Look here.
Tensions are high.
Let's let George go ahead and tube him, and you can just do correctly.
Christopher was severely hypothermic.
We're going to go with 30 kilos for his weight, CPR.
His core temperature was 85 degrees, 13 degrees below normal. Doctors immediately administered medications to stimulate his heart.
Warm fluid, let's make sure that all arriving.
The team then tried to warm Christopher by irrigating his stomach and bladder with warm fluids.
French Foley's in. You want me to still warm fluids in?
In one sense, we knew that the medications we were giving him were not going to work because they don't work when the body is that cold. On the other hand, we had to do something.
After the epinatropine, we're going to go with Bertilium. Going to have 5 milligrams per kilo of Bertilium in until we get.
It's got another line in.
Still no pulses. What have we done to rewarm him?
Okay, let's check his rhythm again. What do we have for rhythm? Okay, we're going to shock V-fib.
The team tried to shock Christopher's heart into beating using a defibrillator, but it wasn't working.
Still V-fib. What do we have?
Christopher had not sufficiently rewarmed to allow his heart to begin beating.
Breath sound equal, continue CPR.
To increase his core temperature, doctors covered him with a blanket filled with heated air.
Did you get the bicarb yet?
Attending physician, Dr. Mark Shapiro.
Let's go for one more round of.
You're in the back of your mind thinking, boy, I hope I can resuscitate these children, and if they both die, how devastated the family is going to be. I think it adds even more emotion to an already emotionally charged situation.
When Tracy Martini arrived at the ER, all she wanted to hear was that Tommy and Christopher were alive
I need to know.
and recovering. All the staff could tell her is they were doing everything they could. The ER team felt there was hope because the boys had drowned in cold water. Dr. Monica Kleinman, a physician in pediatric intensive care.
This was different than other resuscitations that we had done, and certainly that was on the minds of everybody in that emergency department, who continued to resuscitate these kids far longer than we would resuscitate someone who had a normal body temperature or who had drowned under very different circumstances.
Doctors continued to rewarm Christopher.
Got a 28 French chest tube in the right chest.
They placed tubes in his chest and filled them with warm water. This would heat the body from the inside out by raising the temperature of the blood nearest his heart and lungs. Once Tommy's temperature had reached 92 degrees, his heart began to beat regularly.
We do have I'm not sure, it's faint, but I think we do have a pulse here. Okay? So
Okay,
we're gonna get
all right.
up there where they can take care of him.
An hour after he had fallen through the ice, he was moved to the intensive care unit.
Equal breath sounds. Okay, continue CPR.
Christopher's heart
Good.
repeatedly started and
And
stopped.
stop CPR, let's look at a rhythm.
Doctors had to establish a steady rhythm.
Okay, monitor, check a pulse.
No pulse.
Okay, still about the same, right? Still be fibbed. 80 joules, please.
Charging to 80. Clear?
All charged.
Finally, they detected a weak pulse. Both boys now had heartbeats.
They were by no means stable, though. Stable only in that we didn't have to do CPR anymore. They still weren't warm enough because their hearts were still irritable from the cold temperature, and they could have gone back into a bad rhythm.
3 hours after Christopher's arrival at the hospital, Dr. Monica Kleinman received him in the intensive care unit. Both boys were in critical condition and placed on respirators. Their lungs were swollen and stiff, incapable of taking in much oxygen. Fluid was leaking into Christopher's lungs, a side effect of his near drowning. Doctors were forced to periodically disconnect him from the ventilator and drain the liquid.
The fluid that they had coming from their lungs was very bloody, and so we were using very high settings on the ventilators to essentially hold back the fluid and try to keep the lung sacs open enough that some oxygen could be exchanged. So the risk is that you'll essentially pop one of the lungs, and on the settings that we were using, that certainly seemed likely.
Dr. Kleinman was finally able to inform Tracy Martini of Tommy and Christopher's condition. She told her that although they were still unconscious, their body temperature had returned to normal and their circulation had improved. Kleinman cautioned Tracy that they faced a long and difficult road to recovery.
We're very good at resuscitating, but if damage has already been done, we can't undo it. We were hopeful, though, that because of the hypothermia, that their brains had been protected, and there was no way we could tell until we waited to see what happened.
Tracy was finally allowed to see her sons. Tommy had the least amount of lung damage and began to show signs of improvement during the night. Christopher was the doctor's greatest concern.
Christopher continued to have problems with his heart. It was very weak and needed a lot of extra support. And his kidneys failed, and he needed to be put on dialysis. And it felt like a daunting task to try to stabilize him because basically every body system was failing.
At some point, if Christopher failed to improve, his mother would have to decide whether to discontinue life support. A Rhode Island medical team brought 2 young boys back from the dead. They were brothers, one risking his life to save the other after he had fallen through a frozen pond. Emergency teams managed to resuscitate the boys, but they remain comatose, struggling for life. No one knew when, if ever, they might recover. Their mother kept a vigil by their beds, hoping her voice would help bring them back. The boys' classmates stayed after school to make blue bows expressing their sympathy. The children tied 2 love knots in each bow to represent Tommy and Christopher. The PTA sold the bows to raise funds for the family. Tommy's class recorded Christmas carols and personal messages, hoping it would help him recover. Trying to wake Tommy from his coma, Tracy played Get Well Wishes his classmates had recorded.
I miss you, and I hope that you...
Dr. Linda Snelling.
I think having devoted family members, they were talking to these children all the time. Wake up, don't leave me. That has to help. Whether you think a child's conscious or not, that has to help.
In the next room, Tommy's brother was losing his battle for life. Dr. Snelling told Tracy to prepare for the worst.
We really never got to see if he could wake up. He was never to a point where we could even find out because his body had been so ravaged that we couldn't get his organs to recover.
Christopher had languished 8 days in a coma when doctors recommended they stop treatment.
No mother wants to think that their child's not going to survive. But it was getting to the point where it wasn't going to matter whether we stopped treatment or not. It was going to be taken out of our hands.
Tracy made the decision to end the treatments that were keeping her 7-year-old boy alive. She stayed with Christopher as he breathed on his own for 40 minutes and then passed.
Everyone felt a sense of defeat and a tremendous sense of loss. And this had been something that people had been working and putting their heart and souls into for 8 days. And we felt like we knew this child, we knew this family, and everybody wanted him to get better. Plus, we knew his brother was recovering, and so it just, it just felt unfair.
As Tommy's condition stabilized, doctors moved him out of intensive care. Tracy kept watching and waiting for him to recover.
Nurse!
And then, on December 19th, Tommy started to awake from his coma.
He's warm. What is it?
When Tommy started to move and started to come around, everybody, regardless of who they were caring for that day, everyone was thrilled. I mean, it was ecstatic that he was moving.
One of Tommy's first visitors was his best friend, Eddie Cadonian.
When Tommy woke up, he couldn't do much. He had, he couldn't talk, he could barely move. But I remember when I first walked in the door, and he had a huge smile on his face when he saw me. And I was just glad he was alive.
2 months after he fell through the ice, Tommy Martini was released from the rehabilitation center. Although his speech was halting and he needed physical therapy to learn to walk again, he had survived. Today, Tommy is attending high school and working a part-time job. Rescuers will never forget the significance of that day.
Those children were pulled from that pond lifeless. They were dead. That is a true miracle that we were able to revive one of those kids, and he's still walking around today.
To help prevent such tragedies in the future, the Warwick Fire Department organized a scuba diving team. They also started an outreach program aimed at teaching children ice safety. Out of a treacherous winter sky, a Boeing 737 crashes into Washington, D.C.'s 14th Street Bridge.
I just remember 1 minute sitting in my jump seat, and then the next instant, I'm somewhere else.
A rescue helicopter is in the air within minutes.
Time was ticking, and we were like, come on, hurry, hurry, let's go, let's go.
Witnesses to the disaster acted immediately.
They were hurt, and they needed help very, very badly.
Efforts to save them inspired valiant acts of bravery by true heroes on the Potomac. Washington, D.C. was used to an occasional winter snowstorm. But on January 13, 1982, the city found itself in the midst of a blizzard that by noon had blanketed the nation's capital with nearly 12 inches of snow. Around 1:30 p.m., Washington's National Airport was closed for snow removal. Incoming flights were canceled, and outgoing planes were put on a 2-hour hold, while ground crews struggled to clear the only acceptable instrument runway. Some airlines canceled flights. Others continued to board passengers so they would be ready for takeoff when the runway was cleared. Air Florida went ahead and began boarding passengers on Flight 90 to Tampa. They started with those seated at the back of the plane. Joe Stiley, an executive at GTE, was also a licensed pilot. He was more than a little concerned about the weather, but he and his coworker Nikki Felch took their seats in row 18. Alice Darden was looking forward to a relaxing vacation in sunny Florida. Arlen Williams, a bank examiner, was on his way home from a business trip. Bert Hamilton, who had a fear of flying, sat in the smoking section, even though he had been trying to quit. Flight attendant Kelly Duncan was 22. and the most junior member of the 5-person crew.
None of the passengers expressed concern at that point about the weather. People were concerned about delays as far as their schedules went, but at that point, I didn't hear anyone that was frightened or anything.
Just before 3 p.m., National Airport was reopened. The tower radioed the captain and said he was in 11th place for takeoff. Regulations required that planes that had been sitting out in the storm and collecting snow receive extra de-icing, a pressurized mixture of hot water and antifreeze. While they sat on the tarmac, the pilot and first officer made a final check of the aircraft's systems.
Pitot heat. On. Anti-ice. Off.
The pilot, who previously had some unsatisfactory grades on proficiency checks, failed to activate the engine de-icers.
Warning panel.
This oversight meant that slush and frozen debris would remain in the engines, hampering a probe vital to monitoring engine power.
All right, ready to taxi.
Just a little more than an hour after its scheduled departure, Flight 90 was cleared for takeoff. Kelly Duncan made one last check of the passengers, then took her assigned seat at the rear of the plane.
When the pilot finally came on the intercom and said, "Flight attendants, be seated for departure," I was really glad to be going. When we started down the runway, it seemed very routine.
But it wasn't that routine. The captain and the first officer had only flown together for less than 18 hours, and their experience in bad weather was minimal.
Immediately after leaving the ground, the plane started to shake. When the passenger turned around and looked at me, he looked like he was looking to me for reassurance, and I kind of shrugged my shoulders and tightened my seatbelt, thinking, everything's okay. I really didn't know what was happening.
The captain advanced the throttle, but the plane wasn't responding normally.
I don't think that's right.
Because the pilot forgot to activate the internal engine de-icers, a probe had frozen. Unbeknownst to them, they were operating with only 70% of available power. The plane was not climbing quick enough. The pilot tried to coax it. The frozen aircraft could not achieve altitude.
There's fire! Larry! We're going down! Look out!
National Airport is very close to the heart of Washington, D.C., and the 14th Street Bridge is one of the busiest thoroughfares. But because of the snowstorm this day, government offices and schools had closed early, so traffic on the bridge was extra heavy. Lenny Skutnik was trying to get home from his job at the Congressional Budget Office.
Traffic was not moving. It was just crawling, going very slow.
Administrative Assistant Jeanette Bigelow was nervous. It was her first time driving in a snowstorm.
The weather was getting worse and worse. The snow was coming down. It got real bad. I remember praying and telling God to take me home.
Sheet metal mechanic Roger Olean was on his way home from his job at St. Elizabeth's Hospital.
The truck I was driving was very old. The battery was about dead. I was afraid to turn on the heater because I didn't want to drain the battery too much, and I couldn't even get the radio to work. So I wanted to get home.
And then the unimaginable happened. 1 p.m., after being airborne for only 24 seconds, Air Florida 90, with a total of 79 passengers and crew on board, slammed into the 14th Street Bridge. It sheared the tops off several vehicles and broke into sections as it crashed into the icy water of the Potomac River. Helpless air traffic controllers watched Flight 90 disappear off the radar screen.
United States Park Police Board speaking.
They immediately placed an emergency call to Park Police headquarters. They needed to verify that a plane had gone down, and in the bad weather, only a helicopter team could do it.
Attention all units, priority. Attention all units, priority.
Medic Ron Gailey took the call.
Eagle's Nest. He says, I think we're looking for, he says, I know we're looking for a 737. And I almost dropped the phone. I said, oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Pilot Don Usher and medic Gene Windsor wasted no time.
There was a lot of urgency getting that aircraft launched and over there, especially given the conditions. The ice on the Potomac was very thick and it was shore to shore. And we knew that there was no way a boat was going to get in there and get any survivors.
Where?
Commuter Lenny Skutnik didn't see the crash, but the commotion on the 14th Street Bridge got his attention.
We're probably halfway across the bridge and noticed some people looking over the guardrail. As soon as we got within view of the river, we could see what was going on. It's obvious that some type of aircraft had crashed. There's debris and broken ice. It was a mess.
The plane had carried 26,000 pounds of Jet A fuel, which emptied into the river, but there was no evidence of fire. Incredibly, there appeared to be survivors in the water. Passengers Alice Darden, Bird Hamilton, Nikki Felch, and Joe Stiley, along with flight attendant Kelly Duncan, were floating amongst the debris. All had been sitting in the back of the plane.
I don't remember an actual impact where I remember hitting. I just remember 1 minute sitting in my jump seat, and then the next instant, I was somewhere else, and I started moving my body and just bobbed to the surface of the water. My initial reaction was that I was just going to swim out, but I just wanted to hold on to something long enough just to get my thoughts together. And by the time I finally got on to a piece of metal, there was just no way I was going to let it go of it. By that time, I was really scared.
Then they saw Arlen Williams, alive, but tangled in cables from the aircraft, which trapped him in his seat.
I was thinking, you know, somebody needs to come and help us. I saw people up on the bridge, and I thought, you know, they're just watching us, and I was really angry, thinking they're just gonna watch us die.
Roger Olean had reached the 14th Street Bridge moments after the crash.
I stopped and got out of my car, crossed over the highway, and made my way down towards the river.
Firefighters and paramedics hadn't arrived yet, but bystanders had begun their own rescue efforts.
There were already people on the bank who seemed to be tying something together to make a rope of some sort. But the plane itself was, I would guess, at least 100 yards from the shore, and there'd be no way to get a rope out to the plane. The only other option was just to hop in there and then swim out to the plane. I was overcome by the fact that these people out there in the water were helpless, they were frightened, they were hurt, and they needed help very, very badly. I guess it was just this overwhelming desire to try and do something as opposed to doing nothing, which I just couldn't live with.
The people on shore tied their makeshift rope around Olean's waist. He had volunteered to brave the icy waters.
I knew the water would be cold. I wasn't prepared for exactly how cold it was. It was almost like being electrified. It was just so immediate, and the shock of hitting that cold water. I thought at first maybe I could walk on the bottom of the river in between the ice chunks. But unfortunately, the minute you left the shore, the water was very deep, so there was no walking. The only thing I was focused on was getting out to the plane. I mean, focused to the point where I realized that my hands were so cold I couldn't feel them anymore, and I remember going through my mind, I wonder if I'll ever be able to use my hands again. And just thinking, well, that doesn't matter, I gotta keep going. At about that point, this rope thing that I had tied onto me, they had reached the end of it. And they told me to wait until they tied some more stuff on. And I was pretty cold. I didn't want to wait, but I didn't have any choice at that point. I tried to untie it and get away from that rope, but my hands were too frozen. I couldn't untie it, so I was locked into that, and I just had to wait for them to extend this rope.
It took 15 minutes for the Park Police helicopter to arrive at the bridge. When pilot Don Usher and medic Gene Windsor had left their hangar, visibility was so bad that Usher had to use the tops of streetlights as a guide. But as it turned out, they got a lucky break.
Right as we arrived at the 14th Street Bridge, the weather broke. And just for about 10 or 15 minutes, the ceiling lifted up, the snow stopped blowing, and we could see the whole scene from National Airport all the way up to the 14th Street Bridge. And then the ice became very obvious. We could see that something had hit the river, shattered the ice in all directions, and then there was one spot where there was very little ice, and there was a fuselage, what appeared to be some piece of an aircraft with people hanging onto it.
Only Usher and Windsor had a full view of the disaster below. No one knew how many people were injured or dead on the bridge. Nor if the 6 people visible in the 34-degree water were the only survivors of Flight 90. Shortly after takeoff from Washington, D.C.'s National Airport, Air Florida's Flight 90 crashed into the 14th Street Bridge. As the plane went down, it toppled a truck and sliced the roofs off several cars, killing 4 people. Out of 79 passengers and crew on board the plane, only 6 survived the crash. They were now clinging to life in the frozen Potomac River.
I was really kicking my legs and doing everything that I thought would be the right thing to do to keep myself moving, because it just was so painful to be in that freezing water. I was really thinking, I can't help anybody else. There was a woman next to me. She had a life jacket in her hand. I opened it with my mouth. It was in no way any kind of a heroic effort.
Rescue and medical teams fought their way through the immobilized traffic to reach the bridge in the riverbank. They quickly realized they had no way of getting to the stranded survivors in the water. Emergency rescue teams worked frantically to help the injured on the bridge.
Chris has to move back now too. Everybody on.
The roof of Jeanette Bigelow's car was ripped off, Miraculously, she was alive.
After that, I don't remember too much after that. Next thing I remember, I woke up, I was in the hospital.
The impact of the plane had torn away a 41-foot section of the bridge's sidewall barrier and railing. Bigelow knew she was fortunate.
I believe there is a God in heaven, because if you would see how my car was, it was really messed up pretty bad. Everything was crushed besides the seat I was sitting in.
Down below in the river, the situation was becoming even more critical. The survivors had been in the 34-degree water for over 20 minutes. For flight attendant Kelly Duncan, this was a moment of truth.
You kind of evaluate your life. I was young at the time, but I remember thinking, you know, God is watching this. I thought, you know, why should God help me? Why should he all of a sudden help me? Because I've never given any thoughts about God at all.
Roger Olean, who had been driving home from work when the crash occurred, continued to risk his life in the freezing water. Tied to a makeshift lifeline, he struggled to make his way to the survivors.
I could hear them, but I couldn't see them very well. I was completely exhausted and completely frozen. I guess it entered my mind that if I keep going, I'm not going to leave this river. And I took a second to think things over, and I could not turn my back on those people out there. So I just made for that last 10 feet. At about that point, maybe I was 5 feet or so away from the plane, I heard a helicopter coming.
Park Police helicopter pilot Don Usher and medic Gene Windsor quickly realized they were the only hope for the survivors of Flight 90.
We had the group of 5, and then one person separated from them by a portion of the fuselage. And we saw one guy kind of flailing around out in the ice by himself. And we went right to that individual, because we figured here's one that's out in the open, so we've got to do something with him right away. At that point, that individual began going backwards towards the shore. And when we looked, he was actually tied up with ropes and all kinds of other objects, and the people on shore were reeling him back in.
By the point that I got pulled back to the shore, my hands, of course, were numb, and so was the rest of me. I couldn't feel much of anything at that point. I reached the bank, and I found right away that I had a lot of trouble walking. And I was shaking so badly I couldn't control it.
Once Don Usher and Gene Windsor saw that Olean was safe, they focused their attention on getting the survivors out.
Gene's job was to decide how to rescue these folks or get them into the aircraft, which we really didn't think we could do because of the circumstances. We couldn't get them inside, so we had to get them from where they were to the shore. My job was to keep the aircraft flying.
Flying low for a rescue was always dangerous, but this one would be even trickier.
So all the time we were moving, we had to watch where we were moving and what was being picked up, because the last thing we needed was debris to come through the rotor system, damage our aircraft, and put us in the water with the survivors.
Passenger Bert Hamilton was closest to the helicopter.
And I was tying a loop in the rope in the helicopter to lift the people out. One of the persons that was in the water came over to the helicopter and threw his arms around the skid.
But the crew knew, given the man's nearly frozen condition, he would lose his grip if they tried to take him back to shore.
And I opened the door and told him, no, you can't do that. Of course, you can't hear one another at that point, but I just told him no, 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 and he understood and let go. And with that, I finished tying the rope and threw him the loop into it and lifted him out of the river.
As they approached the shore, the helicopter rescue team knew they faced another potential danger. They had to hover just above the shoreline in order to transfer the survivors to the ground personnel. But given this low altitude, the rotors might strike one of the people standing on the bank.
And so Don got on the outside speaker and told them to get back, that rotor's going to cut you in two. And it was right about midsection on those people standing up there. He had to keep them back. And it took a heck of a long time to get this gentleman out of the rope because of the precarious footage there on the riverbank.
Bert Hamilton was now on dry land, the extent of his injuries yet to be determined. There were still 5 people in the river clinging to the wreckage. They had been in the freezing water for over 20 minutes, and at any moment, any one of them could lose consciousness and go under. An airplane crash in the nation's capital. Air Florida's Flight 90 had gone down moments after takeoff. The wreckage was now floating in the Potomac River, along with 5 remaining survivors. Commuter Lenny Skutnik was on the 14th Street Bridge. He felt compelled to help.
We've all watched things on the news of other people doing heroic things, firemen running into burning buildings. And it makes us question ourselves. Would we ever, in a situation like that, be able to do anything?
Medic Gene Windsor and helicopter pilot Don Usher had been able to get 1 survivor to shore. They knew that time was working against them. 4 survivors were floating free, but Arlen Williams was hopelessly trapped in his seat amid the wiry debris. The survivors had now been in the freezing water for over 20 minutes.
They just looked dazed and were moving very slowly, just holding onto the wreckage and keeping afloat.
The helicopter crew tried to rescue Arlen Williams next.
This man looked the worst of all the people that were in the water. Had a horrendous blood show on his head. And I threw the rope right on him, and he let it go to the other folks.
Flight attendant Kelly Duncan was rescued next.
I pulled the rope around myself, and it just carried me out. And at no time did I feel, oh, I'm going to fall off. I don't think I can hold on. I just felt that I was being lifted out. I remember hands reaching out for me when we got to the shore. And it was at that point that I really felt like I could just let go, because I knew people had me. There's no way for me to describe that to anybody who has never been in that situation, who really thinks 1 minute that they are going to die. And when someone comes and changes that, you know, there's no way to explain, you know, how appreciative you are.
2 survivors from Flight 90 were now on shore. But pilot Don Usher was afraid that their rescue was taking too long.
It was very frustrating hovering over the shore while they had to get them back out of those ropes. The folks on the shore, they're doing everything as fast as they could possibly do under the circumstances, but it just, to us, it seemed like it was taking forever.
Rescue personnel on the ground threw Windsor a ring buoy with a rope attached. He and Usher could now try to pull out of the water more than 1 survivor at a time.
When we met back the 3rd time, same thing. This man in the middle of the wreckage tried to get him to take the rope, and he just passed it off.
Nikki Felch took the tow rope. Her boss, Joe Stiley, grabbed the ring with one arm and Alice Darden with the other. It was a noble gesture, but his muscles were so cold he could barely hold on.
We couldn't lift them into the air because none of them were secured in a way that they were going to be safe, or they were just going to fall off if we tried to lift them up. So as we began, there was no way to get them across but to drag them across.
Halfway from the wreckage to the shore, the lady with the flotation device on who was on the rope lost her grip on the rope.
Nikki Felch was now stranded in the middle of the river. The life-saving vest barely managed to hold her above the water. Joe Stiley fought to hold on to Alice Darden. The collision with the ice chunks actually broke Stiley's ribs. The stress finally was too much. Darden could not hold on to him, and he lost his grip as well. The helicopter crew continued to drag Stiley to shore, knowing the two women desperately needed help. Usher quickly turned around and went back to pick up Alice Darden.
That's where we knew we were going to have our problems. A combination of hypothermia, injuries, shock, all of those things were kind of really affecting her ability, her perception about where she was and what she was doing.
The 26,000 pounds of jet fuel that had spilled out on impact was floating everywhere. This toxic substance was burning Darden's eyes and blinding her.
When we got closer to try to effect her rescue the second time, I could see the eyes were just blank. They weren't looking up. Then I dropped the throwing ring on the end of the rope and hit her with it a couple times, and she finally took hold of it.
Gene said go, so we began and we pulled her off of the floe, and she held on, but as I got to shore again, I had to lift up to get the rotor system clear of the people that were on the riverbank, and that pulled the grass, and it just kind of slid out of her hands.
Alice Darden could no longer help with her own rescue, and she was losing the strength needed to stay afloat. The sole helicopter that had reached the Air Florida 90 crash site continued to fight inclement weather and the clock. 3 survivors of the crash had now been in 34-degree water for nearly 30 minutes, and no one could predict how much longer they could survive. Arlen Williams, who was trapped in the wreckage, had refused the rescue helicopter's lifeline twice, putting the other passengers before himself. Nikki Felch was kept afloat by a life vest and had drifted to the middle of the river. Paramedic Gene Windsor was trying to get Alice Darden to grab onto a life-saving ring, but she was blinded by jet fuel.
Time was running against this hypothermia. Had no idea what kind of injuries they had, but they had to be pretty substantial. She finally grabbed a hold of the ring buoy, so Gene said go.
However, bystander Lenny Skutnik, who had not given up his vigil, watching and wondering if he had the right stuff, could see that she was in trouble.
I knew she was going to let go, and that was it, that she needed help. It was just too much to take.
Within seconds, Darden lost her grip on the ring.
When she let go of it, she kind of rotated over and was trying to continue swimming, but it was clear she was not going to stay up for very long. We're now at a crisis. What are we going to do with this? How are we going to do this one?
I never really stopped to think about whether I was going to go in or not. It was more of a human instinct type thing. I just did it. As I got to her, it was eerie. It was like you see in a horror movie that somebody's been drowned in a bathtub where their face is just under the water. She was going under. When I grabbed her, I just started pushing and stroking, you know, nothing real fancy, just trying to get her to the bank. And a fireman had a rope tied around him, grabbed her, and then I swam off to the side and made my way up the embankment. I was in a situation where I did something, and I feel good about that I had it in me to help another human being.
There were now 2 survivors left in the water. The helicopter crew had a critical decision to make.
We knew we still had one on the fuselage, but the one on the fuselage we assumed was still secure and was above water. So we had to go for the one that was now open, the one female passenger that had drifted away from the fuselage and she had fallen off the rope earlier on that try to get them all in at once. So we went for her.
Paramedic Gene Windsor could see that Nikki Felch was exhausted.
Tried a couple of times with her to get her to take a hold of the rope, and she just looked so stunned at that point. I told Don, I said, you know, she's not responding very well. Let's go down and get her.
Windsor stepped out on the icy skid, risking his own safety.
I went probably about this far from her head with the skid of the aircraft, and I watched until there was a piece of ice in front of me that I set the toe of the skid on, this little piece of ice, and looked back, and she was right there with Gene, and then he grabbed her. He pulled her up onto his boot, and he was holding on to the back of her clothing and said, go. We just lifted her right up and took her right back in, because I had a pretty good idea he was just holding on for dear life with that one.
Don did take it up. He got us out of there. And it was a real test for that helicopter, because we'd never done anything like that with that helicopter.
5 survivors were now on shore. The helicopter crew turned around and went for Arlen Williams.
Now we've got one more rescue to do, and that is to go back out to the fuselage and get that 6th person. The aircraft had shifted, it had sank a little bit, it had turned, and we couldn't find him. So we went all the way around the aircraft, hovered around looking specifically to try and see if we could see him even at the water surface, or just below the water surface, and couldn't see him. All we could see was just the mangled, the fuselage and everything laying there, the metal. He was gone.
He was nowhere to be seen. I felt like the Dickens right then. It's just like human nature that people want to get out of that situation, and him passing it off makes you wonder.
Arlen Williams had made the ultimate sacrifice to help his fellow survivors. Windsor and Usher had done all that they could.
The total time from our arrival on scene until the last victim was put on shore was 10 minutes. To us in the aircraft, it seemed like 3 hours.
We got back to the hangar. I called my wife at home. Then I started telling her about the 6th man that we could not rescue. And I just busted out crying right at that point, because unable to effect this rescue. And I still get choked up about it, really.
While the survivors were out of the icy water, they still weren't out of danger.
No, we are full. We have to find someplace up. I'm maxed out. I'm going to need more help back in here.
They were suffering from multiple injuries and severe exposure. Bringing someone back from a hypothermic state has risks of its own. The horrendous crash of Air Florida's Flight 90 into Washington, D.C.'s 14th Street Bridge on a snowy January day had put the staff at National Orthopedic Hospital into disaster mode. They were told that a large passenger plane had crashed. Survivors from the plane and injured commuters from the bridge were on their way. Dr. Gerard Ng, an orthopedic surgeon, was on call.
Our disaster drill was such that we set up the lobby of the hospital as the primary area. The emergency room wouldn't be nearly big enough to be a triage area.
Dr. Richard Schwartz was chief of medicine and the medical disaster coordinator.
We had absolutely no idea of what we were going to encounter that day. We didn't know how many had been killed on the plane or how many had been rescued.
In addition to the 5 plane crash survivors, Lenny Skutnik and Roger Olean, the 2 civilian rescuers who had plunged into the water to help save them, were also brought in.
My immediate reaction was, oh my Lord, if they're bringing 7 at a time, we were going to be overwhelmed very early because it was a small hospital, 125 beds. The sad part about it was that was the first and last ambulance that we saw with patients.
The survivors were suffering from multiple injuries and severe hypothermia.
Extremely hypothermic. I don't have vital signs on anybody.
The overwhelming reaction was how cold these people were. I don't think they were feeling pain really from their fractures. They were feeling the pain of hypothermia.
Flight attendant Kelly Duncan was the only crew member to survive the crash.
I didn't really know of any injuries that I had. I didn't feel pain. I remember shaking and shaking and shaking and just my body just being uncontrollable.
Her temperature had sunk to 81 degrees. She was hovering near death.
Hypothermia is a big problem because the body begins to shut down, and the major aspect of that problem is actually rewarming. We couldn't warm them from the outside because then their core temperature would still remain cold and there would be a differential, and that can cause electrical instability in the heart. You can have cardiac arrest, cardiac standstill.
Bear with me here, hon, okay? Honey, we're going to put a tube down your throat. I need you to help me here.
So we ended up warming the patients by running warm salt water through their stomachs to warm their core temperature.
In addition to hypothermia, most of the survivors had sustained multiple fractures.
Can I get somebody to call X-ray? We need some stat neck and back films down here, spine films.
I need a nurse out here.
These proved to be relatively simple to treat.
The amazing thing was these patients were in shock both from the water and from their trauma. We could pretty much manage their fractures right there without any anesthesia or anything because they were basically anesthetized from the cold water. So we stabilized the fractures, put them in splints, and basically moved them out of that area in a fairly quick period of time.
Alice Darden and Nikki Felch stabilized overnight and eventually made full recoveries. But Joe Stiley and Bert Hamilton required extensive physical therapy to regain their movement.
It was surprising to me that anybody survived that crash. And I think the most noteworthy thing to me was at least 3 of the individuals, 2 of whom I saw, were in the brace position.
Volunteer rescuers Roger Olean and Lenny Skutnik were treated for hypothermia and released that evening. After 5 days, Kelly Duncan was able to leave intensive care. Because of shock, she did not realize what had happened to her until she heard a news report on television.
I heard him say, Air Florida. And then I heard him say the fact that we had hit a bridge and that so many people had died and they were still recovering bodies. And I just remember just tears just rolling down my face and just filling up my ears, because I think that was just the first time that it really registered what exactly had happened, the magnitude of it.
4 commuters died from the crash into the bridge. Jeanette Bigelow was a lucky survivor.
I had like 67 stitches in my head. The doctor told my mother that if it would have been 2 inches deeper, I would have died, because whatever hit my head, it would have hit my skull and it would have killed me.
Miraculous. Her condition was absolutely miraculous. She had some glass injuries to her scalp and a cut on her ear, but was otherwise doing quite well.
Out of 79 passengers and crew on board Air Florida Flight 90, only 6 survived the crash. Through the extraordinary efforts of medic Gene Windsor and pilot Don Usher, 5 eventually made it home.
I'm a helicopter pilot who flew a mission, did what I had to do, got through it, and flew back to the hangar and moved on to the next thing. The hero is the person who's never expected to do it and then does it. Not the person that's paid to do it, not the person that does it and they're trained to do it and they're expected to do it. The hero is the person who it's inside and you don't know it's there until it happens.
Just 2 weeks ago, in the midst of a terrible tragedy on the Potomac, we saw again the spirit of American heroism at its finest. Lenny Skutnik.
I was invited to attend President Reagan's first State of the Union address. Just put me in shock. I was just dumbstruck. To me, it was a very human thing to do. My instincts told me to go help the girl, and that's what I did.
President Reagan also thanked Roger Olean, the first bystander to jump into the freezing Potomac after the plane crash. Like the other heroes that day, Olean downplays his act of courage.
The way I looked at the incident, it was 25 minutes out of the rest of my life. And even though a lot of attention was focused on those 25 minutes, I was pretty much who I was before and after. And I didn't want to get any big ideas about myself or anything that I might have done in that particular 25 minutes. I'm just a guy who did what he thought was the thing to do at the time.
Air Florida passenger Arlen Williams paid the ultimate price for his heroism. In memory of his fatal self-sacrifice by passing up his turn to be rescued until last, the 14th Street Bridge was renamed in his honor. A deadly fire in a silver mine rages out of control.
And I saw real heavy black smoke pouring out. And it sent a chill down my spine.
Over 90 men were missing, a half a mile under the earth.
You know, after the first few days, I didn't think there was going to be anybody alive.
For 7 days, rescue teams fought smoke and fire.
The gas concentrations up there was so high that one breath he was gone.
In a daring, untested effort, rescuers squeezed down a 4-foot air shaft, trying to locate the miners before they became permanently trapped. "70 miles east of Spokane, Washington, in the mountains of northern Idaho, is an area known as the Silver Valley. Near the end of the 19th century, deposits of gold, silver, and antimony were discovered, and several mines were opened. The largest and most productive was the Sunshine Silver Mine. It was the end of a routine spring day in 1972 for shaft repairman Ben Shepard. He had come off the graveyard shift and was riding the mine train when a coworker asked if he smelled smoke.
Our lead man said, "Man, I smelled smoke. Did you smell that smoke?" And I said, "Yes, I did." And Ray Rudd had just lit a cigarette with a match. Underground, your senses become very acute to different smells. And we realized that we didn't smell the sulfur, we didn't smell pine, that it was a different musty type smell. And we talked about it till we got out, that it probably wouldn't hurt to have somebody check it out.
Since no one reported actually seeing a fire, the warning was ignored by supervisors. As Ben Shepard and others were clocking out, close to 200 men were arriving for the day shift. Among them were 28-year-old Ron Flory and 29-year-old Tom Wilkinson. The men were friends and had worked together for 3 years. The mine was huge, with hundreds of miles of tunnels reaching 6,000 feet below the surface. To reach their work area on the 4,800 level, Ron and Tom descended the main hoist in the jewel shaft. They then boarded a mine train for a 2-mile journey to the number 10 shaft, where they went down the final 1,000 feet to the 4,800 level. Sometime after 9 in the morning, Tom thought he smelled smoke. Like Ben Shepard, Ron and Tom didn't think much of it.
Fires in the Sunshine on the main line were fairly frequent. It seemed like people would throw cigarettes out and they'd get into a rag or a piece of timber. There wasn't a lot of fear about fire.
But around 10:30, 2 miners reported smelling smoke on the 3,700-foot level. When they went to investigate, they encountered heavy smoke coming from an abandoned area of the mine. Fire was burning out of control. At the surface, safety engineer Bob Lownhart received an urgent call from his supervisor, instructing him to come to the mine entrance.
I happened to look up at the Sunshine Tunnel, and I saw real heavy smoke pouring out, and it sent a chill down my spine. And the only thought I had was, I hope nobody's downwind from that smoke, because it looked very bad.
Around 11:30, Ron and Tom had stopped for lunch, still unaware that a fire had broken out on the 3,700 level, 1,000 feet above them. Just as they were about to eat, Dennis Clapp came through and told them they should evacuate the mine.
You never know, okay? Won't take any chances.
He instructed them to inform the other men working on the level of the situation. Ron and Tom still believed they weren't in any danger.
We didn't think nothing of it, you know. Yippee, we get out early. But it turned out to be a pretty bad deal.
On the 3,700 level, thick smoke was filling the main hoist shaft. Men were now coming up coughing and staggering. While the smoke was dangerous, the carbon monoxide that accompanied it was lethal. In a high enough concentration, the odorless, tasteless, and colorless gas could kill in a matter of minutes.
Didn't know much about carbon monoxide or any of that. Didn't think anybody was going to die.
That day, many of the senior management were attending the annual stockholders meeting. No designated person was in charge, and shift supervisors were reluctant to order an evacuation. Hours went by, and no action was taken. Finally, just after noon, Bob Lownhart decided to release stench into the mine. Stench is the chemical that gives natural gas its odor, and when smelled by miners, signals an evacuation.
It takes about 20 minutes from the time it's injected until it reaches the working area. By the time that stench reached the working area, the reality of it was that the people who weren't already on their way out wouldn't come out.
The toxic smoke forced the hoist operator to abandon the control room. This shutdown of the main hoist cut off many miners' primary means of escape. Ron, Flory, and Tom Wilkinson had just arrived at the station house with the 7 other men from their level. They signaled for the hoist, unaware that it was no longer working. They called the surface for help. A supervisor told them the situation was being investigated, and the best they could do was send someone to open an air shaft. As a foreman evacuated the 3,700 level, he removed a cover from a borehole, or permanent air shaft. The 4-foot wide shaft led directly down to the 4,800 level. He hoped it might provide clean air to men below. As the smoke grew thicker around them, Ron and Tom found it difficult to breathe. Although mines weren't required to carry breathing apparatus, the Sunshine Mine stocked self-rescuers in the station house. Self-rescuers converted carbon monoxide into breathable air utilizing a chemical reaction. But most miners had never been trained in their proper use.
I had seen them before. I had looked at them, but I really didn't know what they were. I personally had never been trained in the use of a self-rescuer.
Having little faith in their effectiveness, the men went in search of cleaner air. "2,000 feet below the fire, cager Walter Brown realized the main hoist had stopped working. The only other way to get to the surface was the secondary hoist. It was used primarily to haul ore.
What does it take to get the people out of the mine? You have to have cagers down below, loading the people up, and a hoistman at the top bringing them out.
When Walter got to the 3,700 level, dozens of miners were waiting. Unlike the main hoist, the smaller one could only carry 9 people. But Walter managed to squeeze 12 men in. On the 4,800 level, Ron Flory, Tom Wilkinson, and some other miners sought relief from the smoke in the mine train shed. The air there was a little bit better. However, after only a few minutes, Tom passed out. Overcome by smoke and fumes, he would die if he didn't get fresh air. Ron knew there might be cleaner air around the borehole on the west end of the level. While Ron moved Tom to a mine train, the other miners developed a plan. They would go to the station house and leave a note for the cager, explaining that they were all waiting in the train shed. As the severity of the situation was finally realized, mine managers requested the help of the Federal Bureau of Mines and mine rescue teams. Since this kind of rescue is such a specialized job, only trained miners could do it. Sunshine had a rescue team, but over half of them were still underground. Word of the fire quickly spread to families throughout the valley. Frances Wilkinson had been a miner's wife for 7 years.
I just drove up here and parked in the parking lot, and there were a lot of people around. And I saw a guy that Tom had worked with before, and I asked him, you know, is Tom down there? And he said, yeah.
Tom slowly came around after Ron moved him near the borehole. The air coming down the shaft was fresh and pushing back the smoke. Ron told him the others would come back as soon as the hoist arrived.
I think the air's clear. There's a door of smoke back there, but it's not coming this way.
At the station house, the other miners left a note for the cager. The phone was not working, and no one responded to their signal for the hoist. In minutes, the smoke overwhelmed them. Shortly before 1, mine safety engineer Bob Launhart and 2 other miners entered the mine wearing breathing apparatus. They needed to test the levels of oxygen and carbon monoxide inside.
Well, the flame safety lamp was still burning. It was diminished a little bit, but it was still burning. But when I tested for carbon monoxide, before I had half finished the test, that is, you draw a sample through a test tube, before half the volume of air was drawn through, the tube was black. So I knew immediately that we had a deadly amount of carbon monoxide.
Many miners returned to help as word of the fire spread throughout the community. Ben Shepard was immediately handed the phone in the foreman's office. It was his friend Doug Wiedrich on the 5,000 level.
He's one of the toughest, most rugged individuals I've ever known. And he's not afraid of anything. Yet he had a lot of fear in his voice. And Doug said, he said, "Shep, you've got to get us out of here. We're dying." And I said, they're doing everything they can. I knew that there was nothing I could do to help him other than just reassure him that help's coming.
On the 3,700 level, the secondary hoist suddenly stopped working. Walter Brown found the hoist man overcome by smoke. The operator died in his arms. Both hoists were now inoperable. He had to get out. He had been in the smoke for over an hour. Even though he used the self-rescuer, the carbon monoxide in his body had built up to such an extent that he simply collapsed. Bob Blaunhart and miners Don Beener and Larry Hawkins were continuing to explore the extent of the fire when they found Walter sprawled across the tracks.
Don Beener took his breathing apparatus off and started to extend, his arm with the face piece in his hand, like something like, "Here, this is oxygen, take this."
Walter told them what he had witnessed.
As soon as the face piece was in position, he said, "They're all dead back there."
As the four of them made their way back to the mine train, Don collapsed. Without his mask, he was overcome by the smoke in less than 20 seconds. Moments later, Larry Hawkins' breathing apparatus malfunctioned.
He said, "I can't get any air." And I said, "Hit your bypass." He said, "I tried it, it won't work. I gotta go." So the last thing I tried to do at that point was to pick Don Beener up and put him in one of those ore cars. But it was a narrow drift location, and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't lift him high enough. So I just gently put him back down and leave him, which was one of the most terrible things I ever had to do in my life.
Bob Blaunhart helped Walter Brown back up the jewel shaft and out of the mine. It was 1:30, an hour and a half after the initial call to evacuate was issued. 80 men had made it to the surface, but over 90 more were still trapped. A deadly fire raged deep in the tunnels of the Sunshine Silver Mine in northern Idaho. Poisonous carbon monoxide saturated the air. After the call to evacuate was issued, 80 men made it to the surface, but over 90 were still missing, and mine rescue teams had yet to arrive. Tom Wilkinson and Ron Flory had sought refuge in a drift near an air shaft on the 4,800-foot level. They were waiting for other miners to tell them that the hoist was ready to bring them up. They had no idea that all hoists were now inoperable, and the other miners on their level were dead. After waiting for what seemed an eternity, Ron decided to look for the other men. Ron didn't get far when he saw the outline of a mine train. Slumped over the controls was one of the miners he and Tom had been waiting for.
Timmy!
He checked for a pulse, but was unable to find one. He immediately went back to tell Tom what he found. By 2 o'clock, 2 hours after the alarm went out, mine rescue teams began arriving from all over Idaho and as far away as Montana, Utah, and British Columbia. Dennis Clapp, who had warned Tom and Ron of the fire, waited for word of what to do next.
Everybody was worried. Nobody had experienced anything like this before, and everybody was mostly just waiting around to find out what we could do. They was calling in help from all the other mines. Everybody wanted to know who got out, who was still down.
With half of the Sunshine rescue team trapped in the mine, the rescue effort needed more men familiar with Sunshine's layout to go underground.
Here to demonstrate to you how to use this rescue.
Ben Shepard, Dennis Clapp, and Don Caparelli received a crash course in mine rescue. The Bureau of Mines instructors stressed that their lives depended on the proper use of their breathing equipment.
This mask, I can't tell you enough, it has to be put on airtight. The straps have to be tight.
He taught us about the apparatus, he taught us about the gases, he taught us how to don and undon and how to purge the machine. He really made every mine rescue man that went through there understand that if they did something wrong, they were dead.
Sealing in right in here. You need to make sure you have that. When you get down in the mine, you won't get any signals.
He kept pounding in our heads. You lose the seal on your machine, you die. The gas concentrations up there was so high that one breath and he was gone.
Action down there, it breaks your seal, you're a dead man. So please, Pay attention.
It was just a crash course in training. It was more than just walking around in the mine locating people. There was a tremendous amount of manual labor to be done before we can even get to where the people are trapped.
When Ron returned, he told Tom about the dead train operator.
I think it's a good idea if we go back to...
They both felt they had to go to the motor shed and find out what happened to the rest of the men. When they got there, they found 4 more of their group. They were all dead. The carbon monoxide had poisoned them so quickly, they were frozen in mid-motion. Horrified by the discovery, Ron and Tom knew they had to get out of there and fled back to the borehole. By 3, the rescue teams were ready to enter the mine. Estimates based on shift logs now put the number of miners missing at 93. Before looking for survivors, the rescuers would try to determine the location of the fire. Then they would check the condition of the hoists. The rescue teams were divided into groups of 4 men. Wearing 40-pound Mackay breathing apparatuses that carried 2 hours of oxygen, they entered the mine. Harry Coffer was on one rescue team.
I knew the danger was there, especially going back in the smoke. The further we get into the smoke, consciously we were concerned about any leaks, so we'll tighten our mask. And by the time we got to 10 shaft, we could see that the smoke was recirculating, coming up from below, going across 31, and going down the shaft.
The smoke obscured everything. Rescuer John Lang.
When you walked back into the smoke, you linked up, and everybody had a link line that you tied to the man in front of you. I couldn't see nothing. I mean, you couldn't see from here to you. You could barely see your hand right there.
The rescue teams were forced to retreat because smoke and heat blocked their path. In an effort to clear the mine, officials reversed the flow of the ventilation fans, hoping to pull the smoky air out. Ron Flory and Tom Wilkinson were back near the air shaft. The temperature had climbed to over 100 degrees because of the fire burning above them. They were hot, tired, and thirsty. Because they hadn't eaten their lunches when the fire broke out, they had food, but not much. They decided to ration their lunches. They had no idea when or if help would arrive. The first rescue teams returned to the surface by 4:30. They had discovered 5 bodies, but not one live person. Family and friends lined the parking lot, hoping and praying.
They had a rope stretched across to keep, and they put up chairs. Red Cross was up there feeding them sandwiches, and they'd just sit there wait. They'd be sitting there when you went in, they'd be sitting there when you came out.
It was a lot of people, but everybody was just kind of, how could I explain it? You know, it was like one big family. Everybody was there for everybody else. I didn't think Tom was dead. I just knew it in my heart that he wasn't.
88 miners had now been missing for over 6 hours, and the fire was still burning underground. By evening, news crews from around the country began reporting on what was becoming the second worst disaster in U.S. mining history. The unimaginable had happened at the Sunshine Silver Mine in northern Idaho. A fire more than 3,000 feet below the surface had left 5 miners dead and more than 80 missing. Ron Flory and Tom Wilkinson had survived the fire and were awaiting rescue. On day 2 of the disaster, rescue crews throughout the mine attempted to build bulkheads to stop the smoke. Ben Shepard and several newly trained rescuers were sent to the 3100 level. The image of what they saw has never left them.
I can remember the bodies, and what struck probably everybody on the team was that these guys were there, and they were in a relaxed state. You know, I mean, they'd obviously been having coffee and a sandwich. They never heeded this as an emergency.
Don Caparelli was just 22 years old.
We had to go in and we had to step over and walk around these people, and you know, it just didn't click before until I actually seen what had happened. I wasn't quite so gung-ho now. When you see your friends that have died there, it makes you realize that it's really serious.
The rescuers were told to leave the dead for now. They had work to do if they were going to locate any survivors.
You just couldn't show the emotions that you were really feeling. So you stuffed that down inside and tried to help and do the best you can.
4,800 feet underground, Ron Flory and Tom Wilkinson had set up camp. All they could do was wait in the one spot they knew where the air was still good. Using old boards and burlap sacks, they made beds and took turns trying to get sleep. 72 hours after the mine was evacuated, rescuers reached the 3,700-foot level. A cave-in caused by the fire stopped them from reaching the main hoist.
The fire started up on the 3,400 level and ultimately burned out enough timber that the whole thing collapsed. And when it caved in, it not only plugged the haulage way, but it also broke the 12-inch diameter compressed air line. It took out the 13,800 volt power line.
The collapse had caused a loss of power to the main hoist, which was crucial in reaching the lower levels. Repairs would take days to complete, and the air was still poisonous. The rescuers had now reached an impasse. They had recovered 30 of the 93 missing miners. They were running out of time to find anybody alive. They needed another plan.
You know, after the first few days, I didn't think there was going to be anybody alive. The motivation was just to get a job done, you know, after that. And of course, you know, there's always a chance. There's always miracles.
You called for us? Yeah.
On the 4th day, the Bureau of Mines proposed lowering a capsule through a 4-foot wide air shaft. Rescuers knew men had been working near the shaft and believed this location was the best place to find someone alive. Although the 2-man capsule had been built for the Atomic Energy Commission, it had never been used in a mine rescue. Rescuers felt the most dangerous aspect of the operation would be traversing down the 1,000-foot shaft, which was irregularly shaped and lined with loose pieces of rock.
And I thought, they're going to send that capsule down that with somebody in it? They're crazy. If a rock falls out and jams that thing up, you can't pull it back up again. You break the cable. And then what are you going to do? He's stuck down there.
Bureau of Mine Inspector Wayne Kanak was chosen to lead the operation.
They still hadn't explored many areas of the mine. They had only discovered about 40 people when we got there. There still were 50 people missing yet. So until you get the last miner out, there's always hope. And that's the reason, I guess, that we kept going with our missions and doing what we did.
The biggest problem with the plan was the location of the capsule. It was in Nevada and would take 2 days to get to the mine. But with no other choice, rescuers called for it. After being trapped for over half a week, Ron and Tom decided to go to the station house to try the phone again. There, they found 3 more dead miners. The hoist had never returned to take them out. Ron tried the phone, hoping somebody would answer his call. But the line was down. They were alone, 4,800 feet underground. It was the first time they realized the fire had affected more than just their level. The men took whatever food and cigarettes they could find and quickly returned to their makeshift camp. Outside, the mood was dismal. Each new body discovered brought anguished cries from another family. Rescuers were instructed not to tell anyone the details of what they saw underground.
I had to walk past the families, all the wives and families and children. I'm this 22-year-old kid that's just been in the mine, and I know that this husband is dead. I just seen this. So it's really hard for me to have to walk by these people, and of course they're all coming over asking you questions, you know. It's just really difficult, really difficult.
I'll be honest with you, probably from the second day of the fire till for a long time, I would wake up in the middle of the night and I'd cry because of the loss of life and the condition the bodies were in when they came out. It was just a terribly sad time for us. It was heartbreaking for everybody.
But Frances Wilkinson believed her husband was alive, no matter how grim it looked.
The first night that I was up here, I sat in the car and prayed. And I just felt a peace come over me, like God was saying, I have him in my hand. And I knew then that he was okay. And from that moment on, no matter what anybody told me, it didn't matter, I just knew.
By the end of the 5th day, the death toll had reached 42. According to officials, 51 men were still unaccounted for, and the chances of saving any of them was decreasing by the minute. A rescue capsule, still hundreds of miles away, was their only hope. For nearly a week, rescue teams trying to find trapped miners had been blocked from reaching them by cave-ins and heavy smoke. They had developed a daring plan to send a rescue capsule down a narrow shaft. Underground, Tom Wilkinson and Ron Flory had managed to survive in a small air pocket, scrounging food from dead miners to keep them alive. Finally, 7 days after the call to evacuate had been given, the rescue capsule arrived. Constructed by the Atomic Energy Commission, the capsule had never been tested in an emergency situation. But it was the rescuers' last chance at reaching the lower levels. Wayne Kanak was in charge of the mission.
All our people seemed to think if there was an area in a mine that would have had live people at this 4,800 level was an area, because of the fact that it was on fresh air all the time during the mine disaster.
Ron Flory and Tom Wilkinson had now been trapped on the 4,800 level for a week. They were almost out of food. If help didn't arrive soon, they weren't sure how much longer they could last. Rescuers in other parts of the mine were still battling the effects of the fire.
The last time I came out, they had us go over for blood tests. And Dr. Nettinger drew my blood and he said, your carboxy level is 54. I have checked dead men with lower carboxy levels than you have. He said, you can't go back in.
When I got outside, I was asked to call one of the local doctors. He wanted to know how many people they could expect at the hospital. And I said, well, based on what I've found, I don't think you'll see anybody. But until we knew that nobody else was alive in the mine, we always had the hope that we would find someone.
At 9 o'clock that evening, the capsule got its trial run. The smoke had cleared from the 3700 level. Wayne Kanak and another rescuer would descend through a 4-foot wide air shaft to the level below.
At the time, it didn't seem to be very scary to us. We just were doing our job, and there's no question about the fact that there is dangers, but you try to minimize those through the training and the equipment that you've got.
The capsule was lowered into the shaft by a winch. Equipped with 6 hours of oxygen, the men started their 1,100-foot journey.
As the capsule is lowered down the hole, our hands would keep the capsule unit centered so it wouldn't hang up. Now, it wasn't necessary that we guided it all the time. We just had to guide it in some of the narrow spots and some of the crooked spots. Otherwise, it went pretty much on its own.
They continuously tested the air for carbon monoxide. The levels were acceptable.
Looking good. Good.
As they were descending, they were also laying a telephone cable so they could communicate with the rescuers on top.
We had constant communication with the hoistmen through a phone by means of a phone that was attached to a lifeline, so we could tell him to either go slower or faster or just where we were and if we had any problems.
But the descent was by no means smooth. Because the shaft was only a foot wider than the capsule, jutting rock slowed their progress. The rock had to be removed.
And we had a scaling bar, with a short bar with a pointed end on it and a flat end, and you just chip or remove the loose rock that was on the sides of the hole.
Less than 1,000 feet below the rescuers, Ron and Tom, weak from hunger, were giving up hope. It was impossible for them to imagine why rescuers were taking so long to reach them. They had no idea that the whole mine had been shut down because of the fire, or how many men had died. After going down about 150 feet, the rescuers hit a dogleg, or crooked part in the air shaft. The rescuers were now forced to try and shift the capsule around, hoping to bypass the obstruction. But that didn't work. They were going to have to dislodge the rocks, wasting precious time. After 4 hours, the capsule was brought back to the 3,700 level. The men were exhausted. They had not been able to chip away enough rock to let the capsule go deeper. But work had to continue. 2 more rescuers worked through the night to clear the debris. Rescuers hoped that if there were men alive, they could hold on just a few more hours. It had been 1 week since the Sunshine Silver Mine disaster. Rescuers trying to reach the lower levels of the mine were forced to travel down a 4-foot air shaft in a last-ditch effort to find survivors. After working all night, different teams of rescuers were finally able to clear a path for the capsule. Shortly after 7 in the morning on the 8th day, Wayne Kanak and another rescuer reached the 4,800 level.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you all right?
All right.
They tested the air. It was okay.
All right, just hold steady here. We're going to take a look around.
Well, it's very eerie. You don't see and hear anything. The temperature is about 110 degrees. It's hot.
As the rescuers began moving east in the main drift, they encountered smoke and quickly put on their breathing apparatus.
We go approximately 100, 200 feet, stop, check the air, and hook up the sound power phone with the cable, call the base, tell them what we're doing, what we've seen. And we disconnect from the cable at that time and go another 200 or 300 feet.
Near the borehole, Ron Flory was waking up from a nap. Out the corner of his eye, he saw what appeared to be a light flashing.
Look, I think I see some lights, for real. You're crazy. No, man, take a look, for real.
He woke Tom and told him he had seen something, but Tom didn't believe it. Ron insisted and turned the light off on the train to be sure. Finally, they both saw the lights and began hitting the rails to attract the rescuers' attention.
We hear some rapping on the rails. And obviously then we know that there's some live miners there. We yelled at them to stay there because we knew that the air was good where we were, and we knew the air was good where they were, but there was about 300 to 500 feet between us that we didn't know how the air was.
Wayne Kanak had found Ron Flory and Tom Wilkinson.
I think it was kind of a disbelief on their part that somebody was actually there. They seemed to be very coherent and responsive to what we asked them.
Kanak phoned the men above.
Hey, we got a couple of survivors down here. They hurt. They're in good shape, fine shape. Ron Flory and Tom Wilkinson.
I think at that moment right then, it was just a relief. You knew that it was over. I mean, that they'd found you, that you were going to get out.
People outside heard the news and were overcome with joy.
All we heard was there was 2 men alive. Then the mine manager came over looking for us and told us that it was Tom and Ron. I can't even describe how it felt. It was just joy, elation, peace, happiness, laughter.
Ron Flory went up to the 3,700 level first.
I'm so happy you guys came by.
He insisted to the rescuers he was going to wait there for his partner.
When we got down to the main station there at Jewel, they wanted to put us on a stretcher and carry us out on stretchers, and we had decided that when we walked in, we were going to walk out.
When they finally emerged from the mine, they were blinded by camera flashes.
We just started heading out, and then when they opened them doors and the lights really hit us, and the people were just hollering. I just couldn't picture it, you know, the people there at that time. There were just a godly amount of people. I really cheered us on. I really hollered.
It truly was a miracle to see those two. I can actually remember looking around and everybody, and even those that had recognized our already lost family that were standing there, everybody had a smile on their face, a big smile. It was a joyous time.
The men were taken to the Shoshone Community Hospital. Aside from losing weight and being dehydrated, they were in reasonably good condition. They were kept overnight and released the following morning.
But when Tom and Ron were found, it was like, all right. It was like a shot in the arm. You know, and then you had a spark of hope out here that these people could be, there could still be somebody down there alive.
3 days after Ron and Tom walked out of the mine, the rest of the miners' bodies were recovered. There were no more survivors. In all, 91 men lost their lives, making the Sunshine Mine disaster the second worst in U.S. mining history. Don Caparelli was one of the last men to leave the mine after the rescue effort stopped.
So when we come out of the mine, it was empty. There was no people there anymore. Everybody is gone. So I got home and I went in the house, and of course my wife greeted me at the door. So that's when I kind of lost control. So I went in the bathroom and I just cried and cried. But then I had to take a wash rag and wipe my face, and it was okay, and then I had to go visit with my company. But it was okay. It was okay. And you know, after all I'd went through and with my friends and stuff, it was okay to cry. It was really okay.
It's a situation where the real agony came to me many days later, after things slowed to normal pace, and I had time to contemplate. It was then that things really hit me hard.
As a result of the fire, the cause of which was never fully determined, the Federal Mine Safety and Health Administration was created.
Perhaps the 91 caskets should be present in this room. Their silent voices would be heard and must be heard, because there are men who again will descend a hole in the ground named Sunshine.
Aside from tightening safety codes, the new agency mandated that all miners carry self-regulators and have the training to use them. But the real lesson of the tragedy was much more personal.
I think mostly is you don't take anything for granted. And you have to put your faith into something, because you don't know from one day to the next what life's going to deal you.
The Sunshine Mine closed its doors in 2001. But the memory of the tragic event lives on. A statue inscribed with the names of the 91 men who lost their lives stands as a constant reminder to all those who visit the Silver Valley. A hurricane blasts its way towards the Mississippi coast.
It's a storm I don't think the people were prepared for.
Trapping many in its fury.
You felt like the wind was being sucked out of you.
As winds reached 200 miles per hour, it became a night of sheer terror for some and heroic rescues for others.
We were finding people on telephone poles. We were finding people in trees. So we knew it was getting bad.
Those that lived through that night have never forgotten the wrath of Hurricane Camille. On August 16, 1969, the National Hurricane Center ordered a storm tracker plane from Ramey Air Force Base in Puerto Rico to get a closer look at a hurricane named Camille. It had just blasted its way across western Cuba and had been downgraded to a tropical storm. But there was some concern that the warm waters of the Gulf would refuel it again, bringing it back to hurricane status. Lee Snyder was on board the storm tracker plane in the eye of Camille. As he relayed the information back to the Hurricane Center, he was one of the first to realize the true magnitude of the storm.
We have graphs that have little ink pens to give you ordinates, and they're skipping all over the place. They were anticipating about a 12-foot tidal surge. They had to rework it all, major evacuation now versus, well, maybe we can handle 12 feet to a certain distance. That report was a difference between the evacuation we had planned or 10,000 tombstones.
The National Guard in Biloxi, Mississippi was activated. They were told to be prepared to help evacuate the area in the event the storm worsened. Captain Glenn Ryan was in charge of one of the units.
About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we got word that the storm had turned more to the north. And so we started then preparing for it. We felt like we might get a hit.
The tiny Mississippi town of Pass Christian appeared to be in the direct path of the hurricane. It averaged only 20 feet above sea level. Merv Jones, the manager of the Richelieu Apartments, was already working with another resident to storm-proof the building.
Storm's coming, Ben. Want some help?
Merv knew the storm could be fierce, but assured both Ben Duckworth and Steve Anker it had survived Hurricane Betsy 3 years earlier. He said their apartment building was designated as a civil defense shelter, so it was safe enough if they wanted to stay.
There was never any strong suggestion that we leave. I know the news was that the highways were pretty crowded. Again, we didn't know where the storm was going at that time.
Across town, high school principal George Watson received a call from the civil defense, requesting that he come to the Pass Christian High School and prepare to receive evacuees. The building was about 15 feet above sea level. They thought the large structure could weather the coming onslaught.
And when all of these people were there, I knew that they were going to depend upon my decision-making for their lives. And I felt that it was a lot of responsibility.
In nearby Gulfport, Abby Fisher could make few decisions for herself as she lay in the Longview nursing home. Abby suffered from polio and was required to be in an iron lung 24 hours a day in order to breathe. It was powered by electricity, and although the lung had a battery backup, Abby was concerned about the possibility of a power failure. National Guard units were directed to various locations around the Gulf, 29 of them with Larks, amphibious vehicles that could drive on land and propel themselves through water. Captain Ryan and Sergeant Dildy were sent to patrol the streets of Pass Christian. Specialist 4th Class Henry Lee Torts unit was sent to evacuate people near the shore. By early evening, Duckworth and Anchor had decided to stay and ride out the storm. They were approached by an elderly couple who also lived in the building.
They had asked, you know, Ben, if you and your friends are going to stay, would you watch after me and my wife? She had broken her hip, and she was in a wheelchair. And so that was the first really decision point for me to stay.
The small group would take shelter in an unoccupied third-floor apartment. Mr. Matthews made everybody some food to keep up their energy. Merv Jones helped make sure everyone was comfortable and prepared for the worst. By 7, the front of the storm hit the coast. High winds and a torrential downpour began pummeling the seaboard with a vengeance. Hurricane Camille was now a Category 5 hurricane, the deadliest imaginable. Channel markers that were usually standing 8 to 10 feet above the water horizon now were nearly underwater. Water from the Gulf was starting to pour over the seawalls and flood low-lying areas. Captain Glenn Ryan's unit was monitoring the water's advance near a bridge.
As the winds got stronger, the waves got higher, and the water was pushed farther. It was almost like a wall, you know, just lifting up as that water was rolling in, like a tidal wave.
In a matter of minutes, water had completely covered the first floor of the Richelieu apartments. The men now realized they were trapped by the floodwaters. As the storm worsened, people who hadn't evacuated earlier now began to fear the storm and seek shelter. At Howard Memorial Hospital in Biloxi, Dr. Jerry Atkins was in charge of the ER.
I got a call from the chief of staff of the hospital. He said, "You're the only single and youngest member to the staff," so I wasn't married at the time, and he said, "I think you're the logical one to come to the hospital." We didn't have emergency room physicians, and so he said, "I think you ought to come and stay in the hospital tonight in case we have some injuries or that sort of stuff."
By 8:30 in the evening, winds had reached gusts of 100 miles per hour. Principal Watson received a call that concerned him.
I was told that the gymnasium at my school, where I was principal, had just blown down, and that maybe I should consider taking a good look at where we were, because they felt that it blew down because of the fact that there were no structures to hold it together.
He decided to check out the cafeteria. But the winds were very strong between the buildings. Getting to the cafeteria would be dangerous. He needed to come up with another plan. Back at the Richelieu apartments, low barometric pressure caused a pressure variance between the outside and the inside of the building. The noises it created sounded like the building was breathing. The residents thought if they opened some windows, it might actually relieve the pressure.
The wind was really getting noisy. The rain was getting very noisy. We were all beginning to get a little uneasy about that time. but we were still trying to bolster the courage of everybody in the group.
Then at 9:30, the lights went out. As the sounds of the storm raged outside, the power failed in the Longview nursing home. Abby Fisher's iron lung stopped working. For a few moments, Abby had trouble breathing until the battery backup kicked in. A nurse came over and told her not to worry because the battery was fully charged.
I went back to the gymnasium and I looked up at the wall and I noticed a crack in the south wall of the gymnasium. And almost simultaneously, a gust of wind blew the windows out of the north end of the gymnasium. There were high windows up near the top. And this glass blew all over the gymnasium floor.
Watson knew they now had to get out of the gymnasium. He made a decision. They would try to get to the school's main building.
I said, I think I would feel more secure if we were in another building.
He told them they should grab each other's wrists and walk through the storm together. Watson was concerned that they not lose anyone.
They fall, drag them, but don't turn them loose. And I said, because the wind is blowing fairly heavy, and there's going to be debris blowing around. And if something hits you, just don't turn it loose to grab it. Just keep on going.
One couple did not want to go into the storm. They would take their chances in the gymnasium. Watson tried to convince them that it wasn't safe to remain. More windows could be blown out. But they insisted they would stay put. The group fought their way through the fierce winds. The wind and rain was even stronger than Watson's earlier foray. But with the evacuees following his lead, he felt he no longer had a choice about turning back. Watson began leading over 250 people linked together in a human chain. The winds of Hurricane Camille were now howling at over 150 miles per hour, and there was no let-up in sight. It was an August Sunday when Camille, a Category 5 hurricane, slammed into the Gulf Coast. In Pass Christian, Mississippi, Principal George Watson and several hundred evacuees had taken shelter in a high school gymnasium. But it had proven not to be a safe haven. He made the risky decision to move the entire party to the main building. They were relieved to be inside, yet concerned about the security of their new sanctuary. Principal Watson tried to allay their fears.
I told them to get in the halls and to find a spot in the halls because this is where we would stay until the storm blew over. And I said, there's nothing to fear because we're going to ride this thing out.
The National Guard were out in the streets trying to rescue people who had refused to evacuate and were now in great danger. Specialist 4th Class Henry Letort's unit had received calls of people stranded on the rooftops.
And we put our searchlights on, and as we got down there, we could see the water was up to the roofs of some houses, and people were standing on the roofs of the houses, calling for us to come over there. We were finding people on telephone poles. We were finding people in trees. Just anything they could cling to.
A small group of residents of the Richelieu Apartments had banded together and waited out the storm in a third-floor apartment. Ben Duckworth could sense there was real fear in the room.
I know that there were several prayers that were offered about our safety that night. I think Mr. and Ms. Matthews' presence with her in the wheelchair was a sobering influence on all of us.
Windows were now breaking on the 3rd floor. The building was simply not designed to withstand hurricane-force winds of this magnitude. The eye of the storm would make land just west of Pass Christian. Since the most intense winds occurred just east of the eye, the town was about to be hit with the strongest winds yet. The storm was now raging at over 200 miles per hour and cutting a devastating path in its wake. Earlier in the day, the Hurricane Center had sent up a storm tracker plane. They were flying around the eye of the storm.
This can't be right.
Lee Snyder was relaying back last-minute data about the storm's intensity.
You're picking your way around the thunderstorms and getting your data together. It's the only time you start to brace for any type of something your aircraft's going to go through that might be difficult is the penetration of the eye itself, because there's a lot of activity there.
At Howard Memorial Hospital, the basement began to flood. This caused the backup generators to fail, leaving the hospital without electricity. It also forced people who were taking refuge in the basement to move to higher ground.
We all got concerned. The windows in the hospital were all rattling pretty loudly, and the water was coming in through every window and under every door. But I think there was some real concern that if this thing gets much worse, we may all be in for a rough time. The children, the younger people, had blankets and pillows and on the floor asleep. The older people were very, very quiet, nervous, not asking for anything, listening to the radio. I think there was a great deal of concern.
At the Pass Christian Gymnasium, a couple who had not moved with the other evacuees tried to remain calm. Then suddenly, the entire roof blew away. They were now fully exposed to the storm's fury. Lucky to have survived the destruction, they fled the building and made their way to join the other evacuees. George Watson continued to watch and wait in the hallway.
We were inside of the school building, and all of a sudden we heard a knock at the door. And I opened the door and we came in. And you could see on their faces that they had a problem. And what happened? And they said, the gym blew down.
At the Longview Nursing Home, polio victim Abby Fisher lay in an iron lung, now operating on reserve battery power. The battery had drained much quicker than anyone had realized. It was almost half empty. Bob Graham, the nursing home director, needed to find another way to power the machine, and quickly. The winds continued to blast the Richelieu apartment building. There was nothing between this structure and the ocean itself. Ben Duckworth thought they should check how high the water had risen around the building.
I shined the flashlight down the stairwell and I saw a reflection back. The water was literally about a foot below the third floor slab. It wasn't a tidal wave, it was a steady surge that the water generally throughout that whole area had risen 28 feet.
Even though they knew the flood water had risen quickly, they told the Matthews not to worry. They were high enough up to avoid a possible storm surge. It was 11 p.m., and the eye of the storm was scheduled to move through Pass Christian in the next half an hour. Little did they know that the storm was creating a wall of water that was almost 30 feet high and rising fast. Hurricane Camille had been raging across the Gulf for the better part of a day and night. The monstrous storm system was sustaining 190-mile-per-hour winds. The tiny Gulf town of Pass Christian was completely flooded. 5 residents at the Richelieu apartment building were holding up in a third-floor apartment. By 11 p.m., water had risen to within a foot of the third floor. What they didn't realize was the worst part of the storm was yet to come. A hurricane creates a phenomenon known as a storm surge. The force of the wind swirling around the storm pushes water ahead of the massive system. Given the intensity of Camille, the storm surge was now projected to be between 20 and 30 feet high. Lee Snyder had been tracking Camille since the storm had crashed through Cuba.
It's a storm I don't think the people were prepared for. You know really how 24 feet from the ground up, how high that is? And then think of it as water coming at you.
On the ground, the National Guard continued to rescue people trapped by the rising water.
Over here. Get two on the side. Give me the rope.
A lot of evacuees grabbed their most valuable possessions, like family photos and jewelry. Surprisingly, some people even took tax records. Glenn Ryan's unit was heading back to the shelter at City Hall when his Lark suddenly lost power and began to drift in the tide. Ryan asked Sergeant Dildy to check out the propeller. Without hesitation, Dildy dove into the water. After a few moments, he resurfaced and told Ryan the propeller shaft had sheared off. The rescue team and their passengers were now in dire need of help. At the Pass Christian High School, water had begun to pour into the hallway of the building where George Watson and the other evacuees had most recently taken shelter. This was their second refuge, and now Watson knew he had to move the group again. He decided they should go to the auditorium. Once in the theater, Watson realized he could take advantage of the sloped floor. If If any water did come in, it would run to the low point right before the stage. He told people to remain at the back of the auditorium at the top of the sloped floor.
The families were in their little groups, and you could see them in huddles, and the mothers were holding the children close, and I guess they were almost afraid to say anything, but no, there was no hysteria in their eyes or in their demeanor.
At the Longview Nursing Home, the backup battery of Abby Fisher's iron lung was almost empty.
Everything's fine.
Without the lung to breathe for her, Abby would die.
I have to go check on a few.
Bob Graham, the nursing home director, told her not to panic.
Don't worry about a thing. I'll be right back. Got it all figured out.
He had an idea. Graham knew that Abby's iron lung was powered by a 12-volt battery. The only other 12-volt batteries at the nursing home were in the cars parked outside. He would take the batteries from the cars and try to connect them to the ventilator. At Howard Memorial Hospital, an employee complained to Dr. Atkins that she was having abdominal pain. She explained that she had tried to ignore it all day, but it just kept getting worse. After an examination, Dr. Atkins diagnosed her condition as acute appendicitis.
Even though we didn't have electricity, we didn't have lights, I felt it was necessary to go ahead and do an appendectomy on her.
Without lights or monitoring equipment, this routine surgery was now quite risky. Even though Dr. Atkins had performed a similar operation in the Navy, he was concerned.
I got nervous because I wanted to wait until things were back to normal, but I really had a gut feeling that this lady, if I wait till tomorrow, she's going to perforate. We had to use the largest flashlights we could get our hands on. Nurses and other personnel had to stand around to try to shine the flashlights in the right place. Dr. Waddell was able to do a good spinal, then he put on gloves and health retractors, and the operation went pretty good. Got the appendix out before it ruptured and drained her. After we got out of surgery, you'd hear this tremendous loud roaring type noise, and you hear a lot of popping and crackling, and you knew it was trees and limbs breaking and that sort of stuff. Then it would quieten down for a few minutes. So it's my belief that those were tornadoes inside the hurricane that we were hearing, and it occurred to me for the very first time that we could die right here.
The Lark was useless without the ability to steer and was drifting on the dangerously flooded street. Then Captain Ryan noticed a pipe emerging from the water. He knew he had to try to tie up the Lark for everyone's safety. Even though the pipe was less than 30 feet away, the wind and the strong current were thwarting his efforts to reach it. His men in the Lark decided to pull him back in. Sergeant Dildy had been looking around for another way to anchor the Lark. Then they got a lucky break. The Lark had drifted fairly close to a telephone pole emerging from the water. Dildy quickly grabbed the rope and dove in. When he reached the pole, he tied off the Lark. Now he had to fight his way through the current to get back. Once Dildy was on board, one of the men alerted Ryan that a woman they rescued was showing signs of a heart problem. Ryan moved to her side. She was conscious, but Ryan knew she needed to get medical attention as soon as possible. Ryan had no sooner attended to the woman when Dildy said one of the guards was out cold. Ryan went over to him. He looked dead. Ryan attempted to hear his breath and heartbeat above the howl of the wind.
I raised his head up and I kind of popped him in the chest. Not too hard, but I popped him right over the heart. And when I did, he reared up like a bear. So when he breathed, you know, when he grunted like that, then I knew he was alive.
Ryan immediately radioed their situation and put out the word that they needed help. The nearest Lark was commanded by Henry Leetord. Leetord told Ryan his unit would come get them, but Ryan was afraid it was just too dangerous.
And I said, Henry, stay where you are. Let's wait until this thing subsides a little bit. He said, I'm coming to get you, Cap.
At the Richelieu Apartments, the residents who stayed behind tried their best to remain calm, but their nerves were shot. Ben Duckworth tried to reassure the group the eye of the storm was supposed to pass by 11:30. If they and the building could last until then, they would be fine. No sooner had he said these words when they all felt something ominous.
An imperceptible shudder went through the building, and you could feel it, and we all exchanged glances. And then it was almost like everything exploded.
The 30-foot storm surge had hit the building with a vengeance, and water was now pouring in from the ceiling. Duckworth and Anchor knew they had to get everyone out of the apartment before the building collapsed. The only way out was through the roof. As Duckworth pulled himself up through the hole, a nail ripped a gash in his leg, but he kept on going. Below, Anchor grabbed Mrs. Matthews and pushed her toward the ceiling. Then he followed. Mr. Matthews could not muster the strength to get out and collapsed on the floor. Anchor realized he could not go back down and help. There was now nothing between the Richelieu apartment residents on the roof and the devastating power of the storm. Against the full force of the hurricane, they desperately tried to hold on to the roof as it floated away. Hurricane Camille was tearing apart the Mississippi coast. A storm surge of over 30 feet had washed ashore and destroyed the 3-story Richelieu apartment building in Pass Christian. 4 residents had managed to make it up through a hole in the roof and now tried to hold on as the wind and waves continued to assault them. But within minutes, the roof was underwater, and the storm surge washed them all into the churning sea. Ben Duckworth struggled to keep afloat. He could not see the others. Frantic, he looked for something to hold on to. He saw a tree branch floating by and grabbed it. Yet even with the buoyancy of the branch, he was pulled under the waves. Fighting for every breath, he held on as tight as he could. He had no idea how long he could survive like this. Hurricane Camille was forcing everyone in her wake to find a way to survive. At the Longview nursing home, Bob Graham had retrieved some car batteries and was trying to hook one up to power Abby Fisher's iron lung. As their disabled amphibious vehicle bobbed in the surf, National Guard Captain Ryan and Sergeant Dilby tried to care for two sick passengers. One was a person they had rescued. The other was a sergeant in their unit. Without any type of medical equipment, the best they could do was try and keep them warm and dry. But their efforts were futile. Ryan had called for assistance, and another Lark was on the way. In the Pass Christian High School auditorium, George Watson and a group of evacuees thought they were safe from Camille's fury. Then they saw water coming in under the doorway.
Bring me some blankets! Hurry up!
They quickly grabbed blankets and tried to seal off the door.
I asked some of the men to stand at the doors and brace themselves. Let me know if you needed anybody else, but just stand there and make certain that the doors don't blow open.
Yet the blankets were no match for the fury outside. The horizontal rain, the flooding, and the hurricane-force winds pushed the rising water in through every crack. The auditorium was quickly beginning to flood. The only thing they could do was retreat to the highest part of the sloped floor.
The walls on the south side of the building, of the auditorium, was pulsating. As I would lean against the wall, I would say that it was moving in and out. That was my gravest concern during the midst of the storm. If that wall had given away, all of us would have drowned like rats.
Henry Lee Tort's unit finally found Captain Ryan's amphibious vehicle. The first thing they had to do was tie the two vehicles together to facilitate transporting everyone off the Lark. They took the two sick people off first. Then the others followed, and they took off towards the hospital. With no time to spare, Bob Graham at the Longview nursing home was able to connect one of the car batteries to Abby Fisher's iron lung. He had no idea how long it would last, but at least there were more, and he had a temporary solution to keep her alive. Ben Duckworth had managed to stay above water for 10 minutes by holding on to a tree branch. But the battering waves were too much and finally swept away his lifeline. Just when he thought he couldn't keep going, he hit an oak tree that was still rooted in the ground. He grabbed the trunk and, using every bit of strength he had left, pulled himself up as high as he could out of the water. The howling winds and the surging waters continued to pummel him. The winds were so strong, he found that he couldn't catch his breath. The only way he could get oxygen was to bury his face in the crevices on the trunk itself.
I thank God that it was an oak tree because they have rivulets in the bark, and I was able to push my nose up against the bark of the tree in order to breathe. I know the few times I took my head away from that tree limb, you felt like the wind was being sucked out of you.
There was no sign or sound of the others from his building. They too were on their own in this hellish nightmare. How long Ben Duckworth could hold on to the tree would be the deciding factor as to whether he would outlive the wrath of Camille. The entire coastal town of Pass Christian, Mississippi was virtually underwater. Along the Gulf Coast, 131 people were reported dead as a result of Hurricane Camille's fury. Ben Duckworth had survived his apartment building's collapse and now clung desperately to an oak tree. At the Pass Christian High School, George Watson and the evacuees in his charge watched helplessly as water flooded their shelter. His wife kept a vigil at the window.
We could see the water rising, and we could see exactly where it was when she shined the light. And I told my wife, just keep watching that, and if it gets above the windowsill, let me know.
National Guardsman Henry Lee Torch Lark eventually made its way to Howard Memorial Hospital. Two of his passengers, one a guardsman and the other a rescue victim, appeared to be suffering from some sort of heart ailment and were immediately taken care of. Many of the people Dr. Adkins attended to that night complained of chest pains. He diagnosed that the great majority of them were suffering stress symptoms brought on by being in the storm. Patients from the Lark were okay, but were admitted to the hospital for further observation. Ben Duckworth hadn't quit either. By dawn, he was alive and watching the water under him begin to recede. He had held on to the trunk of the oak tree for 4 desperate hours. Then he heard a most reassuring sound. Someone was calling up to him from under the tree.
Are you okay? I'm gonna get you down here. What's your name? Ben. Ben, take your time. Watch my left leg. Okay.
And the wind had died down considerably from the height when I first got in the tree. And until the gentleman was standing below the tree where I was and saying, we found one, did I really realize that it was real.
The men took Duckworth to the local high school, the closest place for medical treatment. At Howard Memorial Hospital, a decision was made to move everyone outside.
When it started getting a little light, we moved everything out into the parking lot. The OR tables and the examination tables and all the suturing equipment. I saw true character, and I saw a lot of good-hearted people that wanted to help one another.
Hurricane Camille left the tiny town of Pass Christian looking like a war zone.
At daybreak, we opened the doors, took the quilts away, opened the doors, and went outside, and then when we looked outside, it looked like a bomb had hit. And you knew then that everything had blown away.
Throughout the night, 8 car batteries had provided power to Abby Fisher's iron lung. Finally, a generator was obtained to provide electricity to the nursing home. Ben Duckworth needed hospitalization, but was found to be in relatively good health. He was told that Steve Anker had survived, but Merv Jones and Mr. and Mrs. Matthews hadn't. 23 others who lived at the Richelieu apartment building had also died that night. The following day, an Air Force plane flew over Pass Christian. Storm tracker Lee Snyder accompanied journalists viewing the damaged area.
And the destruction was just, it's like you could not comprehend what you were seeing, if that makes any sense. I mean, it was just, the devastation was just overwhelming.
Hurricane Camille claimed 131 lives along the coast. The storm proceeded up to Virginia, where flash floods and landslides killed another 113. She officially died out 7 days after first crossing Cuba. In Pass Christian, 50 people died. But because of critical decisions made by ordinary citizens and trained professionals, hundreds of people who did not evacuate survived the storm's wrath. National Guard units were credited with rescuing over 300 people. President Nixon visited the devastated areas. The federal government came in with relief. The destruction would be equivalent to over $6 billion today, making it the third most powerful hurricane to hit the United States. For 3 days, rains of biblical proportions fell over central Texas.
It was so extensive and intensive that it put 14 rivers into the highest flood stage they had ever seen.
Cities were inundated and counties submerged.
We're not going to let it conquer us. But the water just kept coming.
Its fury put thousands in jeopardy.
Hearing the word child, my first instinct was we need to get there now.
Rescuers were overwhelmed, but courageously determined.
If we didn't do it, no one else was going to. We were on our own.
In the dead of night, fighting blinding rain, volunteer rescuers battle a Texas-sized flood, hoping to save a community from being swept away. The weather in central Texas the fall of '98 had been pretty typical, hot and dry. But on Wednesday, October 14th, Larry Eblin at the National Weather Service in San Antonio was seeing a disturbing change in the forecast.
We noticed that the computer models were indicating a rain event beginning to develop. There was a dying Mexican hurricane off the Mexican coast in the Pacific named Madeline, and a second dying Mexican hurricane named Lester. So these two hurricanes were causing a huge amount of mid and upper level moisture to be swept up over Texas.
Central Texas is one of the prime and most dangerous flash flood areas in the United States. By Saturday afternoon, newscasters in San Antonio were warning of flooding throughout the region.
Dad, you need to come look at this. What you got?
Although Wilson County was 30 miles away, Edwin Baker, assistant fire chief of the small town of Stockdale, was worried. The rain had already started coming down hard.
I started realizing that there was a lot more going on than what I was seeing just on the TV. And I told my son to start calling out people to find out who was available to help if there was a flooding problem in our county.
This is bad.
I started getting concerned about the north side of Lavernia and where the Cibolo River enters our county. It is flat, prone for flooding. The Cibolo north of Lavernia has 2 crossings and both are at water's level.
Baker headed a newly formed emergency rescue team that specialized in flood rescue. His team consisted of volunteers from the 10 fire stations in Wilson County. Marty Kufis was a member of Baker's emergency rescue team. Only the week before, he had completed a course in swiftwater rescue.
There was an atmosphere of anticipation, I think a low-level dread that this was something that Mother Nature was going to have her way. But nobody knew that we were going to hit with the double punch of both the creek and the river flooding. We did not realize how bad it was.
Robert and Florence Higgins had survived a flood of the San Antonio River 15 years earlier. Although their home was destroyed, the Higgins rebuilt on the same plot of land.
Everybody kept telling us this is not going to happen again in 100 years. And we did not even carry flood insurance because they had come out and they said, no, it's not in the flood area. So you don't have to worry about flood insurance.
Confident their home was safe, they left for a long-planned vacation 150 miles away on the Gulf Coast.
Is everything going to be okay? And for some reason, I says, honey, what if we can't get back home? He says, oh, you know those weathermen. You can't believe what they say. Let's just go on.
By 5 p.m. Saturday afternoon, the rains were heavy and a flash flood watch was issued. Billy Bob Bruner and 2 other volunteer firefighters from the town of Lavernia went out to warn residents to evacuate.
Hey, how you doing? The fire department, we're here about the rain and the flooding.
Every street, every house, knocked door to door and asked the people to leave because it was imminent that it was going to flood.
I don't need no help. I'm good, thanks.
Most people their response was, well, we don't have to leave. We'll kind of wait it out.
I appreciate it. Thanks, fellas. Okay.
It's a real frustrating deal to know that it's going to be a bad situation and you ask people to leave and they don't, and you have to risk your life to go back to save somebody that just wouldn't listen.
The San Antonio River was now rising rapidly. On the other side of town, Cibolo Creek was also coming up. If residents didn't get out of the area quickly, they could be stranded in the middle with no way to escape. In Lavernia, Vivian Ray and her daughter Molly were on their way home when they encountered flooded roads. As they pressed on, the water rose higher and higher.
Oh no. What's wrong?
Then their pickup stalled. They were stuck.
It won't start, honey.
Vivian was panicked. The water was continuing to rise. Not knowing who else to call, she dialed 911.
Wilson County 911.
Vivian's frantic call was relayed to the Lavernia Fire Department.
During the middle of the evacuation, we had a call for a woman and child trapped in a vehicle down one of the county roads. Hearing the word child, my first instinct was we need to get there now.
The town of Lavernia had recently obtained a 5-ton high-axle military surplus truck. It could pass through waist-high water and seemed adequate for any flood. The truck was nicknamed Calm. The water was rising even faster than Vivian had expected. Although she knew help was on the way, she decided they had to get out of the truck before it was swept away. Spotting a mobile home in the distance, Vivian decided to try and seek shelter there. Vivian didn't realize how quickly the water was moving. As little as 6 inches of swiftly flowing water can sweep an adult off their feet. Together, they waded through the water to get to the home.
Hello? Is there anybody here?
The mobile home was deserted.
What are we gonna do, Mom? There's water everywhere.
But under these dire circumstances, Vivian decided it would be all right if she and her daughter went inside. The Cibolo Creek had already risen to record levels. It was now 30 feet deep in places and still rising. The force of the floodwaters was already strong enough to overturn trucks. Bob Bruner's earlier concerns were turning into real fear. This was already one of the biggest floods Central Texas had ever experienced.
And we came to our first bridge, and the water was beginning to go over the bridge when we first crossed it. And within 100 yards of passing over the bridge, the water was all the way up to the front bumper, which is about 4 feet off the ground. And the further we went, the further water came up.
Visibility was so poor that Bruner needed extra help trying to navigate roads he couldn't see. He had firefighters on top of the truck, shining flashlights as headlights to guide them through the flood.
When we first saw the truck that we were called out to, we had been about 1.25 miles to 1.5 miles down the dirt road. There were no passengers in it, and nobody was sitting on top of the truck, so we knew then that the people had evacuated the truck. My first instinct was get back to the station. Let's get out of the situation we're in right now. It's getting dangerous every second. Swiftwater is the most dangerous thing there is on the world. I learned that evening how dangerous, how machinery, manpower can't really overpower it. It is incredible, the force and the strength of the water.
Let's get out of here, Mike.
Since the road was so narrow, there was no way to turn the truck around. They would have to back into a driveway and then pull out.
Molly, I found Coach.
In the mobile home, Molly caught a glimpse of the rescue truck's red light in the window.
Mom! Look, there's a fight.
Vivian had to get their attention.
Help! Over here!
She began blinking the lights on and off.
And in the distance, we noticed the lights on a mobile home flashing. The front door was open, and there's a female flashing the porch light, screaming to us to come help her. And we decided we'll give it one shot and see if we can help evacuate those people.
They see us, Molly. They're gonna come and get us. They're gonna come and get us.
As they tried to head for the mobile home, the current made it difficult to steer the truck.
As we were pulling up, the water pushed our truck to the downward side of the flow, and we became stuck.
What's going on? What's wrong?
I attempted to drive the truck out by getting the front wheels back on the driveway, and we just slid straight forward. So then I decided I'll try it in reverse and get the rear wheels back on the road. After each attempt, we started leaning more and more. So I decided we better just stay where we were. We were still upright, so we were better where we were then than trying to anymore.
Bruner and his crew were trapped by the raging water. He radioed the fire station.
4130 to base.
When I called the chief and told him I was stuck, he immediately said, well, I'll send additional personnel to come out. My response to him was, do not send anybody, because the waters were too swift, too high, and if he sent anybody else, they'd be in the same situation.
Bruner knew the only option they had was to sit and wait. But he hadn't forgotten the people trapped in the mobile home. At this point, there wasn't much he could do to help them.
We were stuck and we couldn't do anything, and it's a sickening feeling knowing you can't do anything.
Help is on the way anytime now.
We told them just try to stay calm, remain in the house. They were a lot safer where they were, and that we would try to have help come to them as soon as possible.
Why aren't they coming? I don't know. Are they stuck?
Back at the Lavernia station, dispatchers radioed for help. Rescuing the stranded truck and the mother and child in the mobile home had to be priority one.
I need to get something over here.
The rain was pouring down at a rate of 2 inches per hour, and they knew it was only a matter of time before the rising water would cover everything. Torrential rains had been pouring over the hill country of central Texas for hours, causing disastrous flooding. The Guadalupe River, normally 150 feet wide, now spanned 2 miles. When a report came in of a woman and child stranded in a vehicle, the Lavernia Volunteer Fire Department went to the rescue in a modified military surplus truck.
What's wrong?
They became stuck and now needed rescue themselves.
Any units out there?
Volunteer firefighters at their station called the National Guard, trying to convince them to send a Black Hawk helicopter out to find their truck. But every rescue helicopter was in use.
I need to get something over here.
At the National Weather Service, Larry Eblin was tracking the storm.
The rain was intense. It was a tropical kind of a rain that at times was 2 to 3 to even maybe as much as 4 inches in an hour. Our concern was that, as so often happens in central Texas, instead of staying out of the deep water, people were continuing to drive, continuing to travel, and putting themselves in a great deal of danger.
Edwin Baker, head of the relatively new emergency rescue team in Wilson County, heard the Lavernia dispatchers' calls for assistance.
It's around midnight about this time, and it was dark, it was lightning, it was raining off and on. No one else would come help assist in the rescue of these firemen.
Although the team was unproven, they told the dispatcher they would help.
At that point, I think all of us realized that things had gotten extreme pretty quickly. We did not think that we would be rescuing would-be rescuers.
Lavernia firefighter Billy Bob Bruner knew help would eventually come. But as the temperatures began to drop into the low 50s, he worried how long the men would be able to sit, exposed to the elements.
I was getting real concerned about the men I had on the truck. The guys were soaking wet, they were scared, and I had a couple guys getting close to hypothermia, and there was not much we could do but stand out in the rain.
Vivian and Molly Ray, the mother and daughter that the Lavernia firefighters had set out to rescue, were trying to keep dry. Vivian was getting concerned. Her daughter was starting to shake from being cold and wet. In many ways, the Wilson County Volunteer Emergency Rescue Team was unprepared for the rescue they were about to attempt.
The training I had had in swiftwater rescue was only a week old. I had just the week before attended a basic level swiftwater rescue course, about 2.5 days long.
Volunteer Nick Hensey had even less training.
At the time of this incident, I hadn't even had any swiftwater rescue training, just basic fire department rescue stuff.
Baker's team had recently purchased a military-grade Zodiac raft made to run with a large horsepower motor. But the engine they had to power it was sorely inadequate.
We didn't have the money to go out and buy a nice new 25 or 40 horsepower motor. We had borrowed a 15 horse motor. And this little motor just was not able to, by itself, to overcome the cross current. So the four of us crewmen had to put oars in the water. We had to paddle furiously for about 100 yards just to get to a calm spot among some trees.
By late evening, the storm and the resulting flash flooding throughout central Texas was now national news. It had become the worst flood storm in the history of the state, surpassing the Great Flood of '73.
I think the scariest thing was the fact that it was so widespread, so extensive, and also so intensive at the same time, that we were receiving feet of rain, not just inches of rain as you do in so many events.
Robert and Florence Higgins were at their vacation home on the Gulf Coast when they got a call from a neighbor in Sutherland Springs.
And he said, Robert, he says, I'm going to move your tractors and your equipment. The water's coming, and it's going to come right like '73.
The Higgins had lost a home in the '73 flood. They couldn't stand the thought that it could happen a second time.
Let's get out of here.
When we left, we did not think it was going to flood, so we had not left it anywhere ready for flooding. As the storm was going towards the coast, we were heading right into it.
It was a blinding rainstorm. About halfway there, you couldn't see 10 feet past the hood of the car.
He'd say, help me find the white line, help me find, because I mean, you can't even see, you know, out in the country, we don't have lighted highways. So you watch for the white line on the side of the highway to make sure you're on the highway. Once you're going, there's no place to stop. I mean, you gotta make it.
The Zodiac moved toward its rescue mission slowly for reasons besides being underpowered. In many places, the water was 6 feet over the street. And what the men couldn't see in the water could hurt them.
The most dangerous obstacle we faced in our boat were fences and fence posts, sometimes at water line, sometimes just below water line. We had to take care that we did not snag the lower unit of our outboard motor on one of these fences. I was leaning over the boat with my oar extended into the water. I was probing for fences. If I hit a fence with my oar, I was going to yell, hopefully in time for Edwin to cut the motor so that if we did hit a fence, we wouldn't hit it too hard, and that did happen at least once.
The Zodiac raft utilizes air chambers to keep it afloat. It wouldn't sink if only one was punctured. But if more than one was ruptured, nobody was sure what would happen. They had been searching for the stranded truck for over an hour.
As we got into it, we realized that we had to travel a greater distance than we thought. We didn't realize that they were that far out, a mile or more from dry land. We all immediately recognized that although we had been training for this, that here it was, and it wasn't playing out quite the way we had anticipated. We also knew that if we didn't do it, no one else was going to. You know, we were on our own.
After a grueling 4-hour drive, Robert and Florence Higgins made it home. All of their neighbors had evacuated the area hours ago.
And it was still dark when we drove up. The house was there, and everything looked the same right around the house at that time. So we just went in and we says, all right, let's start getting ready.
They had learned some hard lessons from the last flood.
Of course, we couldn't save everything. Just take all the drawers out of the chest of drawers and everything and pile them up on top of everything. If you do a drawer in after flooding, you just pull it, the whole face of the drawer comes off, everything's ruined.
We just started putting what we thought was valuable up in our attic, and pictures that we could find, photographs of the kids. And he says, maybe we ought to go ahead and tape up the windows.
It's a losing battle. If I knew now what I knew later, I would open the back door and open the front door and just let it go on through. I mean, you ain't gonna stop it, partner.
With each minute that passed, the Zodiac raft, with its volunteer rescue team on board, faced more obstacles on the way to finding the stranded firemen.
We saw cows floating in the water, lots of bales of hay, big old clumps of fire ants. I remember poking one with my paddle that night. It was about as big as a tractor tire, and I remember thinking, what the heck are these things floating on? And when I stabbed it with that paddle, they weren't floating on anything. It was just fire ants, just a big old line of fire ants. And that was the scariest part there. I didn't want one of those big clumps of fire ants to knock into the boat and, sting us all.
The floodwaters were continuing to rise. Some of the firefighters were getting nervous. Bruner tried to keep their spirits up.
My job was to keep everybody's morale up, keep them not thinking about the situation as much. So I cracked a few jokes and got everybody laughing and got their minds off of the situation we were in. Being as bad as it was, they were pretty scared.
There was a lot of apprehension about these firemen hoping they were still on this truck and in good condition, because there was a possibility they could have been swept away by the river. Eventually, they saw our lights and we saw theirs, and we knew where they were and we started towards them.
But Baker's Zodiac could only hold 4 additional passengers. He had yet to find out that besides the firefighters, there was a mother and daughter trapped in a flooding mobile home. In Wilson County, Texas, over 15 inches of rain had fallen in 6 hours, causing dangerous flash flooding throughout the region. In the blinding rain and dead of night, an emergency rescue team comprised of volunteers was making their way to a group of stranded firefighters. After over an hour's journey, Baker and his team found Bob Bruner's truck. But now they faced a new challenge.
Started talking with the firefighters on Kong, who told us that there were at least 2 people in this mobile home over there, and that we needed to get them also. We looked over and we could see what appeared to be a woman standing there. So we knew that we had more customers that night.
The Zodiac crew headed toward the mobile home. They had no idea how long it would remain stable in the quickly moving water. In Sutherland Springs, Robert and Florence Higgins were finally realizing the magnitude of the storm.
When we looked out, that water was just filling the fields. We have about a mile of fields between our house and the river. The field looked just like it did back in '73. And then it just slowly started coming into the house. And then I actually ran and got a bucket with a mop, thinking I'm going to mop this up because this water is not going to overtake me. I'm going to stop this water. We're fighting this water. We're not going to let it conquer us. But the water just, it just kept coming. It just kept coming.
And then they lost power.
We says, we better get out of here now. And when we got out, we says, oh, well, we can drive through this water in front of the house because we've driven through it before.
But the car wasn't going anywhere this time.
Let's just get out of here and go back in that house.
Says, all right, we're going back in the house. At least the house is still standing. I mean, you're an island, okay? We're gonna go back. That's the only thing you can go back to.
The Higgins knew they needed help. They decided to call their son, Pat, a local volunteer fire chief. But the phone was dead. Now they would have to wait out the storm and hope their home would protect them. By the time the rescuers reached the mobile home, it had shifted off its foundation. Water was now pouring in through the tilted doorway. The rescuers could not see the mother and daughter.
Step back over the house a little bit. I'm gonna take somebody in there with you.
Baker told Kufus he was going to have to go in and get them out.
I got out. I was the only person in the boat crew who was fitted to swim. I was the only one who was wearing a wetsuit. And so I got out, went in.
Y'all okay?
First thing you want to do is get that life jacket on them in case something goes wrong and they drop into the water.
He told Vivian that because of the strong current, he was going to have to take them out one at a time. Molly went with Marty first. She couldn't stop shivering and looked a little blue.
Ready to go?
Vivian Ray wasn't doing much better.
All right, let's go.
The rescue team now had a medical priority on their hands. The stranded firemen were going to have to wait it out a little longer. The rescuers were more than a mile from the staging area and medical help. The sky was black. There were no visible landmarks, and the rain continued pouring down. Now, they had to find their way back through the dangerous water using only their instincts.
They forced the evacuation area.
Record-breaking rainfall over central Texas resulted in a flood that engulfed dozens of counties. A volunteer rescue team traveling in an inflatable raft had rescued a mother and daughter trapped by the flood and were now trying to get them to dry land. They were navigating their way back in the dark with no recognizable landmarks to guide them.
You can see a road whenever there's no water over it and you're driving, but whenever it's covered completely in water, there aren't any roads anymore. They don't exist.
Our initial sprint out from the shore, we had to paddle furiously to overcome the current, and then later, as we returned, we had to battle the same cross current. And it was physically demanding. It was clear that the flood was not over, it was still building.
For the stranded members of the Lavernia Volunteer Fire Department, knowing that rescue help had come once and left them for a medical emergency had not made the time pass any quicker.
The length of time between rescues, even in a 1.5-mile trip, it was taking an hour to hour and a half a trip. And with it still raining, it's still dark, these guys have been out there for hours already. They were going into hypothermia. The urgency was becoming a bigger factor in the situation.
In Sutherland Springs, Fire Chief Pat Higgins had secured a boat so he could search areas where people might be stranded. He thought his parents, Robert and Florence, were away on vacation. Pat didn't know that his parents had driven back and were now trapped in their home with no power and water seeping in through windows and doors.
We were going to ride it out. We didn't know how high it was going to get. But if it got high and we started flooding in the attic, I was getting ready to get up on the peak of the roof.
The Wilson County rescuers finally reached the end of the flooded area. Paramedics quickly attended to the mother and daughter. Baker's team immediately headed back out. They had no idea how long the Lavernia truck would stay upright.
We just did not know how stable the ground was underneath the truck. Maybe the flood's current was washing soil out below the tires. We were concerned that might roll over in the flood and send the firemen into the water.
Bruner and the other firefighters were trying to keep it together while waiting for the Zodiac to return. To conserve the truck's battery, Bruner asked one of the men to turn off the overhead light.
Well, when he reached in, he had killed the master switch, would kill all of our power. We had obviously lost our heat source from the exhaust, and the rumbling of the diesel motor, which kind of was a calming to us, was gone. The morale really, really dropped then, and I started to really worry about the guys then.
Pat Higgins arrived at his parents' home surprised to see their car and the entire house surrounded by water.
I saw the car pulled up into the almost into the front door area of the house, which was about the only thing still out of the water. Proceeded over there with the boat, and at the time the house was sitting on a very small island.
This was a boat coming up to our front door. They were in the water, and it's not supposed to be that way.
Pat was glad to see his parents alive, but knew he needed to get them to safety as quickly as possible.
Get out of here! Wait right here. I'm gonna go get the light.
For the second time in their lives, they were forced to leave everything they owned behind.
The water has beat us again, because this house was like our dream house. And it was like, here, our dream. You're getting in this boat, saying goodbye to everything and going, just going.
Almost 2 hours later, Edwin Baker's team found the Lavernia truck for the second time. Once again, he faced a critical decision. He could only take 4 of the 6 men on the truck onto his Zodiac.
Our paramedic on board decided who was going to take the boat ride first based on their age and their condition. They were shivering and dripping out there. Some of them were getting pretty shaken up, too. We knew we needed to get these people back to shore as soon as possible because we didn't know if the floodwaters were going to continue rising and at what rate they were going to do so.
Bruner and one other firefighter were left on the truck until the boat could return again. Meanwhile, Pat Higgins was having difficulty trying to steer his boat.
The water was a little bit swifter coming towards the actual main channel of the Cibolo, and the boat got pushed up on a fence post.
The boat had water underneath the floorboards. And I said, we're sitting on these dadgum fence posts, and if the pressure gets any greater, if one of those fence posts punches a hole in the bottom of that boat, well, the boat may sink. My wife can't swim, and I don't know if I can swim in that kind of water.
Pat Higgins knew he needed some serious help. The flood had proven just too powerful to maneuver through. When he got on the radio, he knew their only hope was also the most dangerous, a helicopter rescue. Torrential rains had caused massive flooding in dozens of central Texas counties. Though they thought they would be safe in their home, Florence and Robert Higgins were lucky to have been rescued by their son, Pat. But now, they faced another life-threatening peril. Soon after they took off in Pat's boat, it became snagged on a submerged fence post. Pat radioed for help, but he knew it could take quite a while. They were in the midst of a horrendous disaster, and there seemed to be no safe way to reach them except by helicopter.
The mood in the boat was not a whole lot of talking. It was starting to get cold. A cold front had come through after that point. Everybody was wet, tired, and nothing to do but wait.
I just remember the rain. It continued to rain and rain. And all around us was just water, just coming, rushing by.
You never can tell what's going to come down that river and knock you off that fence. Big cypress trees, cottonwood trees has been uprooted by the flood. That's what you got to look out for. Floating debris.
And we've seen everything from horses to dogs to a buffalo floating down, various boats from upstream, and anything that float we got to see.
By chance, a helicopter from the Texas National Guard was in the area. It was dispatched to rescue the Higgins. Helicopter rescues, even under ideal circumstances, can be dangerous. In floods, the risks are far greater. Aside from the rain and wind gusts, the rotors can kick up loose tree branches and live power lines.
We kind of tried to wave, and they says, just stay still. I mean, we were all just like frozen in our places because of the fact that we didn't want to move at all. Because this boat, this is like balanced on the top of this little bitty cedar post. And we knew if we got off of that and we turned over, that was it.
The crew used a rescue net shaped like a small trampoline, but lowering it to the right height would be tricky. Keeping a steady altitude was essential. The net had to be lowered close enough so that the rescue victims could climb inside. But if there was too much slack, the entire net and its cargo could be pulled into the current.
They told me that I was going to be the first one out on that thing. And I says, I have to crawl on that? And they says, get on it, get on it. I just remember grabbing around the ropes and holding on like this, and I shut my eyes after that.
Then I climbed in, they, just like this, picked it up, away we went.
We were just free flying, floating through the air. I remember my husband saying, oh honey, look at this. All I can see is the top of the roof of so-and-so's house. Oh, look at this. All I see is the little tree over here. And I kept my eyes shut.
He never landed. All he did is set the device down and just opened up like a clam, just like a clamshell. Walked off.
And I remember there were a lot of people around, and everybody was just cheering, kind of like happy that we were there. But why are they worried just about little old us? Everybody else is in the same shape, and probably worse than we were.
Now that Pat's boat carried less weight, he was able to free it from the pole and make his way back to dry land. The Wilson County Rescue Team finally returned to the remaining stranded firefighters for the third time. After 8 hours in the rain and wind, they were more than ready to get off that truck.
The last trip was probably the scariest. The current was really running when we came back through. I mean, I remember having to paddle like crazy crossing those rapids to come back.
Baker and the firefighters finally returned to dry land.
Oh, it was a great feeling once we hit solid ground again. We didn't even care if it was still raining. We hit solid ground and we knew we were safe.
They were happy to see Vivian and Molly, the people they were sent to rescue, alive and well.
The ERT proved that they could do the almost impossible, a night rescue in pouring down rain in unfamiliar territory. I mean, it was incredible. And for them to risk their lives to come save a fellow friend and firefighter was, I mean, they were wonderful. And after that time, I now am a member of the Wilson County ERT.
The center of the storm produced over 32 inches of rain in 18 hours.
I would have to rate this as one of the most powerful systems in terms of rainfall and threat to life that's occurred in south central Texas. The flooding that occurred as a result of this event was also extreme. The kind of flooding that exceeded a 500-year event in some places.
It would be days before the floodwaters receded. 29 people died in Central Texas, including a 2-month-old baby girl who drowned with her mother when their car washed off the road. But no one died in Wilson County.
The water's receded quite a bit.
After the storm, Robert Higgins returned to his farm with a home video camera in hand.
Inside the barn, you can see where it collapsed. Everything full of mud.
It was contaminated.
See where the water line was on the house.
It changed my focus as far as what's important. Forget the house, forget the things. I mean, yes, that house was our dream, but you still, you've got people around you that love you and care for you. We don't need anything else. We've got each other. We'll just start over.
And they did. They still live on the same property, but no longer in a house they could call their dream home. In Oakland, a spontaneous ignition erupted into a deadly inferno.
We had fire on both sides of the road. It was a very dangerous situation.
The runaway fire overwhelmed even the best defenses.
I looked down in that canyon, I thought, all my guys down there are gonna die.
In 3 hours, the hilltop paradise became hell on earth.
The heat was incredible. I mean, it was like being in an oven.
Firefighters and residents would find themselves fighting blinding smoke and raging flames to save a city from a firestorm. On rolling hills overlooking Oakland, California, thousands of expensive homes were crowded into a lush urban forest. The only way in or out of this little paradise was a series of steep, narrow, winding roads. On Saturday, October 19th, 1991, the temperature was very hot and extremely dry. Oakland was in its 5th year of a drought. The signs of an impending catastrophe loomed large. Most of the homes in this area were built with wood frames and untreated wood shingle roofs. They sat amongst thick, flammable vegetation. Don Matthews, the shift commander for the Oakland Fire Department, was especially worried that these conditions were a recipe for disaster.
My feeling was we were sitting on a powder keg. It was very hot. The only redeeming feature was it wasn't windy, but it was pretty obvious that if anything went wrong weather-wise, or a fire started in the wrong place, we were in deep trouble.
It was early morning when Lynn Harrison arrived at her hilltop home on Buckingham Boulevard. She had just finished working the night shift as a respiratory therapist. Looking out the window, she happened to see smoke rising from her neighbor's yard.
There was a fire that was spreading, and this was not occupied land. This was actually space between my house and the neighbor's house.
The fire was working its way up an extremely steep hillside covered with brush and grass. Neighbors had already called it in. no one knew how it started. Fortunately, there was no wind, and there were no houses above the blaze. And because the response was quick and decisive, the brush fire was brought under control in about an hour. But as a precautionary measure, the firefighters left their hoses to be picked up the following morning. No one could have predicted what would happen next. Around 6 a.m. the next day, Oakland firefighter Mike Dolan was preparing to leave home to report for duty. The temperature was already over 80 degrees, very hot for that time of day. And unlike Saturday, the wind had picked up substantially. Oakland police officer John Grubensky was on patrol in his squad car. Sunday was his day off, but a personnel shortage forced him to work. On a hilltop house on the Berkeley-Oakland border, Sally Maxwell had just made a strawberry pie for her husband Robert Fierro and her 9-year-old daughter Mira. She was pregnant and was due to give birth within 48 hours.
I had gone into the doctor on Friday and I was already dilated, and he said he would induce labor by Tuesday if I didn't have the baby, so I was really tired.
It was a lazy Sunday morning for Dr. Delmar Sanders, a neurosurgeon with a 25-year practice in Oakland. Awakened early by the heat, he was enjoying a cup of coffee with his friend Carol Kapner before finishing up some work.
Tina's looking forward to.
Outside, the winds were rapidly intensifying, blowing extremely hot, dry air throughout the area.
This is the devil wind that the Indians and the early settlers called it. It's so dry that it just sucks the moisture out of everything. When you get that wind, a slight spark will start a fire. You can throw a cigarette out in a day like this and whatever's there starts burning.
Around 8 a.m., firefighters were returning to the site of Saturday's blaze to pick up the hoses they had left behind. They were surprised to find that several little fires had re-emerged. They immediately radioed Don Matthews that they needed backup.
It was so hot and dry at that point that this buried fire that had been totally wet down the night before was coming up through like little volcanoes.
Mike Dolan was one of the firefighters who got the call. He and his company from Oakland Fire Station 13 headed out toward the hills. For the next 2 hours, fire crews dug through thick layers of leaves and pine needles, pouring water on hot spots. But the effort was ineffective. Each time a fire was controlled, others popped up. In Berkeley, the city just north of Oakland, Mary Pretlow noticed smoke rising from a nearby hill. She asked her husband James to take a look.
What do you think it is?
They were a city away, and like Dr. Sanders, did not feel that they were in any immediate danger.
I did not think it was serious. I really didn't. I just could not believe that this fire could ever reach us.
Matthews went to the scene to check out the situation in person.
We got a real problem up there, but the fire is all around us. It's moving over here to the east side.
The fire had erupted and leapt to an unburned area. Within moments, the brush fire, fueled by gusting winds, began to spread out of control. Lynn Harrison was startled by the sound of banging on her front door.
Hi.
It was a man
Lynn, the brush fire's on
yelling
the
at me that the fire had restarted and for me to get up and get out of there. It never entered my mind that that fire would start again.
She quickly ran outside, grabbed a garden hose, and began to wet down her roof, hoping to prevent flying embers from igniting it.
It was coming up my hillside. There were several fires, and there became several more fires because they would just ignite. They would just start right in front of your eyes.
At the same time, the Pretlows walked outside their Berkeley home to get a better look at the situation. They found one of their gardeners anxiously wetting down the house.
The wind was blowing very hard, and as they were putting water on the shake roof, it was evaporating as fast as they put it on there. So they decided that they wanted to just leave.
Firefighters at the Berkeley Fire Department were alerted of the fire raging in Oakland. Even though it had not crossed into Berkeley, Captain David Orth and his men responded.
We had radios turned on. We started prepping. You know, we're going to go. Multiple units flowed up into the hills. By the time we got there, we had fire on both sides of the road. I could see fire down below us, coming around in a canyon. It was a very dangerous situation.
By 11 o'clock, 3 hours after it had rekindled, the fire in Oakland began spreading at a staggering rate. Every 4.5 seconds, a house literally exploded in flames. The wind was pushing the fire so swiftly that it jumped over roads and past fire lines. Robert Fierro noticed black smoke and fire in the hills, but couldn't determine where it was coming from. He didn't like the looks of the situation and felt his family should leave.
Why don't you get the pictures?
He asked Sally to pack up whatever she could. Their daughter Mira was frightened by what she saw.
I looked out the window and I just saw a wall of flames, nothing else. I couldn't see the sky. And so I saw that and I screamed, and the next thing I knew, we were out of here.
Matthews watched as his men tried to battle what was once a brush fire, but had now become a monster.
At one point, I looked down in that canyon, I thought, all my guys down there are gonna die. The fire was going over my head through eucalyptus trees and dropping down, and I had to move the car several times to try and keep looking down the canyon, keep a view without getting burned up myself.
Matthews ordered more backup, including aerial drops of flame-retardant chemicals. Units on the ground were finding it difficult to negotiate the steep terrain and maneuver around residents fleeing in a mass panic.
If you're trying to fight a fire, you cannot also evacuate, especially in the hill area where you have this terrible condition of substandard roads, steep hills, and people tending not to want to evacuate until the last minute. So it creates a tremendous problem. We need heavy police presence.
Officer Grabinski had been monitoring the fire's progress all morning. Even though he was not assigned to that area, he knew he had to try and help. With his siren blaring, he slowly made his way into the neighborhood. Dr. Sanders had been oblivious to the fire all morning until a neighbor alerted him to the danger across the street. He decided he and Carol should get out. They hastily grabbed a few photographs and business files to take with them. To save their cars from possible damage, they drove down the hill separately. Kapner was in the lead, with Sanders right behind her. When they turned onto Charing Cross Road, they immediately became part of a long line of cars, all trying to get away at once. Sizing up the situation, Kapner took charge and waved for Sanders to turn around. but as he tried to follow her, another car came in behind him and blocked his exit.
I was stuck. I wasn't moving. The flames were around, the houses were burning. My heart was beating, and I was looking for any way whatsoever to get out of this place.
Firefighters Mike Dolan and Captain Steve Cuneo were instructed to work their way down the hill to Buckingham Boulevard to try to contain and control the fire in that area.
You could feel the wind just blowing embers everywhere. It really had intensified the area of the fire.
Outside the Pretlows' Berkeley home, James wanted to get a closer look at the fire through his video camera.
And all of a sudden I noticed I got a little concerned because I started seeing flashes of orange coming down a canyon behind us.
James knew they were now going to have to evacuate. Dolan and Cuneo came across Lynn Harrison, who was still trying to wet her house down. They told her she had to leave immediately. She insisted she had to find her pets first.
I was a little confused at this point. This is all kind of happening very quickly, and I went in and gathered up a few things and, was just kind of racing around in my head.
She found one of her dogs and brought it out to the car for safekeeping. Lynn then told the firemen she still had to find her cat and another dog. Dolan and Cuneo insisted she act quickly because they weren't sure how long they could hold the fire back.
We took a position that we could possibly save this house. I looked to my right and I could see like 2 or 3 other houses that were fully involved.
Right before Dolan's eyes, an entire neighborhood was vanishing. After James's warning, Mary Pretlow packed pictures, important papers, and other mementos. She knew California brush fires were notorious for leaping freeways and hillsides in minutes. Their speed and direction could change instantly. Mary knew they had no time to waste. James loaded up both cars and they drove off. They headed down the hill, unsure of what they were going to confront. At Harrison's house, Dolan and Cuneo had given up fighting the fire. Realizing the pool was their only chance of survival, they dragged Lynn toward it. And not a moment too soon.
It was very fast. The whole house was engulfed within seconds.
Now their only means of escape was blocked by a wall of fire. They hoped the pool would keep them from being burned alive. By 12:30, the fire was consuming everything in sight, and firefighters were quickly realizing they were waging a losing battle.
This thing just turned totally deadly in a few minutes. I had never seen anything like this. I knew the potential was there, but I never thought it could be just a total disaster like this in such a short time. It was a disaster, and I was in charge of the disaster, and there wasn't a darn thing I could do about it.
Don Matthews was now in the middle of the firestorm. All he could do was wait and hope that help would arrive before the situation turned into a raging inferno. For over 3 hours, the hills above Oakland, California were engulfed in the most destructive wildland urban fire in U.S. history. Hundreds of homes were burning out of control. Rescuers battling the blaze were confounded by narrow roads and residents in sheer panic. Don Matthews, the shift commander for the Oakland Fire Department, had the job of not only saving lives, but saving an entire city from obliteration.
The major effort was to try to pinch off this fire, get ahead of it, draw boundary lines around it, and control it because it was going down into the city at a rapid rate.
Helicopters from the California Department of Forestry dropped thousands of gallons of water, but the 2,000-degree heat from the fire below caused it to evaporate before it reached the ground. Calls began coming in, reporting hot embers falling 10 miles away in San Francisco.
Ashes were falling in Pacifica on the ocean, so this is how far the thermal column and the wind drove the products of this fire. It was incredible.
At the base of the hills, the fire was nearing the 4-story Parkwood Apartments complex. Residents were running for their lives. Charlie Tucker was sleeping in his 4th-floor apartment when it began to fill with smoke. He awoke to the sounds of a roaring fire and knew he had to get out. Not knowing the extent of the fire, he went down to the garage below the apartments. Since he didn't know what else to do or where else to go, he decided to get in his car and wait it out. Higher up in the hills, police officer John Grabensky was trying to untangle a traffic jam on Charing Cross Road. Panicked motorists had brought the area's evacuation to a standstill. He knew he had to keep things moving if anybody was going to get through. In Berkeley, the Maxwell Fierro family were also trying to escape. Sally decided her daughter would ride with her, and Robert would follow them down the hill.
I was obviously scared. Didn't know what was gonna happen, just this overwhelming fear about life in general, because you're left not knowing what on earth's gonna happen.
As I was driving, I realized I'd left my cat. And during this whole time, my daughter is screaming. She's saying, "You can't go in, Mommy. We'll die. You'll kill the baby. You can't go. Don't go in. Don't go in."
Sally approached the house anyway. Then suddenly, a gust of wind slammed the door shut.
To me, that was the omen. That's like, you can't go in the house now. You just have to go. So I didn't go. I didn't go in.
By noon, the fire had spread from Oakland to Berkeley. Captain David Orth and his company were trying to stop the fire in the El Camino neighborhood. But it was moving so quickly, it was destroying everything in its path.
This wind blowing it horizontally would just ignite the exterior of houses before the interior would ever burn. And then the whole house would blow up.
James and Mary Pretlow were still making their way down the hill. After driving only a few blocks, James signaled Mary to stop.
Look, I can't do this, okay? I gotta go back and save the house.
What, have you lost your mind, James? You can't go back there. Baby, just let the house burn.
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. You just go to safety.
James!
Just go.
James!
Go!
In Oakland, Dr. Delmar Sanders was still stuck on Charing Cross Road. He was growing increasingly frustrated at the traffic.
We didn't know what was in front of us. I did know what was behind us, and I knew we couldn't get out the lower part of Charing Cross.
He decided to abandon his car and search for another way out. Mary Pretlow's progress down the hill was repeatedly slowed by burning embers striking her windshield. The smoldering ashes made it difficult to see. she was frightened, but knew she had to continue. Her husband, James, had returned to their house to discover that fire was surrounding it. He tried to extinguish the flames, but there was little he could do. Lynn Harrison's home was quickly becoming a charred frame.
And we could see her house, and it was totally involved. The flames probably maybe 60 to 100 feet in the air.
With fiery debris falling everywhere, firefighters Dolan and Cuneo suggested they use the pool cover for protection. Lynn hadn't stopped worrying about her pets.
I said, I want to get my dogs. My dogs are out front. They said, your dogs will take care of themselves. You know, they'll be okay. Of course, none of us knew that that fire was going to be that kind of fire that it was.
Dolan knew they were cornered in the pool, and there was no other place to escape to. Within minutes, it became very hot and uncomfortable under the cover. The fire was sucking the oxygen out of the air. Fearing the plastic would melt, Cuneo began splashing water on it. Underneath, Harrison and Dolan were struggling to breathe.
I remember looking at Steve, shaking my head and saying, you know, we're not going to make it. And he just looked down, and he looked just real sad, and he just shook his head.
All the while, they could hear the unsettling sounds of fiery destruction closing in on them. They had no idea how long they would have to remain in the pool, or if they would even survive. By 1 p.m., 50-mile-an-hour winds were fueling an enormous firestorm over hundreds of acres in the hills of Oakland and Berkeley, California. Entire blocks had burned down or were on fire. Hundreds of residents were fleeing for their lives. Officer John Grubensky had been helping people evacuate from the Oakland hills. At the corner of Charing Cross and Sherwood Roads, he was instructing residents how to get through the smoke-clogged streets to safety. Neurosurgeon Dr. Delmar Sanders was trying to get through the gridlock on foot. Amidst the confusion, he came across Officer Grubensky.
Here he was, standing, directing traffic, the fire and everything else going, and it was like making decisions moment by moment, or playing a game of chess in fast motion.
Dr. Sanders was puzzled by what he saw. Grubensky was directing people to go back towards the fire in order to get to safety. Grubensky reassured Sanders it was the only way out.
He was a take-charge person, and at the same time not panicking, not allowing people to go the wrong direction. And that's the reason I had no hesitation of going this time.
Sanders trusted Grubensky, but knew he couldn't walk through the flames. He flagged down the first passing vehicle. As the truck inched its way down the road, the driver became gripped by fear.
Once we got into the depth of the flames and smoke, he paused. He just sort of froze. I just took over and I says, "Damn it, move it."
The man hit the gas, and they moved again through what seemed like a road through hell. In Berkeley, James Pretlow was trying to prevent his home from being consumed by the fire. But it was a pointless effort.
I still can't believe how fast the flames arrived at our home. There's 2 houses next to us. They were both fully engulfed.
Then a single engine carrying 3 firefighters from Captain Orth's company arrived on scene. As Pretlow tried to save his home, they began fighting the flames on either side.
They had to fight the fire from our patio. The hoses had to be put in through our yard and over the fence to fight the fires next door.
The firefighters sprayed water on the burning houses, but it was futile. They didn't have enough manpower to save all these homes.
The lieutenant decided to let our home burn. And I told him, no, you couldn't do that, because if this home burned, that means that every other home in the neighborhood would go. So they decided to make a stand here.
Underground in the Parkwood Apartments garage, Charlie Tucker was still trying to figure out what to do next. He had been hiding in his car for over 2 hours and could hear the fire raging outside. But with smoke now filling the inside of the garage, he wasn't sure how much longer he could stay there. Sally Maxwell and her daughter Mira were beginning to make some headway down the hill. But the fires continued to grow threatening on both sides of the road.
It was so hot I felt my skin was going to blister. The heat was incredible. I mean, it was like being in an oven.
Sally kept thinking about her unborn child, but it was her daughter Mira that was her most immediate concern.
But I really wanted my daughter to live. I could care less about myself, and I was concerned about my baby, but at the same time, this baby hasn't seen the light of day. I've got to get my daughter out of this thing. And I tell you, I started praying.
With little choice, they continued on. Sally's husband, Robert, followed closely behind. In the pool, Lynn Harrison and firefighters Mike Dolan and Steve Cuneo were protecting themselves from the licking flames. The intense heat continued to draw the oxygen out of the air, making it harder and harder for them to breathe.
I remember kind of taking my head and going, my breath that I was taking was not satisfying. I mean, I wasn't getting enough air, and none of us were. And that was scary.
Dolan suggested that they try moving around the pool to see if they could find a spot with more oxygen.
He said, let's move. So we did. We moved around until we found a place that you could breathe fine.
Around them, the sounds of the fire were growing louder and louder. They listened as the house crumbled and disintegrated. Suddenly, Lynn was overcome by the enormity of the situation.
She started saying, oh, my heart, my heart, my heart. And Steve and I were getting very concerned. We asked her if she was okay. We thought, well, we're going to have to end up doing CPR in a pool. And when she said, no, her heart was just breaking because of all the hard work. And I just basically told her, get a grip, what the hell is going on, and the house is the least of our problem.
The firestorm continued to spread. It was a 6-alarm fire, and over 1,200 acres were ablaze. And then, the unthinkable happened. In many areas, the water stopped flowing.
Tanks of water that supplied them were just drained down because people basically had to disconnect from the fire hydrants by either cutting the hose or just leaving their equipment because the fire advanced so quickly. And as soon as that happened, the hydrants were left open, they drained out the system.
By early afternoon, several reservoirs had run completely dry, and the power to pump more water in other places had been knocked out by fallen power lines. Oakland and Berkeley, California had now become a total hell on earth. Oakland and Berkeley were being overrun by the worst firestorm in California history. In the first few hours, 790 homes and 456 apartments were completely destroyed. Water lines had been ruptured, depleting reservoirs. And even where there was a supply of water, the flames kept firefighters from getting to it. Ironically, Lynn Harrison and 2 firefighters were up to their necks in water. They were trapped in Lynn's swimming pool, using the plastic cover to protect themselves from flying hot embers. It was all they could do to keep the 50-mile-an-hour winds from tearing the cover off of them.
You could hear it. It was roaring. And it would whip the bubble. I mean, we had to hang on to it tight because the wind was just fierce. I mean, very fierce. We were really having to grip that thing in order for it not to be blowing away from us.
The Maxwell Fierro family had almost made it to the bottom of the hill when they ran into a traffic jam. But with the safety of her unborn baby and her daughter Mira in mind, Sally was determined to get around the tie-up using any means necessary.
I drove in the parking lane. I totally broke every traffic law, and I thought if I have to, I'll drive on the sidewalk. I'll do whatever it takes to get out of here.
In Berkeley, Mary Pretlow had reached a clearing. As she looked back toward the top of the hill, she could see that it was completely engulfed in flames. She had no idea if her husband James, who had gone back to try and save their home, was safe. Their house was still intact because her husband had convinced the firefighters to turn their hoses on it. They broke windows and doors, hoping to release enough of the hot air inside the house to prevent it from exploding into flames. Suddenly, out of nowhere, residents from the neighborhood who had not fled showed up, along with a few Berkeley College students, and began manning hoses. And not a minute too soon.
We literally had civilians hanging on to great big hose lines with big nozzles, 3 or 4 of them sitting on it to hold it to the ground, spraying these burning houses and keeping water on the surrounding houses that hadn't caught yet.
The Pretlows' house did catch fire, but James and the volunteers kept it from being a total loss.
If I had not been here, this house would have burnt to the ground. So they put up an effort to stem the fire here, because if this house had went up in flames, then the entire neighborhood would have burned.
Didn't stop the fire. The fire burned beyond us and around us, but at least we found that where we located and where we were able to form a line, we could hold the fire. And it would have spread from there uphill further if they hadn't been able to stop it at that location. What would have happened then? I don't know. Nobody really knows the dynamics of how far it would have spread into Berkeley, how many more homes would have been lost.
When it was over, James borrowed a cell phone from one of the volunteers, called his wife Mary, and told her that he was okay.
You cherish material things, but material things can be replaced. And I'm just very happy that Mary and I were able to get out of this situation. We were lucky to get away with our lives.
Back in Oakland at the Parkwood Apartments, 3 hours had passed since Charlie Tucker had sought refuge inside his car parked in the underground garage. Everyone had long evacuated the building except for Tucker. He thought if he had lasted this long, perhaps he might survive. But heavier smoke had begun to seep into the garage. His breathing became strained. It was beginning to look like his luck was running out. When the sounds of the fire started subsiding, Mike Dolan looked out from under the cover and discovered that the fire had blown over the yard. Anxious to use the radio on the rig, Dolan got out to take a look. The truck was badly burned. The wooden handles on his tools had vaporized without a trace.
The only thing left was the heads of the metal, of the shovels, the axes, the rakes. There was not even any residue of ash. It had been so hot.
From deep in the cab, he was able to retrieve an oxygen tank. Because the heat was so unbearable, he immediately returned to the pool.
It was just a weird feeling to be walking around and just total destruction everywhere you looked. The three of us was the only thing alive in the area, and it was kind of odd.
Harrison had begun to have trouble breathing again, so Cuneo administered some oxygen. Dr. Sanders and the driver of the truck finally made it out of the fire zone. His friend Carol Kapner had already gotten down safely and was anxiously awaiting his return. Although he and Kapner were safe, he knew others were still in great peril as the fire continued to spread.
And when we got down the hill, it was already across the highway on the other side. It had engulfed the whole hill and gone hundreds of yards away from where I first started.
At Charing Cross Road, Officer Grabensky had finally left his position directing traffic. It looked as if he had gotten everyone off, but now the fire was closing in on him. He got into his car and began heading down the hill. Rounding a curve, he saw a family stranded on the side of the road. He quickly stopped, bolted from his car, and directed them to get in. He told them he'd do everything he could to get them to safety, but they needed to brace for the worst. He advised everyone to keep their heads down and pray.
I think we're gonna make it.
He now knew the only way out would be driving straight through the fire. The Oakland fire had been raging for the better part of a day. Over 1,800 firefighters from 21 counties had responded. This was the largest statewide coordinated fire disaster effort ever undertaken. In a concrete parking garage beneath the rubble of what was once the Parkwood Apartments, Charlie Tucker had taken refuge in his car. He had been there for more than 3 hours, and the garage was now filled with dense smoke. Hoping the fire above him had abated, he felt he had no choice but to get out. Stunned firemen watched as Tucker, covered with ash and dirt, walked out of the ruins. They had no idea that anyone was in the garage, and were even more amazed that he had survived. After what seemed like an eternity, but was really only a matter of hours, Lynn Harrison and firefighters Mike Dolan and Steve Cuneo decided to leave the safety of the swimming pool.
I was absolutely, completely shocked at what I saw. I mean, I was not prepared in any way, shape, or form for what I saw. I just thought I would see what I'd seen of burned out houses before, maybe, you know, part of a wall standing in your fireplace and, you know, the tub, the oven, you know, whatever, just remnants of your house. There wasn't anything standing, no fireplaces. All the bricks had melted.
But her most devastating loss was the death of her pets.
We found the bodies of my cats, but the dogs' bodies were never found. I just kind of knew that the way things happened and so fast, they were small dogs. You know, they weighed 6 and 8 pounds. I don't think they could have outrun that fire.
Late that day, the fierce winds started dying down. They were replaced by a gentle sea breeze that deposited a light mist over the entire area.
The turning point was a combination. It was basically the wind died down around 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. The fire quit spreading so fast, and you had a whole bunch of fresh resources coming in.
By 8 a.m. the next morning, officials declared the fire contained. The final toll of this disaster, over 100 people injured and 25 dead, including 11 on Charing Cross Road. Over 3,000 houses, along with more than 400 apartments, were leveled. 2 square miles of land was scorched. In all, over $1.5 billion worth of damage. In the aftermath of the fire, the stories of survival and heroism left a bittersweet taste in the mouths of all who went through it. After saving and evacuating countless people, Officer Grabensky was found dead, face down near his police car. He was lying on top of a badly burned child. His radio was a few feet away, still crackling with transmissions. Dr. Sanders credits Officer Grabensky with saving his life.
Even 12 years later, I still get a little emotional on this one. By being able to keep people moving and not panicking himself and putting himself in harm's way, he was able to keep the traffic moving in all the direction we could get out.
Lynn Harrison is grateful to her rescuers, Mike Dolan and Steve Cuneo. As a result of their experience in the pool together, the 3 of them have become lifelong friends.
If the firemen hadn't been there, I would have died. There's just no doubt about it.
And for the Maxwell Fierro family, surviving the fire was only the first of 2 miracles they would experience. The next morning, Sally gave birth to a baby boy.
I had a very hard time having a child. So he was much wanted. I mean, this was just to me like the miracle that I was finally able to have this baby and to carry it to term without any problems.
The only glitch was that the hospital had a policy of sending home healthy mothers the day after a successful birth.
They said, you have to go home, and I started to cry. And I said, I don't have a home, and I'm not going. They just, the nurses looked at each other, they went to the doctor, and they decided I could stay another day.
In the aftermath of the Oakland-Berkeley fire, many lessons were learned. especially how firefighters there now react to any call.
If there is a fire there, people jump on it quick and they stop it. If there is a fire that gets even a couple of acres, people are there all night. They make sure it's out. We do everything possible. We don't make the same mistakes.
In Los Angeles, a gang of bank robbers turn their guns on police.
You know, his mindset was on killing us.
Officers are pinned down in the kill zone by a hail of deadly bullets.
So many people thought that that was their last day on Earth.
As the number of wounded climbs, police risk their lives to rescue those trapped in the line of fire.
We knew an officer had been shot. He needed help, and he needed to be rescued.
Police and rescue squads watch in horror as fellow officers lie bleeding. Pinned down and outgunned, they face terrible odds as they respond to a desperate cry, "Officer down." In any battle, victory or defeat is determined by strength. In the battle for our streets, the police count on the fact that they are stronger than the criminals. In most confrontations, when criminals realize they're facing overwhelming numbers, they do not resist. This is a story where they did. On February 28, 1997, just after 9 a.m., Officers Lauren Farrell and Mark Peterson were on routine patrol. They spotted a pair of gunmen entering a bank on Laurel Canyon Boulevard.
Requesting assistance. We have a possible 211 in progress. Laurel Canyon north of Kittredge.
Inside, the robbers directed everyone to lie down on the floor.
We have shots fired.
Then they started shooting.
All units, officer needs help. Bank of America, Laurel Canyon, north of Kittredge. No shots fired.
The officers advised caution.
Suspects are in the bank. Do not approach the bank.
The suspects are inside of the bank. It's a 211 in progress. Laurel Canyon, north of Kittredge. Suspects are inside of the bank.
The officers called for the backup units to surround the building.
83, I want one unit on the north side, I want a unit on the south side, and I want a unit on the back.
Lieutenant Nicholas Zingler was the acting commanding officer of patrol at the North Hollywood Division.
My units were setting up around the bank and they were cordoning off the area in order to keep the public from traversing down the street. And shortly after arriving at the bank, when I heard the automatic gunfire, I realized, you know what? We're in deep trouble. These guys, they were armed with fully automatic weapons, and I knew that we were outgunned.
33, we want someone to position themselves safely to watch the front door. We don't think the suspects know we are here.
They wanted the place surrounded when the gunmen emerged. If the exits were covered, there'd be little chance for escape. Officers Victor Garcia and James Zaboravan were on patrol when they heard the call. Shots fired inside the bank.
373, we're code 6 on Kittredge and Laurel Canyon.
Detectives Terry Austin and John Krulak also responded to the call. They moved civilians from the parking lot across from the building.
We had two other uniformed officers
who had also come up to that location. One of them was armed with a shotgun. We went across the street and took up a position behind a kiosk, which is located directly across from Laurel Canyon and the bank.
W73, we got the front of the bank covered.
We felt we had a pretty good position at that point because we could observe the whole front of the bank.
Unaware the police had surrounded the building, the gunmen inside continued to fire their weapons, terrifying their hostages.
Face down!
On the northwest corner from the bank, Police Officer Martin Whitfield and Sergeant Dean Haynes stopped traffic and established a position covering the northwest doors.
So we had the street completely shut off, and we have a secure perimeter. People won't get in, and also the suspects won't be able to get out.
3 witnesses told Sergeant Dean Haynes they had seen the robbers enter the bank.
L40, be advised, I got witnesses over here say there's possibly 2 or 3 suspects inside, possible AK-47s are wearing ski masks and dark clothing.
Witnesses at the location advises 2 to 3 suspects inside the bank wearing ski masks and AK-47s.
The police continued to hear gunshots inside.
Our concern then was that they could be in there shooting some of the customers.
The gunman made it clear they were going to get the money or someone would die.
15L20, heavy ambulance respond to Victory and Laurel Canyon for standby.
15L40,
more shots are fired.
Paramedics heard the call and moved in to assist.
20, what's ETA air support?
Air support's been notified.
20 seconds.
Air support has a 20-second ETA. More shots are being fired.
15L10, advise air support the shots have been fired to maintain their altitude until you get here and see what's going on.
Air unit, maintain your altitude. More shots are being fired from inside the bank.
15L10, I'm requesting SWAT. Respond to this location, requesting ETA for SWAT.
15L90, advise L10 that SWAT has been notified.
We're communicating on the air, notifying Communications Division that we need SWAT because they're the ones with the heavy-duty weapons to handle a situation like this.
While the gunmen were inside, police were forced to play a waiting game.
It looked like it was pretty much under control until the suspects came out of the bank, and the lead suspect pointed in the direction of my black and white and braced himself. And I knew then he was going to start shooting.
At 9:25 a.m., the first gunman appeared outside the bank's northwest door.
Shots fired. Fully automatic weapon.
Area, firing at the officers. Tell officers to stand back. These guys are firing at all officers. Get back per the air unit. The suspects are firing at all officers. Stay down per the air unit.
The detectives and officers behind the flimsy locksmith kiosk needed to act fast before anyone was killed. But the shotgun blast from only 150 feet away simply bounced off the gunman. The officers scrambled for adequate cover.
Stay down. The suspects are shooting AK-47.
All officers stay down. Shots are being fired from AK-47s.
Lieutenant Zingo was getting reports from Officer Haynes at the scene.
He was describing them as being dressed in all dark clothing, that they were wearing bulletproof vests, and that the suspects were not going down after being hit with our bullets.
No one was safe. The police realized they were outgunned by a weapon which could fire up to 600 rounds per minute. As Officer Zaboravan tried to protect the others hiding behind the kiosk, 2 bullets struck him in the lower back, just below his bulletproof vest.
In that first minute, it was total chaos. After the rounds started coming through the back of the kiosk, at that point it was preservation. You really don't have time to think about things like family or whether or not you're going to live or die. At that point, you're just trying to get to some type of concealment so where you don't get shot.
Sergeant Dean Haynes was intent on protecting the civilians crouching behind his car.
There was no place for these people to go. So the only place to put them where it appeared relatively safe was as low as they could get down by the rear differential of the car. The car was shaking up and down. Fluid was dropping out of the engine bay, glass flying.
With automatic gunfire raining down around them, a woman and a man were hit by the gunman. As Sergeant Haynes returned fire, he was hit in the left shoulder.
I've been hit.
it felt like getting whacked with a board across my shoulder. The suspect just sprayed the whole area again, and I could see those poor civilians by my car being struck by bullets. I could see bullets hitting in the road around me, and I also knew that if I stayed next to the car that this guy could get right on top of me before I could see him. I came up to shoot and I saw he was changing his magazine, so I felt at that point the best thing I could do was to get away from the car and direct their fire towards another location just to get away from where the civilians were.
It appeared the masked men had an ample supply of ammunition. They made no attempt to leave the area. If the gunman opened fire again, hopefully, it would not be directed at the wounded civilians. With police neutralized, the gunman walked north towards the bank's parking lot. Officer Whitfield tried to run for cover, but he didn't make it.
Officer Nito!
Police dispatchers desperately tried to keep up with the calls for help.
989, stand by.
One suspect is still firing at the officers to the rear location.
All officers stay down. One suspect is still firing at officers in the rear of the bank.
If we can get a supervisor to form a recovery unit and pick up this officer.
They're requesting a supervisor to form a recovery unit to pick up the officer. 15040 and one other officer is down.
We can help out here with the officers down. Yes, you better get an attack alert here.
Any unit know how many officers are down? We have one.
More's an orange.
In a second-floor window of an office building overlooking the parking lot, Dr. Jorge Montes, a dentist, watched events unfold.
I couldn't believe it was actually happening. The bullets were shooting through the engine, the oil was coming out, and I'm seeing the two other officers right in front of my office, behind this car. There's blood on his face. The other has blood coming out of his back. The other one's holding his ankle, and there's blood coming from his ankle.
15W80, advise all the area units to clear away. The suspects around and they're shooting at everything.
Roger, what kind of rescue do you need for the officer?
Ambulances arrived at the scene, but paramedics could not get to the wounded until the shooting stopped. Detective John Krulak knew help couldn't reach him. He had to find a way to get Officer Zaborovan to safety.
The uniformed officer who was behind the vehicle with me was yelling that he had been hit by ricocheting bullets. I realized he was bleeding from his left side. I also at that time felt something strike my ankle. I started looking around for a location to go for a little better position of cover. I could see an office building. I decided we were going to have to make a way to the building, otherwise our lives were definitely in danger staying where we were. I asked the uniformed officer whether or not he was able to run. I looked at him, he advised me he was, told him we were going to make a break for the building and I wanted him in front of me because I didn't know how seriously he was wounded and whether or not he was going to be able to make that 30-foot run out to that building. We jumped up, started to run. I got behind him, grabbed onto his gun belt, and we started running for the office.
Zaborovan radioed to warn his partner, Victor Garcia, to seek cover. But before he could make a break for it, Officer Garcia was hit.
Now we have an officer down at the southwest corner of Kittredge and Laurel Canyon. We'll have to suspect on the north side of the building. It's walking around like nothing.
2 civilians and at least 5 officers were wounded.
These suspects are behind the 2 white vehicles on the north side of the bank.
A rescue attempt was needed, and soon.
We've got civilians here also.
Requesting a supervisor to organize a unit to go in and get the officers.
Dispatch Officer Guadalupe de la Cruz realized one of her officers, Officer Whitfield, call sign 9L89, was in trouble and needed help.
9L89, 9L89, come in. 9L89, go ahead. 9L89, stand by.
He realized that no one was coming, that the situation was so out of control that he wasn't the only person out there. But I think, I'm assuming with his pain and his situation that he was in, he started to get afraid, and the tone in his voice started to change. Nobody was coming. Nobody was saying anything. Time was of the essence, and he was going to bleed to death.
Outside a North Hollywood bank, helicopters circled as two gunmen were locked in a deadly firefight with police. 5 officers and 2 civilians lay wounded and bleeding in the street. SWAT teams had been called, but they had not yet arrived. Police were outgunned and were helpless to rescue the wounded, as the gunman who robbed the bank continued to fire at anything that moved. They showed no sign of running out of ammunition. With automatic gunfire blazing, Officer Garcia struggled to remove his belt. He had been shot in his leg and arm and was trapped behind his patrol car. He used the belt as a tourniquet to stop the bleeding from his wounded leg. Detective Terry Austin was trying to help the officer and made a move to get to his position. As she crossed towards him, she was hit. At the dental office of Dr. Jorge Montez, 2 wounded officers sought cover in the dentist's hallway. He rushed to help them. Dr. Jorge Montez hoped he would have what he needed to treat them. Though not supplied for such trauma, Dr. Montez administered a local anesthetic used for dental procedures to try and numb the pain.
There's a gash in the belt and a gash in his shirt. So I open up and there's like a 7-inch gash, 2 inches wide and about 2 inches deep. And I was so scared at that point.
The dentist could not do much for Detective Krulak's injury either. Dr. Montez thought that the metal protruding from his leg might be traversing a blood vessel or stuck in the bone marrow. Pulling it out could be life-threatening, so Dr. Montez left it alone. Outside the dentist's office, the gunman continued firing on police. The officers and innocent civilians lay injured and bleeding. They were trapped in deadly crossfire. As police helicopters circled the bank, the gunman took aim at them as well.
This is L10, I'm requesting SWAT, respond to this location, requesting ETA for SWAT.
15L10, roger on SWAT.
15L90, advise L10 that SWAT has been notified. 15L10.
SWAT was equipped with the automatic weapons and long-range rifles needed, but they were at least 20 minutes away. They had to pack up all their equipment and make the long drive to North Hollywood. The officers trapped at the scene would have to follow protocol and wait for a SWAT team. They didn't have the firepower to confront the gunman on their own.
Unit that's available to respond to 9L89, 6600 block of Laurel Canyon. Igniting consciousness, officer has been held.
Who do we have to go there? You gotta bring in Foothills Van Nuys Division. Let's give it in here. We don't have enough officers to handle this.
We have an officer down Victory west of Laurel Canyon. He needs help. Code 3, he is passing out. West of the 170 freeway at Victory. The officer needs help immediately.
De La Cruz called in additional units.
9837, can you respond to 9L89 and 6600 block of Laurel Canyon?
Officer Todd Schmitz and his partner Anthony Kavunik took the call.
So we just got off of the 170 freeway. We rolled down our windows and you could just hear the gunfire. It sounded like a war zone. And at this time, we still didn't know where the bank was. So we just followed the noise of the gunfire and we got about 2 blocks away. We saw all these police cars parked everywhere. And at this point, we knew that an officer had already been shot. We were trying to make our way towards him. He was fading, and he needed help, and he needed to be rescued.
They were determined to get to the downed officer any way possible.
You see people, civilians, in the parking lot of the mini malls taking cover. You see officers taking cover. We didn't want the suspects knowing, hey, there's more officers coming in right over here. Let's fire over in this area.
The dispatchers tried to keep up radio contact with Whitfield. He was in extreme pain and desperate for help.
9L89. Need help.
My concern then was that his injuries were severe enough to where he was going to lose his life, and we had to do something to get someone in there to rescue him, and you couldn't bring an ambulance in there.
Ambulances were poised outside the kill zone, ready to assist. They were forced to wait. The gunman continued firing at the trapped officers as Schmitz and Kabunik moved towards Whitfield.
Now we're directly across the street from the bank. We see a police car, a detective's car, and we see an officer who's been shot. And he's leaning backwards against the rear of a car, and we're trying to make our way up towards him, using all the vehicles as cover. And at this time, we're getting, I don't know if they're shooting at us, but they're shooting in the general vicinity of us. And you can hear the rounds hitting, ding, 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 as it's hitting cars, as it's hitting light poles right around you. You know it's coming from the bank, but you don't know how many suspects there are. All you know is that these guys got automatic weapons, and you cannot believe how many rounds are being fired. It's just nonstop. And what made it so dramatic, I think, is the big buildings, because it's the rounds echoing. So you got that multiplied by how many rounds are being shot. It's so loud.
9L89, come in.
As they worked their way towards Whitfield, they spotted Victor Garcia, another wounded officer. Schmitz's partner, Anthony Kabunik, was afraid for the officer's life.
Once we had him in our sights, we wanted to get to him, render some type of aid, whether it's cover or get him out of there.
Then we noticed that there was another female detective who was shot. At this time, it's so loud. My partner's one car away from me, and I can't hear what he's saying. And he's yelling at me, and he ended up yelling, "Go get a car, go get a car." All the police vehicles that were in the parking lot where the downed officers were all shot up already. You had blown out tires, and they were useless. So the closest car we could find is just south of the bank.
Officer Schmitz had only been on the force for 5 months. He now had to make the most difficult decision of his career. To rescue the downed officers, he had to run back through the kill zone to get to the car.
As I was leaving the cover of the parking lot, I knew that this had to be done. And if I run fast enough, these guys might not be able to get an aim on me. So I just took off running for dear life.
At the north side of the bank, one of the gunmen laid down covering fire as his partner got into a white sedan. He carried a duffel bag stuffed with over $300,000. Police helicopters provided aerial surveillance and kept the gunman in their sights.
One suspect is in the white vehicle. The white vehicle is on the west side of the bank.
All officers, stay down. One suspect is still firing at officers in the rear of the bank. One suspect has entered a white vehicle on the west side of the bank.
The suspects appeared to be on the move. For Officer Schmitz, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to try to rescue the trapped officers.
I don't even remember how I was driving because you're just so focused on your mission. You're focused on, I got to get back in there as soon as possible to help these officers out. Officer Kabunik came behind the officer. The female detective, she opened up the rear car door. I grabbed the officer's legs and just flopped back into the rear seat with the downed officer on top of him, and we loaded him in. I ran back around into the driver's seat, I put the car in reverse. I drove as fast as I could because it's just no man's land out there.
Schmitz backed the car up under a hail of gunfire.
Come on, let's go!
Ambulances couldn't get near the scene itself, but a triage center had been set up 2 blocks away. Paramedics scrambled into action when they heard 2 wounded officers were on their way. One of the police officers, Victor Garcia, was critically injured. His only hope was emergency surgery to save his leg and his life. A second officer, Detective Terry Austin, sustained flesh wounds. She was treated at Tarzana Medical Center and released that same day. Victor Garcia was loaded into an ambulance and rushed to Providence Holy Cross Medical Center. Officer Schmitz and his partner knew more officers were down inside the kill zone. They had to go back in. Police in Los Angeles faced a growing crisis. 2 heavily armed bank robbers had opened fire outside a North Hollywood bank. Civilians and police officers were critically wounded. Officer Victor Garcia had been shot twice. He was rescued and driven to safety by his fellow officers. Now he was en route to the hospital. As he went into shock, paramedics struggled to stabilize him. They started an IV to replace his fluids and bring up his blood pressure. Officer Garcia had sustained bullet wounds to the arm and leg. He had lost a great deal of blood. If they hoped to save his life, every second would count. Paramedics contacted the trauma staff at Providence Holy Cross Hospital to prepare them for Officer Garcia's arrival.
Rescue 21 to Providence Holy Cross.
Department, we have a trauma alpha alert coming in approximately 2 minutes. If you could prepare radiology.
The hospital began preparing a trauma room for Officer Garcia. They also got ready to treat additional wounded. Whitfield maintained radio contact with dispatcher Guadalupe de la Cruz.
His voice started to change. He sounded afraid. He came in and he says, "Ma'am, what's the ETA of my help?" I'm not gonna lie, I told him 9A37, which was one of his units from his division, had told me he was responding. He couldn't tell me how far away he was. He told me he was coming. I said, okay, 9L89, 9A37 is coming. He's on his way.
Officer down, that's the terminology, officer down. You know they're shot, you know they're hit. And it was just a lot of confusion because everybody wanted to help. Officers want to help each other, just like firemen. They're brothers and sisters, and they're trying to go and protect their own. And it just made for massive pandemonium. And just trying to control that, listening to hundreds, literally, of officers talking. Everybody had something to say, and everything that they said was important.
Officer Whitfield had lost a lot of blood.
Need help.
He was fading fast. Unless he received medical treatment soon, he would die. Officer Schmitz knew the downed man was running out of time. He and his partner, Anthony Kabunik, worked their way back through the kill zone.
I wasn't sure how many times he was shot, but his voice on the radio was fading. He was, please help, you know. This is 9L89, I need help. And each broadcast was getting slower and his voice was just fading. And we knew, we gotta go get him.
9L89, hang in there, 937 is almost there.
The media had heard of the shootout on the police scanners. All of the major networks in Los Angeles sent reporters. The Spanish language channel Telemundo was one of the first on the scene.
Aquí se encuentra uno de los policías que comenzó esta balacera. En este momento la policía está intercambiando balas.
In a dentist's office across from the bank, Officer Zaboravan and Detective Krulak had both taken cover. Zaborovan was in extreme pain from a gunshot wound to his back. Dentist Jorge Montes was trying to help him in any way possible.
So I'm trying to stop the bleeding. He's screaming, and the whole time he has the police radio on, and you could hear the whole confusion of this whole area. It was a combat zone here. The senior officer, he had the shotgun waiting for anybody to come up those stairs. He had no idea what was going to come through that door, because through the police radio we were able to hear the gunmen are in the parking lot. At that point, we had no idea whether they're talking about the parking lot of the bank or the parking lot in front of our office. That's when the Officer Whitfield on the radio, you could hear the commotion, says, help me, and the voice is going lower and lower, and you hear other people, all these police codes and just commotion.
The gunfire was overwhelming and relentless. The slightest movement by officers prompted a hail of bullets. Despite the danger, Schmitz and Kabunik tried to make their way to Whitfield. Once again, they were pinned down and unable to move forward.
9089, 9089, come in. 9089, 9037, and rapid location. 9089, 9089, come in. 9089, 9037 is almost there, hang in there.
At one point, I didn't hear him anymore, and that's when I panicked. I kept trying to raise him, and nobody would say anything. And I kept trying and trying and trying, and nothing.
9099, 9099, come in. 9099, 9099, come in. The officer that's down and located in Arkwood is unconscious. 9099, 9099, come in.
Officer Todd Schmitz and his partner Anthony Kabunik had already tried to reach Whitfield once. They were beaten back by heavy gunfire. Now, they searched for a way to get to the downed officer.
We ended up going 1 block north of the bank, and we realized there's no way we're going to get in here. There was so many rounds coming northbound that there was no way we were ever going to get in there by running down Laurel Canyon. So we tried to take the alley, 1 west of Laurel Canyon. And the rounds were going through the alley. I mean, there was so much firepower and so many rounds being fired, we could not get to that downed officer. Another radio transmission came out that there was some injured officers in a dentist's office. When we were doing our original rescue, there was a dentist's office right behind us. So Tony looked at me and he's like, the dentist's office. So we run back into the original parking lot we were in, to the same exact location that we did our first officer rescue. There's a dentist's office there.
Officer Victor Garcia was taken by ambulance to Providence Holy Cross Medical Center. He was the first wounded officer rescued from the kill zone. The staff at Holy Cross was ready and waiting. They had enough capacity to treat up to 30 additional wounded. Dr. Insoo Kim examined the police officer's leg.
His fracture was really bad. It was shattered into many pieces. And I can see the fragments of bullets, mixed with the broken bones.
If Garcia had sustained nerve damage, he could be disabled for life, or worse. Gunshot wounds of this magnitude sometimes require amputation. Dr. Kim would not know the extent of the damage until he got the officer into surgery. He feared the prognosis wouldn't be good. In Los Angeles, 2 gunmen battled police outside a bank. The officers were outgunned. Their adversaries carried automatic weapons and protected themselves with body armor. The firefight raged on. One gunman got into a getaway car. The other guarded the car. The weapon he carried worried Sergeant Dean Haynes.
The first weapon he took out of the trunk of the car was an HK 91, I think it is. It's a .308 caliber military assault weapon. It shoots a bigger round than the AK-47 and a more powerful round. It had double drum magazines. So I knew that he had a ton of bullets in that gun.
Suspect vehicle is moving.
This is L10. We need someone here with some heavy guns. We need SWAT code 3.
Wearing black and white.
Sergeant Dean Haynes was wounded in the leg. Nearby, fellow officer Martin Whitfield was seriously wounded and unconscious. Haynes feared Whitfield might not make it.
The downed officer wasn't moving at all, and I broadcast that we needed to get him rescued, and he appeared to be unconscious. My concern then was that his injuries were severe enough to where he was going to lose his life, and we had to do something to get someone in there to rescue him.
9089, 9089,
I didn't know. To me, it's like, you know, he died. He died, and I really was the last person that he talked to.
Officer Victor Garcia had been shot in the leg. He had been rescued from the kill zone and sent to Providence Holy Cross Medical Center. Dr. In-Soo Kim examined the officer's x-rays. The bullet had done major damage to Garcia's leg.
You can see many broken fragments of the bone. Also, you can see major bullet fragments all spread around the area. So within 30 minutes, we moved the patient from the emergency room into surgery.
During surgery, doctors would look for any evidence of damage to the nervous or circulatory systems. This type of injury can be extremely dangerous and does not show up on x-rays. By examining the size of the wound, the doctors determined the bullet entered at the front of the leg and exited through the back of the thigh. Dr. Kim had to remove as much of the debris as he could find without damaging crucial nerves. In a dental office across from the bank, Officer Zaborovan and Detective Krulak waited for help.
There were still some ricocheting rounds that were coming through the door where we had come through. You could hear the glass periodically falling out of the door, things hitting the door jamb. Uniformed officers were able to work their way up through an entrance to the rear of the building and safely bring us down through the back.
As the gun battle raged on, Officers Schmitz and Kabunik could not make it to the intersection to rescue wounded officers and civilians. Instead, they transported Officer Zaborovan and Detective John Krulak to the triage area. James Zaborovan would have to be placed face down on his stomach. Rescuers were concerned that if he lay on his back, the bullet lodged near his spine could move, damaging organs or even his spinal column. Paramedics established an IV line to pump him with fluids and prevent him from going into shock. Detective Krulak had been shot in the ankle. Doctors determined that removing the shrapnel would do more damage than good. It was left inside, and he was released the same day from the hospital. Commander Nicholas Zingo still had some of his men injured and trapped in the field of fire. Some officers suggested commandeering an armored car. The officers piled in and headed into the kill zone.
Car coming in with officers in it. Stand by. Everybody stand by.
Everyone stand by. There's an armored car coming in full of police officers.
They hoped it would provide enough protection to safely rescue the wounded.
15L10, where are there any officers down? We have an armored car here. Tell me where the officers are.
Send the armored car to Laurel Canyon and Archwood, north of Archwood Canyon.
Fortunately, some officers had the sense of mind to commandeer an armored car that was making a bank drop and have that driver drive them into the danger zone to rescue that officer and the people trapped behind my car. And there were officers that piled out of the armored car. They pulled up to my black and white, pulled those injured civilians away from that car into the armored car.
All officers stay down, shots are still being fired. All officers stay down, shots are still being fired.
The wounded were bleeding and terrified, but safe.
Do we still have an officer down? Are there any outstanding officers down that haven't had SWAT or an RA? The officer behind me needs to be picked up. He's directly adjacent to this black vehicle parked in the number 2 lane.
The armored car drove to the location of the downed officer. Martin Whitfield had been wounded in the leg. He had lost a considerable amount of blood and was now unconscious.
They grabbed the officer, pulled him into the armored car, sped out northbound on Laurel Canyon to Van Owen to get him to the medical command post.
All the civilians and Officer Martin Whitfield had been rescued. At the bank, the wounded had been cleared from the scene, and the gunmen were now on the move.
What is the direction the suspects are going?
Eventually, the suspect behind the wheel of the car started driving out of the bank parking lot. The suspect, who was outside the car engaging us in a firefight, didn't get in the car. We don't know why he didn't get in the car, but he followed the car through the parking lot to the street, continuing to engage us in a firefight.
Police were concerned that if the suspects drove off and continued their shooting spree, more innocent people would be caught in the crossfire.
Yes, suspects escaped the perimeter. We've got one suspect driving the white vehicle eastbound from the north parking lot. We've got one suspect on foot. The suspect on foot is behind a long truck trailer rig.
The officers shot out all the tires in the car, yet the gunman continued to drive. Police were desperate to contain the men inside the perimeter.
Good day out 10, if somebody has a shot, take it. Suspect's head.
One suspect is walking east of the bank. 1510 advised if someone has a shot, take it.
The gunman who was on foot had his weapon jammed. He disposed of his gun behind a parked tractor-trailer truck. He drew a 9mm pistol and continued firing at police. The suspect dropped his weapon.
He bends down to pick that weapon up, and as he picks that weapon up, he discharges that weapon, shooting himself somewhere in the head area. At that point, he goes down.
One of the gunmen had taken his own life, but the other was fully armed and driving through residential neighborhoods. Police were in a desperate race to close down the streets before more people fell victim to his deadly fire. For nearly an hour, Los Angeles police and 2 heavily armed gunmen had been locked in a deadly battle. Police tried to contain them as they headed towards a group of homes.
Area, does anybody have a clear shot of those guys? Guys, getting shot right back at.
He continued to fire at police until his automatic weapon jammed. He threw it aside and reached for a pistol.
Somebody has a shot, take it. Suspect's head.
Before police could take the shot, the gunman ended the battle by shooting himself in the head. The second gunman continued to drive east, heading into residential neighborhoods. The SWAT team moved into position to try and stop the gunman. They were looking for any opportunity to take him out.
Suspect is on Archwood. He is now eastbound, slow, on just east of Beck.
The suspect is on Archwood, east of Limp, going towards Beck. 1511, what is your location?
He attempted to carjack a pickup truck. The driver got out and fled.
Unit reporting suspects are firing at civilians.
Police were desperate to try and anticipate the gunman's next move.
The suspect is now on Archwood between Radford and Hines.
Civilians continued to drive by, oblivious to the danger. The gunman began unloading weapons from the trunk of his car and moving them over to the pickup truck.
There's a...
This is like a 14 ambulance. He just took a citizen's vehicle. It looks like a brown truck. He's facing on westbound right on Archwood.
The suspect is now in a brown truck westbound. Westbound Archwood.
Unknown to the shooter, the driver took the keys when he fled. A group of SWAT team members drove a police cruiser right up to the brown pickup truck. The suspect opened fire.
More shots are being fired. Shots are being fired.
50 out 10. If you have to have a shot of the suspect, go for the legs. They don't have body armor on their legs.
He was hit 29 times before surrendering. The gunman had held police at bay for 41 minutes and wounded 8 people.
One suspect on Archwood.
The man died of his wounds at the scene. Both gunmen were now dead, but at the 2 area trauma centers, officers James Zaborovan and Martin Whitfield were still fighting their own battle. 2 robbers had been killed, but police feared more gunmen were hiding inside the bank. There were 25 people inside when the robbers stormed in. The SWAT unit approached with caution, not certain what they might find inside.
Anybody in there?
The 25 bank employees and customers were locked inside the vault.
SWAT!
When the gunman took over the bank, they ordered all the hostages inside.
Everyone slowly, very slowly.
A quick-thinking manager locked the heavy steel door behind them.
Okay, come on, it's okay. It's okay. Yes, thank you.
No one had been seriously injured. Officer James Zaborovan had the bullet removed from his back. The operation was performed by Dr. Shaki Saad.
He was very lucky. The bullet did not enter his abdominal cavity per se, so no major or vital structures were injured.
I was very fortunate. I received 2 gunshot wounds, and they were mainly superficial, muscle, nerve, and tissue damage. No bone was involved.
Surgeons successfully removed the bullet from Officer Martin Whitfield's thigh. During the operation, he lost a great deal of blood and 3 inches of his hip and femur.
We went to see him at the hospital, and once I got there and I saw him and he gave me a big hug, and it was like, this is a person. This is who I was talking to, not the unit designation that I was taught. You know, he was really hurt.
Officer Victor Garcia's femur had been shattered by a gunman's bullet. After a long recovery, he was able to walk again, but he subsequently retired from the police force. It wasn't until after the gunfire stopped that officers like Todd Schmitz realized what they had survived.
After this was all over, SWAT cleared the place, no other suspects, okay. Then we went into the grocery store like to get a drink or something. And then it finally hit me. It's like, oh my God. And you just start shaking and you're like, what just happened? Like, wow. You just can't explain how you feel after. That's when the fear hits you. That's when you just get overwhelmed with, what did we do?
At autopsy, the gunmen were identified as Larry Phillips and Emil Matasarenu. The coroner determined that one of the gunmen had been shot 11 times and the other 29 times. They had both taken phenobarbital, which is used to calm the nerves. Veteran Detective John Kulak is proud of the courage his men displayed.
And all of a sudden when you're confronted with people who basically outgun you, they have long rifles, they can reach you and you can't reach them. You go from being the hunter to the hunted. But I think on that day somebody was looking out for us. I really do, because no one was killed. We had some injuries, but no one died in that day. And I think, other than the 2 suspects, I think it was a good day for law enforcement.
As a result of this incident, police in Los Angeles now carry urban police rifles in their patrol cars. It is not likely that they will be outgunned again.